Thank you. And with that, we're going to call this special council meeting of May 15th, 2023 to order. This meeting is being held in honor of Older Americans Month. And we'll move to, roll call, please.
Councilmember Burt.
Here.
Mayor Koo.
Here.
Councilmember Lowing.
Here.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Here.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Here.
And Councilmember Vinker.
Here.
For the record, all present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The next item on our agenda is special orders of the day, a proclamation recognizing National Police Week, May 14th to the 20th, 2023, and National Peace Officers Day, May 15th, 2023. Will Councilmember Burt please read the proclamation?
Gladly. Whereas the United States Congress and the President of the United States have designated May 15th, 2023 as National Peace Officers Memorial Day and the week in which it falls as Police Week. And whereas the members of the Palo Alto Police Department play an essential role in safeguarding the rights and freedoms of its citizens. And whereas it is important that all citizens know and understand the problems, duties, and responsibilities of their police department, and that members of our police department recognize their duty to serve the people by safeguarding life and property, by protecting against violence and disorder, and by protecting the innocent against deception and the weak against oppression or intimidation. And whereas the Palo Alto Police Department has grown to be a modern and progressive law enforcement agency which unceasingly provides a vital public service, and whereas the City of Palo Alto asks all citizens to join in honoring the police officers, past and present, who by their faithful and loyal devotion to their responsibilities have rendered a dedicated service to their communities, and in doing so have established for themselves an enviable and enduring reputation for preserving the rights and security of all citizens. Now, therefore, on behalf of Mayor Lydia Koo, Mayor of the City of Palo Alto, and on behalf of the entire City Council, we do hereby proclaim the week of May 14th to 20th, 2023 as Police Week, and urge all citizens of Palo Alto to observe Saturday, May 15th. Monday, May 15th, as Peace Officers Memorial Day in honor of those peace officers who, through their courageous deeds, have lost their lives or have become disabled in the line of duty.
Thank you, Councilmember Burt. And does Chief Binder, would you like to say something?
Good evening, Council. Andrew Binder, Police Chief. Thank you, Councilmember Burt, for reading the proclamation. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, good evening. I want to thank the community and those on Council and those from the Police Department and City staff who showed up today to Cogswell Plaza at 9 a.m. for our annual Memorial Grove event. It was well attended, and it was an opportunity for us to honor the service and the sacrifice of 3 Palo Alto officers who gave their lives in the line of duty: Officers Clifton, Officer Cole, and Officer Bersinga. And today was especially memorable because today is the anniversary, end of watch anniversary for Officer Ted Bersinga, who was killed in an unfortunate training accident. One of the things I shared today is there's over 900,000 law enforcement officers in the United States serving. 100,000 a little more than 100,000 of those are women. We're making great progress in the profession. Unfortunately, though, since 1971, over 20,000 names have been added to the Police Officer Memorial Wall in Washington, D.C. And it's my hope as chief and other chiefs before me that we don't add another Palo Alto name to our plaque or another name on that wall in Washington, D.C. I'll close by saying that I'm very grateful for the sacrifice of the 3 officers and also for the officers today who suit up, who do a really difficult job, and who put themselves in harm's way for the Palo Alto community. I'm grateful for their service. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Binder. Do we have any public comments for this?
Yes, Mayor, we have one request to, actually, we do not. I think they want to speak on general public comments.
Okay, thank you. Would council members like to speak on this? I would like to say that today's memorial was very moving, and I appreciate that we do this every year in order to recognize and remember the fallen officers. At the same time, with this recognition, I'd like to also say thank you to all the police officers who are always watching and keeping our safety foremost. Thank you. Okay, and would you like to come up here and take a picture with all the council? Thank you.
I've got a sergeant lined up to take a photo for us. If that's-
Absolutely. Sergeant, you don't want to come up here and take a photo too? This concludes our order of the day, special orders of the day, and we'll move to agenda changes, additions, and deletions. City manager says no changes. We'll move to public comments on items that are not on the agenda. Madam Clerk?
Our first speaker is Charlie Wyden. Oh, you're for 12, my mistake. Okay, thank you. Andres Medavilla.
Hello, okay. Hello, City Council members. My name is Andres Mediavilla. I'm here to bring to your attention a safety concern that me, my family, and neighbors are getting affected. There's a convicted felon for assault and arson living in the park adjacent to our home. This man has shown aggressive, threatening behavior. He has lit up fires. We've had many times had to close our windows because the smoke comes into the house. We don't know if he's acting alone, but there's been reports of trespassing and even break-ins in some of the houses around the park. We've been calling the police and fire departments who have been very helpful and responsive, but there's a limit of the actions they can take with this man. So I've emailed you, all of you, with the description of the issue. There's two attachments, one with the list of reports, incident report by the neighbors, and another one with the calls for service from the police department. So I'm here to ask you to either work with the Parks and Recreation Commission to find a solution within the park, either pushing the fence line or cleaning up the brush behind the park. So that will limit it will not enable these people to live back there. And I don't know if there's some sort of a legal or social amendments or ordinance that could enable the police to take action, either by removing this individual or putting him into shelter, something. But we really need your help on this. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Ronnie Fisher.
Good evening, Mayor Koo and Council. My name is Ronnie Fisher, and I am a volunteer with the Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. I'm here tonight to help you learn about local birds and tonight I'll focus on the Buick's wren. Although they are common here year-round, these wrens have practically disappeared from the eastern U.S. due to competition with the house wren. Many Buick's wrens move south to lower elevations for winter. They nest in early spring and build their nests in any available hollow, including nest boxes, abandoned cars, and even tin cans. Young males learn by listening to their neighbors' songs and build their own song by altering the songs they hear. Next slide, please. Oh, could you go back one, please? Thank you. Why do we want to talk about the Buick's wren? Despite being common here, they are endangered in the eastern U.S. They are threatened by climate change and roaming cats. The Buick's wren has disappeared in the eastern U.S. The most likely cause is the increased pronounce of house wrens, which remove eggs and take over the nest boxes from the Buick's wrens. House wrens are not drought tolerant and therefore less common in the Southwest, allowing Buick's wrens to thrive here. Next slide, please. This map from the Audubon Society shows the predicted effects of a 3 degrees Celsius rise in the temperature on the Buick wren's range, with range lost indicated in red. 30% of their range could be lost under these conditions. Adult Buick wrens often forage on the ground, making them easy targets for cats. Since Buick's wrens nest in any available cavity, their nests are often vulnerable to cats due to their low height. The growing number of free-roaming cats poses a real threat to these wrens. The combination of climate change and roaming cats could remove this species from its already diminished range. Let's do what we can to address climate change and put an end to the release of feral cats in our city. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Matt Schlegel.
Thank you. As the last speaker pointed out, climate change is going to impact all species, including humans. Palo Alto has a very admirable goal to reduce our community's carbon pollution and emissions. We call this goal our 80 by 30 goal, which is shorthand for reducing our greenhouse gas emissions to 80% below 1990 levels by 2030. It's a remarkable and enviable goal. While goals are a great first step, goals must be accompanied with action. Here too, our community has taken an admirable step and implemented a program to replace dirty fossil fuel gas burning water heaters with clean, efficient electric heat pump water heaters. These electric appliances take advantage of our electricity, which is sourced from renewable power. The program was launched in January of this year with a goal of replacing 1,000 water heaters during the year in 2023. To replace 1,000 water heaters in a year, that would require replacing approximately 20 water heaters per week. In our community, I estimate that there are around 26,000 dirty gas burning water heaters working now. Per our 80 by 30 goal, we want to replace 80% of them by 2030. So let's just use round numbers and say we want to replace 20,000 of these dirty gas water heaters by 2030, which means we need to ramp up to a weekly replacement rate of around 65 water heater replacements per week to meet that goal. As of April 27th, in the first 5 months of the heat pump water heater program, the program has installed 8 new water heaters. That's 8 of 1,000, 8 in 5 months. Knowing that we need to ramp up to replacing 20 per week for our pilot program to be successful, and then to 65 per week to meet our 80 by 30 goal, I would very much want to understand the hurdles that this program is facing that prevent the ramp up of the installation rate, and what corrective actions are being proposed to overcome these hurdles. I would also appreciate if City Council would host a status report of this program that can be accessed by the entire community. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Wathiq Labidi.
Dear council members, Mayor, I'm part of the same group as Andres and many others actually that will be speaking to the same issue today. I'm part of a large neighborhood group that has been growing very concerned with the safety situation at and around the Timothy Hopkins Park. We sent you, council members and mayor, a letter yesterday with all the information we have been collecting about the seriousness and this situation, which is sad actually as well. We believe the situation is very concerning, and we are seeking the council's support to find a sustainable solution to this lingering problem. This has been going on for almost a year, which I think is probably too long. We thank you in advance for your diligence in addressing this very serious issue. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Casey Hederly.
Hi, I believe I have a presentation to go with this as well. Awesome, thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Casey Hederly, and I'm an intern with the Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. I'm here to help you get to know our local birds. Next slide, please. Today, I'll focus on the Anna's hummingbird, a charismatic and beautiful local pollinator that many of you are likely familiar with. They're quite common around here year-round and can be distinguished by their green and magenta feathers. Anna's hummingbirds are drawn to yards and gardens by the abundance of food sources, including insects, flower nectar, and human-provided feeders. They're not migratory, though they do tend to spend summers in higher elevations and their winter nesting season closer to sea level. Anna's hummingbirds are incredibly fast. In fact, males make the fastest flight maneuver relative to body size when doing their mating displays, moving a mind-blowing 385 times their body length per second. Like other hummingbirds, Anna's hummingbirds are important pollinators for many plants, as they carry pollen from flower to flower like bees when feeding. Next slide, please. Why do we want to talk about Anna's hummingbirds? Despite being common now, they are threatened by climate change and other hazards like roaming cats. This map from the Audubon Society shows the predicted effects of an increase of 2 degrees Celsius on the range of Anna's hummingbirds, with range lost indicated in red. 35% of their range could be lost under these conditions. Since Anna's hummingbirds are drawn to suburban areas for food, they are especially likely to encounter roaming cats. Cats are one of the most common predators of hummingbirds and have been known to toy with them and carry them around in their mouths even before the birds are dead. The growing number of free-roaming cats poses a real threat to Anna's hummingbirds, and having a hummingbird feeder in a yard where cats often spend time may be doing more harm than good. As I mentioned before, Anna's hummingbirds are essential pollinators. Although they pollinate many different plants, they are especially important to our native plants. Many local native plants have developed specific flowering patterns that align with the feeding patterns of Anna's hummingbirds as they evolved alongside each other. These plants rely on Anna's hummingbirds to pollinate them so they can reproduce and would struggle to survive without them. The combined increase in global temperatures and free-roaming cats could have a devastating effect on our beloved Anna's hummingbirds. We could make a difference by taking action to address climate change and preventing more cats from being released into our city. Thank you for your time, and I hope you enjoyed learning about one of our bird residents.
Okay, thank you. And our final speaker is Ann Meyer.
Hi, My name is Ann Meyer. I live, we spoke before on parking permits. I live over on Waverly Street by the Timothy Hopkins Creek area. It's frightening. I'm just gonna be blunt about it. It's not fun when you walk your dog and there's racial slurs and slang words coming out of that area. The wooded area behind the fence on Timothy Hopkins Park on Cowper Street. Who's camping back there? And then you walk out on the sidewalk, you could still hear very clearly what this person is cursing. And now recently I'm hearing that houses are being broken into or buildings are. It's frightening. It's not very comfortable to live, have grandchildren in a community like this if this is going on. And again, in the past, we have had an experience with an unstable person cursing in front of our sidewalk area and walking back and forth over a whole afternoon and evening. And again, we were told, unless he's hurting us or hurting himself, we can't do anything. But I can say I'm frightened to have someone like this around the corner in my neighborhood. And perhaps someone can work with the park division to eradicate that area for camping and put the fence back near the creek side so no one can camp back there. Thank you.
And that's the last speaker, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. City Manager Ciccardo, regarding this incident, could you look into it and then perhaps give the council a full report?
Certainly, Mayor. I know that staff received the email, as did the council, so I've asked staff to look into what we can do about the situation.
Thank you. Now we move on to council member questions, comments, and announcements. Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just two updates from the weekend. On Saturday afternoon, I attended the Turkish Heirloom Textile Arts and Craft exhibit at the Palo Alto Art Center, and there were several personal artifacts and clothing and artwork that was brought there that were centuries old, and great food and music and dancing, and a really great celebration. I think they do it every year, so I would encourage council members in the community to check it out next year when it returns. And then on Sunday, and thanks to Ms. Con Gaines and the clerk's office and the mayor as well for getting the proclamation ready in time, I attended the Palestinian Culture Day at the county building, another wonderful event, and presented the proclamation on behalf of the city of Palo Alto there.
Councilmember Lowing.
Yes, I'm sure the city manager will comment on this, but I attended the affordable housing workshop on the plaza out here on Saturday afternoon in 90-degree heat, and it was packed. It was wonderful to see that many people taking advantage of it. So it kind of moved my heart that we're taking action. The organizations there are taking action, and there were a lot of people. Ms. Chantel Gaines said that they were lined up early. So it was kind of like a rock concert that we really wanted to get there. It was really a lot of people. It was just wonderful.
Thank you, Councilmember Lowing. Councilmember Vinker.
I want to associate myself with the comments of Councilmember Lowing. I was actually going to observe the same thing when I stopped by. People are already out of literature. I want to thank the staff. We saw Minka there and others. It was an extraordinary turnout, which evidences extraordinary need. So thank you to staff for making that affordable housing fair happen.
On Saturday, I attended a emergency exercise, which involves Palo Alto Airport. So the CalDART, California Disaster Airlift Response Team, had their first California-wide disaster airlift training exercise. CalDART is a not-for-profit corporation, and it's a group of volunteer pilots based all over California, and they provide volunteer air transportation services in California disasters. It was very interesting to join them, and I also want to thank them for inviting me. But I encourage council members to get familiar with that and also get in contact with them, or perhaps even next year to join their exercise. Thank you. And with that, we will move to our study session, item number 2, to discuss next steps following receiving a letter on March 13, 2023 from the Palo Alto Unified School District that's titled Invitation for Cubberley Development Proposals.
Thank you, Mayor. As Director O'Kane gets situated here, just wanted to note, council is well aware of this, but perhaps just worth recapping that this is our first opportunity to have a public discussion of the invitation from the Palo Alto Unified School District to receive a proposal from the city of Palo Alto regarding the Cubberley property. So given that, we really just wanted to provide some groundwork for that discussion, also recognizing that we have new council members since the last time the city council discussed in detail the Cubberley property and associated issues. As of developing a proposal and engaging with PAUSD, that any feedback, even very preliminary feedback that we can receive from the city council this evening on the primary interests, really the core interests that the city has, will be very valuable to us as we put together a plan to proceed with the discussions. May go without saying, but the more issues we put on the table, perhaps the more, well, certainly the more complexity will be involved, but also potentially the more time and difficulty in reaching both a proposal that meets those interests, as well as then engaging successfully with PAUSD on a path forward with this property. So with that, let me turn it over to our Community Services Director, Kristen O'Kane.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Next slide, please, Clerk. So as we move forward with the conversations, it's important to understand the history of Cubberley, how it became what it is today, and its current operational structure. So I'll start by giving a brief history and overview of Cubberley, and then suggest some key discussion topics to focus your study session this evening. Next slide, please. So this is a condensed version of the history of Cubberley. Its history is a bit complicated, and there is a detailed timeline included in the staff report. Cubberley High School opened in 1956 as part of the Palo Alto Unified School District. The 35-acre site operated as a high school until 1979, when it closed due to declining enrollment and financial constraints brought on by the passing of Prop 13. Cubberley wasn't the only school that closed during this time frame. There were several schools, including Ellen Fletcher Middle School, which was formerly Terman Middle School, and Ventura Elementary School, both which closed in the late 70s, early 80s. In many cases, the city of Palo Alto leased, or in the case of Ventura, purchased the closed school sites. The Terman School site, consisting of Fletcher Middle School and Terman Park, was leased by the city with an option to purchase, and it became Terman Community Center. In the early 90s, the city began leasing the entire 35-acre Cubberley site and operated it as a community center. Included in the lease agreement was the covenant not to develop, which I'm sure you've heard about before, which was an annual payment from the city to the school district to not sell or develop closed school sites. Then later in the early 2000s, the school district had a need to reopen a third middle school, and as a result, Fletcher, which was then Terman, was given back to the school district in exchange for 8 acres at Cubberley. And that's how the city came to own an 8-acre portion of Cubberley Community Center. The city kept the park portion of the Terman site, which is now dedicated parkland and operated by the city. So as a result of this land transaction, the city, like I said, owned 8 acres, and then the city continued to lease the 27 acres and operated the entire site as a community center for several years. In 2015, the covenant was replaced with the Cubberley Infrastructure Fund for continued investment in city facilities. And this was the status quo for several years until the pandemic. Driven by budget constraints, the city negotiated a new lease with the school district, which reduced the amount of space that was leased as well as the lease amount, so the cost of the lease. Then brings us to why we're here today. In March of this year, the school district invited the city to submit one or more land proposals to acquire additional land at Cubberley. Important to note, there were at least 3 master planning efforts done in the last few decades. I've heard there were 4. I have not been able to find the 4th one, but the most recent being the 2019 Cubberley Concept Plan that was completed with input from hundreds of community members. Next slide, please. So here is an image of the Cubberley site today. As if you were standing on Middlefield and sort of looking down, you would see on the right the city of Palo Alto's 8 acres, which extends past the tennis courts and includes several wings and of classroom buildings. And then the 27 acres owned by PAUSD includes both of the fields, the theater, the pavilion, both gyms, and several other classroom wings. Next slide, please. And then this breaks it down to a space by space level, including different usages. So the colors are can be a little bit overwhelming to see, but to summarize, the orange is what the school district occupies, either themselves or through leases with other organizations. So they did continue to lease to some organizations that were previously leasing from the city. And so the orange might represent that as well. The yellow are spaces where the city has long-term leases with different organizations. And the blue spaces are ones that the city rents out to different organizations, meaning they don't have exclusive use. They might just have it for half a day or a day. The spaces that we lease, or that the city leases from PAUSD, include the fields, the gyms, which we know are closed right now, the pavilion, theater, and then some smaller spaces throughout the Cubberley site. Next slide, please. So just wanted to do some snapshots of the current conditions. I know you've all been there and know what Cubberley is like. It has not really been improved much since it was built in 1956 and really is in need of really daily maintenance at this point to keep it functional and up and running. Next slide, please. So I wanted to briefly just show you, despite the condition at Cubberley, it serves a significant amount of organizations and individuals. So the colors really don't mean anything here other than to make it easier to see. But most of these organizations are either at Cubberley through long-term leases, which they may have had for several decades actually, and some are much newer. There's rentable rooms, there's the artist studios, and then there's other services such as the Palo Alto Humane Society and some city spaces at Cubberley. Next slide, please. So, and then very briefly, just to round out the background of Cubberley is the Cubberley finances. This is very high level. It's not intended to necessarily be a discussion point, but mostly, like I said, just to provide the full background and overview. So our current lease with the school district is $2.5 million per year. That expires the end of December 2024. Prior to this, in 2019, it was $5.1 million. Plus, there was a $700,000 portion of the lease was dedicated for childcare sites at the school district. That has been completely separated out of the lease and is not really relevant to this conversation, but I just wanted to point out that that was there. The Cubberley Infrastructure Fund, like I mentioned, that used to be the covenant not to develop, has been $1.8 million since 2015, and that currently goes into an account for investment in Cubberley facilities for ongoing maintenance. And our operating expenses are $2.45 million and revenue is $1.86 million. It is purely a coincidence that 1.86 million in revenue is the same as the Cubberley Infrastructure Fund. That's not related at all. It's just a coincidence. And these operating numbers, I'll be honest, are really hard to pull out of our budget because it crosses so many different departments, from real estate, public works, community services. We're still working on refining this number, but we think we're getting pretty close. Next slide, please. So that brings us back to the purpose of our study session here today, which is to discuss next steps following the letter received from the school district inviting the city to submit Cubberley development proposals. Some key components of that letter include the school district has a need to retain 20 acres for future school use. That total acreage is negotiable according to the letter, but that was their sort of high-level desire, is to keep 20 acres for future school. The school district is open to transferring at least 7 acres to the city, flexible on the location of those 7 or more acres, and also flexible on the form of the deal, which could be a ground lease, a land swap, or purchase to acquire the property. Next slide, please. And then here's some just areas that staff is suggesting that the council focus on in your discussions tonight. The first would be, it would be helpful to know the process the city council would like to use for discussions and communications with the school district. We understand this is a study session and no action is happening tonight, but we do recommend that it be a sort of staff to staff level to begin with, using the city school liaison committee as a way to report back to both governing bodies as well as the public, but of course open to council consideration. The next would be, what would the city council like to include in the proposal? As Ed mentioned, or City Manager Shikata mentioned in his introduction, sort of focusing on what are those primary interests, not necessarily diving deep into minor details, but thinking about what those primary interests are and financial considerations. The financial considerations piece would likely be discussed more deeply in a closed session where the things like cost and terms of payment can be discussed. And then the third would be, who would the city council like to designate to work with staff? Would this be the Cubberley Ad Hoc Committee that currently exists, or some other composition of council members or other perhaps commission members? Next slide, please. And then finally, next steps suggested by staff, like I said, a closed session to discuss the price in terms of payment options, finalize a proposal to present to the school district, and then have the city and the school district engage in those negotiations, reporting back publicly at the appropriate times. So that concludes my presentation for tonight. Here to answer any questions and look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to council for questions and comments, and then we'll go to public comments and come back again to council. So if there's anybody who'd like to get started. I guess everybody is shy. Councilmember Lally.
No, you got that wrong. I'm not shy.
Okay, thank you.
I just have one simple question at this point, which is, is there a specific proposal of who on staff would be the representatives and some guess at their reciprocal staff that you'd be discussing it with?
We do not have anyone specifically assigned, as would be typical with any real estate negotiation. I would be the primary negotiator, and in all likelihood with Director O'Kane and our real estate staff providing support. And
Okay.
I'm sorry, to your point on the school district side, again, I would presume it would be the superintendent. And at the same time, we don't know that for certain.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Director O'Kane. I just have a technical, it reported that our operating expenses are about 2.45 million annually, and the current revenue is about 1.86 million. So we're operating at a loss of about 600,000. And I'm wondering how those monies are, where are those monies coming from? They're not part of the 1.8 million invested for ongoing maintenance, right? So we've got that plus this loss, is that right?
So thank you for that question, council member. So the expenses are related to salaries, custodial staff, real estate staff, community services staff to manage the facility. It also includes utilities, which is approximately $600,000 a year for utilities, landscaping, really anything that keeps the Cubberley up and running. As far as revenues, that includes the long-term leases, which is about 1.2 million, and then the balance is from the rental rooms. Did that answer your question?
Not quite.
No.
So I'm appreciating that we have the Cubberley Investment Infrastructure Fund, $1.8 million a year that is meant to go toward more of an ongoing maintenance of the facility, as I understand it. And then we seem to be operating at an operations level at a loss annually. So I'm wondering how those monies are covered.
I believe the answer is general fund. The general fund picks up the gap.
Okay, so we've got 1.8 million invested for ongoing maintenance, and then we have a debt annually of about 600,000 that's coming over from the general fund as needed.
Maybe worth noting that unlike, let's say, the airport or utility, Cubberley has never really been looked at as an enterprise in and of itself. So quite frankly, like most of our programs, it operates at a loss. And so well, I suppose it depends on how you define profit and loss. There is services provided through the community center, but that from a financial perspective, the city provides ongoing operational support.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Do we have an idea of what the minimum acreage we would need to be able to do a community center?
I think it would depend on what we wanted in that community center. So if we wanted to move things like fields and a theater and gyms to space that's just owned by the city, it would obviously need to be a much larger space. You could have a community center on 8 acres, frankly. There's an example in Emeryville of a community center and school that share space, and I think it's 7 acres. So it's completely dependent on what sort of facilities and amenities we would want in the community center.
Okay, but yeah, I appreciate it. I wanted to kind of get a sense of what would be that minimum space. So interesting, the 7 acres you shared. And we previously had a covenant not to develop that expired in 2014. So is there anything preventing us from doing this? And not suggesting we want to, but preventing us from doing it unilaterally now?
I'm not
moving forward with a community center unilaterally on the 8 acres that we currently own.
Why don't I go ahead? I believe it's really the interrelationship between the uses on both parcels. If you think about it as a city parcel and PAUSD parcel, everything from access to the site to parking to utilities such as the electrical service, the water services, the storm drain, the sewer services, they're all effectively one property, such that to proceed with developing on the city's parcel would require building or depending on the infrastructure that exists on PAUSD's property. So it's really largely, well, very difficult, if not impossible, to develop it without having some effect on PAUSD's parcel.
Yeah, and that was going to be my next line of questions, because I understand that and appreciate that relationship, and trying to, it seems that that conversation is now being open. So just trying to understand, we get through this process. I guess my point is, what we've had 3 master plans, possibly 4, developed since 1991. I want to make sure that we are learning from past mistakes and not repeating what happened then. And I think it'd be helpful to be able to have more information about why those previous negotiations or conversations or master plans just didn't go anywhere. Because I'm interested in pursuing this process, but I just don't want to have the end result be the same as those past failures. And it just keeps reminding me of of the Peanuts cartoon and Charlie Brown trying to kick the football, and every time he runs up to the football, Lucy pulls it back. So I think whatever we end up doing in this process, I do think there needs to be several check-ins with the school district and making sure that we are on that proper path. I think what staff has laid out for tonight is reasonable, but I want to better understand what can we do in various scenarios. I mean, if we can get an agreement that we're able to move ahead with redevelopment, even if we can't move past our 8 acres, what does that look like? What does it look like if we get the full 7 acres? I'd like to see us already, again, kind of from the beginning, starting some of those contingencies, just because I myself, who hasn't even been involved in any of those past plans, and I'm sure the community as well has experienced this and might be a little weary of that. So do we have a better understanding? I mean, the staff report went into a little bit why the 2019 master plan didn't go anywhere. And of course, the pandemic played a big role in that. But do we have more information on that as well as previous plans?
Sure, I have some information. So my understanding from the 1991 master plan, which I have several hard copies in my office for some reason, is looking at that some of those things in the master plan were actually completed. They were minor, and then some other things like removing the overhangs from the corridors wasn't done due to budget constraints at the time. The Cubberley Community Advisory Committee that produced the multi-volume report. My recollection, and I'm happy for someone to correct me, is that it didn't necessarily provide a plan. It provided recommendations on where to go next. And then the 2019 Cubberley Concept Plan, again, that was the big vision of having, a school on the school district side, a community center on the city side, and having these shared use spaces in the middle. I think it was a big vision that probably was too big, honestly, and just not a full one understanding of the school district's limitations on financing things that wouldn't be solely for education purposes. So those shared spaces that would also be for the community. And I think some discomfort in having spaces that would be shared with community members and the school. So, and of course, the pandemic and the funding. But I will say, I think the Cubberley Concept Plan, the 2019 version that we did, provides a really great baseline of information, a lot of community feedback, a lot of data to inform the next process on what could fit there, what phase construction of a future development site, so to displace as few organizations as possible. So it's still a relevant and really good document. I think we can really use it as we move forward and build upon it.
Good, thanks. I appreciate that. And yeah, I know we don't want to get bogged down in the details of that tonight. We're really focused on process. But so generally, since I'm out of time, I agree with the next steps that staff laid out. I'm appreciative of the school district opening the door to these conversations. Don't know how optimistic I am as the end result, but glad we can have the conversations again. I think it's critical that we get something done at Cubberley, and looking forward to some conversation to see if we can get there. So thank you.
Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Koo. Much of my financial questions were asked and answered by Councilmember Lithcott-Hames, so thank you. But I want to go back there just for a moment to slide 8 to make sure I'm grasping it. My colleague was focusing a bit on operating at a loss or not, and what that is. But what I'd like to understand is I think that, and I understand it's hard to segregate it with the budget across different sectors and things, but just looking at this slide, if we add in the lease amount and the infrastructure fund and the operating expenses, we get to like 6.8 million. And if we look at our revenue of 1.86, I think that leaves us with whatever we call it, wherever we put it, it costs us about $5 million a year to run Cubberley in its current state, which is not a fabulous state. So I think when we're comparing options going forward, when we get more into possible closed sessions and things, is it right that we can think of it as that's what it's costing us right now?
Yes, that would be a good starting point, a good estimate.
Okay, so just as a point of comparison. And I'm intrigued by my colleague, the Vice Mayor's comments about Lucy and Charlie Brown and the football. And the only problem is the stadium in which they're playing is crumbling around their ears. And so I appreciate staff bringing this forward. And I do think that one thing that 30 years worth of plans, whether there's 3 or 4 or however many, agree upon is that the community is interested in some kind of community center there that's operable, functional, that we can be proud of. And I think it is important, as it was mentioned in the staff report, that there's some kind of, that we try to do something well, which streamline so that we can make a decision, so that we're not in this constant Charlie Brown cycle. And cementing early on how much land we have and whether we have to deal with this shared infrastructure or to what degree, and all of that seems like something that is wise, and I would generally be in support of. Thank you.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So first, just to revisit the 2019 master plan, it was a well-designed plan, but really the primary problems were a couple fold. It was dependent on, as Director O'Kane said, a shared use of certain of the new facilities, and that the PAUSD would be building a new school there. And PAUSD didn't know and doesn't know today what their future needs will be. And the city and the community wanted PAUSD to be a partner in something that they just could not determine at this point in time what they were going to need. Second, it was dependent on them sharing in funds for the capital project, and they've determined that their bond funds can't be used for purposes other than school purposes. And so those are the 2 big bottlenecks. And then I wanted to go back to what I think is, we're still not quite clear on the finances. So we have a difference in revenue and operating expenses of around $600,000. In the Finance Committee meetings of a week ago, it became clear that in fiscal year 2019, the 1.8 million in what were supposed to be capital funds, half of those were changed in 2019 and used for basically custodial and other just operating services. What I want to get clarity on is that difference between the operating expenses and the revenue being made up through that Coverly Capital infrastructure fund or not?
No. So the total expense to the city,
There's 900,000
Yeah, no, I
that
have
was
to
explained to us at the Finance Committee meeting that is being used to cover Coverly expenses from the infrastructure fund.
I will have to get back to you on that. So I have a spreadsheet in front of me that I'm now confused by, to be honest with you.
It
So
does make
I will
sense
have
that
to
if,
look at
as it
that.
was explained to us in the Finance Committee, if 900,000 was coming out of the Coverly Infrastructure Fund for these other purposes, why they wouldn't be part of that shortfall between expenses and revenue. I don't get it. Okay, so let's set that aside for the moment. Now, lastly, I'll say that the need for the city to be able to control and own more than the 8 acres has been the linchpin to being able to move forward on Coverly. I'm really excited about the letter that we received from the district about their openness to a land swap. The one that a year ago, we had a number of alternatives that were explained to us, have been looked at, and the one that leapt off the page to me was the what's called Terman Park. They are the Fletcher Middle School athletic fields, and when what was then Terman Middle School, now Fletcher, became active again, the swap that occurred was only for the 8 acres that the buildings lie on at Fletcher Middle School. And we never did the balance of this swap. And it's a great opportunity. We want to make sure that we have neighbors who have access to those fields like other school athletic fields. And we want to make sure that that's continued. But I think that's really the great opportunity and exciting opportunity for us to go forward with that particular swap, acre for acre, and it then enables us to go forward with a real Coverly plan that the community's been waiting on for a long while. Thanks.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thanks for the presentation. I think what we should do on this is, and I know staff's ideas behind this, but I think we should have a joint meeting with the school board. I know there's a idea of perhaps doing a separate, school liaison committee, but this is a pretty big issue. It's been around a long time. With this indirection, I think this is going to take longer to resolve this. And rather than sending letters back and forth, I think we should have a joint session with them to try to hash out as much of the issues as possible. Because I think the issue is that this has been a underutilized asset for decades, and decades too long. So I think that's the thing we should do to move faster on this. Thanks.
I see no more lights. Let's go to well, actually, I do have a question. How did the covenant not to develop come around?
Well, from my research, I don't have specific details. I don't know if someone else knows more than I do on this topic, but I believe there were several schools that were closed from the school district. And there was also financial constraints due to Prop 13 passing as well as low enrollment. There was an agreement between the city and the school district. I don't necessarily know what prompted it, but it was so that the school district would not develop or sell those school sites. I don't have knowledge of those conversations. I just have the background as I have found in past documents.
Thank you. So essentially, the city stepped in to help the school district and also paid money in order for them not to sell their school sites as well as not to develop those school sites. It's pretty interesting. And so with that, how much is in the Kabbali Infrastructure Fund now?
The current balance, I will have to get that information
Thank you.
for you.
But the city has still been continuing to repair some of the items that is on the parcel that belongs to the city.
On the parcel that belongs to the city?
That
Did you say?
city.
Yes.
And
right, and both actually.
Both.
Mhm.
But because we're leasing their units,
So prior to 2020, when we renegotiated the lease, the city was responsible for all of it because we had control over the whole 35 acres. As the lease was reduced, we now have an agreement where the costs of maintenance on PAUSD's side is through a cost share with the school district, and that's identified in the lease on how that cost share is calculated.
Thank you. Councilmember Lifkart-Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just another question, really by way of background for some of us who are newer to the conversation. I want to articulate, I'm quite enthusiastic as well about where we are, where we seem to be, excited about conversations and ultimately the potential to build something for our community. When the Vice Mayor asked about the feasibility of developing a community center solely on the 8 acres we currently own, I believe you responded that it was possible to do something on a parcel that small. You cited another city that has a small community center. But I'm curious, when we look back at 1991 or 2013 or 2019, what was the ballpark set of acreage that was being contemplated? I ask this because I think it's important, if we really are to take this up and proceed, I don't think we want to do what we can with as little as possible. I think we want to try to be visionary and smart. And so when we think about what residents have said they want in a location in this particular part of the city and so on, approximately how many acres were we thinking we might need? And does the district's offer that we might have access to another 7 come close to meeting what those visions seem to be contemplating?
Sure. So that's a great question. I will use the example of the Cubberley Concept Plan, which really dedicated almost the entire site, the 35 acres, to community use minus the piece for the school. And I don't know the exact acreage of that was, but I would say almost the entire site was for community use, keeping in mind that the fields alone are somewhere around, I think, 14, 15 acres. So there's different ways one could go about a community center. You could build something and then continue to lease space like the fields from the school district. There's, I think in all of these master plans, the full site was considered or contemplated, not only just as a community space, but how a school and a community space would fit together and sort of work together in that entire neighborhood. So I think, 8 acres, yes, you could do a community center there. You likely wouldn't have a pool. You wouldn't have a lot of the amenities that have been identified by the community as needs for that part of Palo Alto and for the community as a whole. Happy to share other opinions just based on, my just interactions with community members over the years, but does that answer your question, Councilmember?
I think I'm looking for a little bit more of a ballpark. I understand, it sounds like, given what you just said, prior plans contemplated the entirety. So we have a lot of work gone into hoping we would get the entirety. We have 8 acres now ourselves and are being offered the chance to put together a proposal to ask for another 7, which doesn't even get us halfway. So I'm curious as to whether we have, a sense of whether this 7-acre possibility is really remotely enough, and whether we need to be going into this set of conversations prepared to make the case for potentially a lot more.
It's a tough question to answer, and I don't know, City Manager Shikata, if you'd like to weigh in, but again, it's what do we want to put in a community center? And do we want to continue leasing space from the school district? For example, like I said, the Fields, which is about 15 acres. So I don't know if you want to add
Sure, and
anything.
I would just add a reference to what was indicated by the letter from PAUSD and their interest in retaining roughly 20 acres for the potential for a future school. So our planning would presumably need to take that into account in both terms of the land area we're interested in, as well as the sequence perhaps of involving different parts of the parcel.
Okay, we did our first round, so Madam Clerk, will you let me know, please, how many speakers we have or public commenters?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have 1 public comment
One.
request.
Okay, and so we'll stop taking comment cards after this speaker speaks. Thank you.
All right, our first and only current speaker is Mr. Ken Horowitz.
Thank you. Could the clerk put up? First of all, I'm very disappointed. I'm sorry. Disappointed in the staff's report for this study session. I was really looking forward to something substantial, but all they're coming back with is this is about additional 7 acres. There's no game plan. No game plan. So you get another 7 acres. Now you have 15 or whatever number. So now you're going to still have the same issues that you have with 8 acres. So I wanted the clerk to put up the 2013 report. There are recommendations there on page 20. Sign the lease so that we continue to rent the facility, but we do something with, so there's a, I'm sorry, I don't have it pulled up, but there's a short term, intermediate term, and a long-term plan. And it's right there on page 20. And we've had 6 elections since then for the council. And every election, Cubberley comes up, and this is just an example of kicking the can down the street. I don't know what you're going to do in the future, but I do think you have an immediate problem of a facility that's falling apart. There are a lot of kids in that facilities that are using our site. It's risky. We don't know about earthquakes. We don't know about fire danger. We don't know about roofs collapsing on them. And we don't have a plan for that. And then what is the long-term plan? And it might take 5 years to get to where you want to go right now in trying to negotiate the 7 acres. So I'll conclude with a famous quote from famous baseball player and Yogi Berra. You come to a fork in the road, take it. Thank you.
And our next speaker is Penny Elson.
Hello, can you hear me? Great, thank you. I served on both of the Cubberley committees that you're all talking about, and it's going to be hard for me to speak tonight without expressing some frustration and some anger. Because I feel like in both of those processes, we were lacking really good guidance from staff. And in the most recent project, in the 11th hour, you know, I think we kind of reached a place where there was some agreement, but in the 11th hour, housing was added. That made a lot of people very angry. And on top of that, you know, we had the problems that were described earlier with Palo Alto Unified School District. And it's a little surprising to me that things like, you know, financial concerns that and discomfort about sharing space was not just, I mean, it must have been expressed to city staff. It's a little surprising to me that the public who went into those meetings really didn't understand that and didn't understand what a potential barrier it seems to have become. Perhaps staff didn't know. In any case, I agree with the previous speaker. What I don't see here is a plan. We're talking about purchasing a lot of land, and what I don't know is what the city's intent is to do with it. I mean, it sounds like you want a community center, but I don't see a strong recommendation on the table about use. And we've certainly had plenty of process on this with the public. So I think we know what the public wants pretty well. Sorry to sound so frustrated, but this is just years of work now. And as you know, the lion's share of the new housing is going to land in South Palo Alto, and a lot of it in close proximity to this particular community center. It's critically important that we start making progress toward creating a place where people who are going to be living in much smaller units, housing units, who will need a place to recreate, they will need a place to do art and practice music without disturbing their neighbors in an apartment building or a condo unit. We are going to need this space, and it's going to need to be walkable and bikeable for the people who live on the south side of San Antonio Road. So I really hope that we will do a great job on this planning process to support the new housing that's coming. Thanks.
Okay, I see Madam Clerk has said this concludes public comments for this item. We'll bring it back to council if there's any questions or comments or directions. We can take it now. I have a question. Do you happen to know how large is the parcel for the JCC Community Center, Jewish Community Center?
I do not.
Can we find out for a closed session?
Sure.
And then the school, the fields, the playing fields out there, are they accommodating after-school sports? And that's why we're leasing them.
Yes, so the athletic fields are, the city leases those out or rents them out really mostly to Palo Alto-based youth groups, athletic groups like soccer, softball, and sports like that.
But it's not the city-led after-school sports program.
No,
No.
it's soccer leagues primarily.
So potentially those soccer leagues could also lease directly from the school district.
They could, if the school district was willing to do that.
I guess I'm kind of like thinking that at the end of the day, the city is more willing or taking on the responsibility to ensure that these fields are rented out to the needs in this community. That was a comment. Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Lowing.
Thank you, Mayor. We have to think about this in sections. First, I just want to reiterate what Councilmember Burt has recapped. The whole world has changed now from the last time we dealt with this, because the school board is in an entirely different place, and they've opened the door wide for discussions on getting more land. That's revolutionary compared to where we've ever been on Coverly. So it's a whole new opportunity that we can sit down and talk about, which is what is the agenda item tonight. That's what's being asked for, is what's the process for doing that? Secondly, I want to get on the table that this is a community center. It's not anything else in terms of emphasis. If anything comes in later, a bit of frosting, then we can do that. But we have to emphasize the community center benefits that are already there. So I don't think there's any misunderstanding about that. I think the negotiations go in and focus on how much land is it practical for us to acquire. And we should go in with numerous points of, yes, we're interested in the 7 acres. And then we could pick 2 other data points and say, we'd also like to talk about 10. We'd also like to talk about 15, reserving the amount that they need. So we have 3 options that we can negotiate in the context of land swaps, money, or whatever, for the negotiating team to come back with. That's the point at which we can start on a plan. So I think it's confusing to say that we're not having a plan right now. Of course, we don't have a plan because we don't know if we're building for 7 acres or 35 acres. And so it would be a waste of time and delay it even more. So we have to find out what the options are. And then on our side, the entire council gets all the input and gets to decide on that relative to the pricing. We have to do this plan. The negotiators don't do this plan. On the other hand, if the negotiation team is 7 council members and 5 school board members and 5 staff members from each side, then we have 30 people trying to negotiate this, which makes absolutely no sense. So we have to get this down to a very small level to get going. This can evolve over time as well. But I'm perfectly happy having a couple staff members from either side, or 3 if it has to be that. I would be interested in at least having a council member participate in that, so that there's, some dialogue privately back and forth between, say, the city manager and a council member. And the whole objective here is to negotiate how much land there is so that we can continue the process with real dispatch. This is a crying need. Everybody knows that. That's not gone away. Nobody's going to turn their backs on that issue. But we have to figure out how much land we really have to build on, and then we can go forward with the plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lowing. I don't see any more light. Oh, Councilmember Vinker.
Yeah, again, I'll associate myself with Councilmember Lowing's comments. I think, we're hearing a theme of concern over putting the cart before the horse, but some think that are concerned that we don't have a plan before buying the land. Some are concerned that we can't make a plan until we buy the land. I generally end up where my colleague ended up, to say, let's see what we can do. Let's move with alacrity. We're at that fork. Let's make a decision, because I do think there is agreement around the frustration with the failure to move forward and maintain what could be a spectacular community center. And even if we start with 15 acres or some more, if we can negotiate it, we can build upon that later. Ideally, would we have a much larger parcel to do all at once? Yes, but this may not be ideal, but better than what we have now would be moving forward. So I would associate myself with those comments.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I'll be quick. Like I said earlier, I think we should meet with the school board versus having this arm's length discussion. I don't think we should purchase right now until we figure out what we're going to do with it. I do think we need to act faster because it's been too long.
Councilmember Lifcotte-Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To one of the public commenters' comments about housing being put in at the last minute. I'm curious, I know that housing was on the table when the 2019 report was developed. Can you give us a ballpark sense of the number of housing units that were proposed, and I don't believe they were reflected in the housing element that we're working on getting approved by the state. Is that correct?
So the 2019 plan had several different scenarios for housing. I haven't looked at it in a while. I would say it varied from maybe a dozen to 50. Honestly, I'd have to go back and look. And there were different alternatives at the time that were looked at. One was as part of on the community center site. And then there was also housing that was contemplated at 525 San Antonio, which is owned by the school district, but that my understanding is, off the table and not part of this conversation anymore. And then as far as the housing element, I'm assuming no, but yes, so it's not included in the housing element.
Councilmember Burt?
So first, I agree with my colleagues that who have stated that, and members of the public, that we really need this land for a community center. We're going to have massive amounts of housing, and much of it in South Palo Alto that would need to be served by this community center. And that housing would be on private land, and I think that's as it should be. And then we do have then the question of the process going forward. First, I really, if the district was open to more than 7 acres, by all means, I think we should consider that. But when I've read their letter and they made the presentation at the city school liaison committee, I didn't get any intimation that they were talking about more than that. And I think that if we got 15 acres, we've got enough to then move forward with the plan. And that's what I'm enthused about. Then finally, on the process, staff laid out several different scenarios, purely staff led negotiation, or one that staff and the Coverly ad hoc committee, or staff reporting out to the city school liaison committee. The city school committee is a standing committee and is a Brown Act committee, and not really one that lends itself to negotiation. But I do think that having a council policy presence and a school board presence in the negotiation is valuable. So I think that the Coverly ad hoc would be the right way. Out of those two committees, I'm on the city school, but not on the ad hoc. If there was receptivity, I'd be interested in participating in the being added to the Coverly ad hoc for that purpose. But that's up to my colleagues and the mayor. But I think that would be the best process going forward, where Coverly ad hoc and the staff meet with school administration and board members and work out the details.
Thank you. I think that when we go into closed session, there's the discussion of price and terms, payment options, but then also if there's a discussion about long-term lease of that land. I think also the general public has really worked in good faith on this community center. And at the time, it was community center. There was no talk about housing except at one discussion table. And that came up later towards the end at the last meeting. I was there observing. But also, I think that we want to be pretty clear when we meet again, how the school district feels about when we're having to rebuild the utilities and that sort of infrastructure. What are they going to do? Because obviously they're on one system, and part of their facilities is on this as well, on this system. So, and then also the discussion about costs. And I'm not quite sure, is that going to be discussed at the closed session, or is that going to be a separate discussion? On what Councilmember Burt said about Terman Park, again, this is a neighborhood dedicated park, and I would like to know what the residents are going to think about it. In the staff report, it states that the school uses it most of the time. Fletcher uses that park for their school activities and sports, etc. And it indicates that the residents use the walking path. So I think that they appreciate the park as well, but I definitely think that they need to be included in the discussion. And perhaps also we should be exploring a covenant not to develop for this park so that the residents still have their park on that side of Verostadero. But again, I think that these are things that we should talk about. And with regard to who is going to participate, which group, Councilmember Burt and Lowing and Vinker, their suggestions are all okay. I would suggest the ad hoc committee and adding Councilmember Burt to it. So it's a study session. I guess I put that out to all of you, but that's where I'm coming from. I think that's it for now. Yeah, thank you. Councilmember Lithcott-Hain.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to that point of process, and to reiterate to the public that we are right now sorting out in public our process for moving forward, and it may feel frustrating, particularly for those who've been working on this for years. But that is literally where we are, trying to figure out the process, and then I think we're all pretty committed to trying to get something done. As it happens, I'm a member of both the ad hoc and of the City Schools Liaison Committee. And from that vantage point, it is my perspective also that it should be the ad hoc that takes this up. And I would be excited about Councilmember Burt being a part of that. And really feels like the right way to go for me. Thank you.
I do have one more thing to say. I want to make sure, because the public is so involved in all of this and have worked in good faith, I would like to see that this is a extremely and very transparent process, which includes the public in the, besides this negotiations, but on other parts of it, that they are included in development of the plan and moving forward. And with that, it concludes my comments, and I don't see any more lights.
Mayor Koo, I have a couple follow-up answers and a correction. So the question from Councilmember Lithcott-Hain about housing, I was a bit off. The options on the Cubberley site, there were 3 options with 64, 112, and 164 units. The 32 units was on the 525 San Antonio site, as I mentioned.
And one other follow-up on the current balance of the Cubberley Property Infrastructure Fund. It is about $4 million.
4 million. Thank
Yes.
you. All right. Do we give you what you need?
Sure. We will go back and
I think it's
to
fair to say
contemplate
we're not
yours,
sure what we need, but this has been helpful. Appreciate
It's been
the
helpful.
feedback.
Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you for all your work on this. All right, moving to the next item. It's consent calendar items. So let's go to the members of the public.
It does not appear we have any requests to speak, Madam Mayor.
Very good. So it will return to council. Is there any, I don't see any lights. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I want to, I don't know if I have support for it, but I'd like to pull number 8. And if not, I'll vote no on that, on 8, 6, 10, and 11.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hain.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would also support pulling 8.
Very good. Now we'll return to council. For a vote, please.
And can I ask for just a point of clarification? Councilmember Lithcott-Hames, you requested to pull item 8, but if it's not pulled, would you like to vote no on it?
I will vote no on it. Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much.
I will move the consent calendar.
I'll second.
Okay, so roll call vote. Councilmember Pinker?
Yes.
Councilmember Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing?
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Yes.
Councilmember Burt?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone? Oh, sorry. And Mayor Coop?
Yes.
And Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
Yes.
Okay, motion carries unanimously for items 5, 3, 5, 7, and 9. 6-1 on 6, 10, and 11, and 5-2 on item 8. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka, would you like to speak to your no votes on 6, 8, 10, and 11?
Sure. Thank you. So, I think there's generally a problem. So tonight, on at least 3 items, perhaps more, we had a single bid, no other bids. And if it's just one, you think, okay, maybe just that item. But I think there's a systemic problem with our procurement process, given that we didn't get any other bids. So on 6, this is parking guidance. There's actually a lot of companies in this area. I did some research on this a few years back. And so the lack of competition for the single bid implies that the city didn't receive a competitive price for the contract. It also maybe that the RFP didn't get properly publicized, or the specifications are so narrow that only one company could meet them. Also, it was 27% more than the prior contract, which was about a year or so ago. And then on 8, this is for the public safety building. So the general contractor made a few mistakes, and while they're paying for their own mistakes, they're not paying for the additional architectural cost. And so this takes the cost from being about $6-something million to about $9 million. And so for me, it just seems that this additional expense should have been covered by the general contractor versus the city for this cost overrun. Now, not all that increase was because of just this one issue, but I think the public safety building got delayed a bit. So that's the other issue. On 10, it's actuaries, a single bid, right? So there's at least three items on here that got a single bid only, no competitive bidding. So on this one, besides the fact that it's a single bid, wasn't competitively bid, there's actually a lot of typos in it. So the project length says it's 6 years versus 5 years in the contract. The numbers don't add up, right? So if you add up the numbers, it doesn't add up to the sum. And then, the year is like not 2023, but 20,231. So there's just like a lot of typos in this. And also there's a 14% increase in cost and no reason why. And then on 11, this is for hot asphalt. And when I look at the requirements on it, it's actually quite narrow. It said that, and one reason why I think we got a sole bid on this is because it required that the radius be 10 miles from the job site. And I did some research to figure out what is the typical radius. Well, some places go up to 50 miles, but 20 miles is a very typical radius. So I think because we got such a tight radius around the job site, we only have a sole bid, and this led to a 35% increase in price. And with the advent of insulated truck beds and mixers and whatnot, it actually allows longer distances. So I've read that some people go even 100 miles for some projects. But anyways, I think it should, for this project, we should have taken it from 10-mile radius from the job site to 20, just so that we can get more bids and perhaps better pricing for the city. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Lithcott Haynes, would you like to speak to your no vote on 8?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Similar to Councilmember Tanaka, my concerns on item 8 were it appeared to me to be throwing good money after bad. I was concerned by the extent of the deficits at the hands of Swinnerton, the placement of defective cast in place concrete, improper installation of a center skylight, off-spec vertical location of the buried emergency fire water supply storage tank, late missing or out of sequence exterior wall, provision of exterior tile which did not conform with the approved tile submittal. I just found myself thinking, wow, okay. And so we solved that by going out to someone else, Ross Drulis Kusenberry Architecture, and having them solve these problems, which we hope to be able to bill back to Swinnerton. I was simply interested in a conversation about how typical this is in a contract of this size and of this duration. And I had hoped that we would pull it so we could have that conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to just say we're going to go on break until 7:20. And so we'll come back to city manager comments. Thank you. I think we have a quorum. And with that, our next item is city manager comments.
Thank you very much, Mayor. So you can ask the city clerk for assistance with the slides. Perfect, as always. Thank you. Next slide, please. Oh, and actually, as we get started, also want to acknowledge, appreciate the comments earlier about the events over the weekend, in particular, both the Affordable Housing Resource Fair and the airport disaster exercise. So thank you very much for council members' participation in that. Actually means a lot to our staff and community partners to see you there and participating in the activities. Let's see. First off, want to note for community awareness, somewhat much anticipated RIPA data dashboard, a Racial and Identity Profiling Act, the implementation of a state law that has rolled out over a number of years. We in Palo Alto have now both been collecting the information through police interactions, police stops over a year, as well as now just last week posted a data dashboard that allows members of the public to have both access to the data as well as a series of tools that would allow filtering, ordering, and getting additional statistical information based on the data that is now available. And again, here is shown is a example display. And this is one that for those interested in the topic is something of a gold mine of information. So look forward to further discussions of this data, but primarily through the Policy and Services Committee, as well as in reports out to the full council, as well as our police department. I know we'll be discussing this directly with community members over the weeks to come. And this is available at our website, cityofpaloalto.org/PAPD-RIPA. So it's PAPDRIPA. Next slide, please. Then want to note what has become something of almost a legend. Actually, as an engineer, it's really tough for me when north is not pointing up. And so it's one of the ongoing conversations with staff. So north is pointing to the right, I think in this case. But this is El Camino Real. Point being, there are upcoming nighttime closures, overnight closures, in particular this segment of El Camino Real between Hanson and Military Way, so that Caltrans can, use the term carefully, address pavement conditions on this section. Since we know that pavement conditions have been an ongoing issue, worsened through the winter storms, but in order to address those conditions on an interim basis before the major repaving project that is expected later this calendar year, do expect this week, in fact tomorrow and Wednesday overnight, to have Caltrans closing southbound lanes in this segment of El Camino Real. Next slide, please. Do want to note a couple of community meetings that are coming up. First off, tomorrow, related to the budget. This first one is a remote session, so it's available online via Zoom starting at 6 p.m. And let's see, you can find this on our homepage on the calendar under News. Again, for the date being tomorrow. And then on Wednesday, we have an in-person open house style event at the Palo Alto Arts Center auditorium from 6 p.m. Opportunity to really kick off the long-term planning effort related to the Palo Alto Airport. Next slide, please. Then coming up next week, an event that we anticipate to occur each third Thursday on California Avenue, and effort with a number of community members involved that the city is partnering on, along with the Chamber of Commerce, 6 to 9 p.m. on California Avenue with live music and shopping opportunities as well. Really wanting to get community members out and experiencing some new activation along California Avenue. So in addition to this Thursday, May 18th, this will be also occurring in upcoming months in June and July, and I know there is some discussions on extending that beyond. Next slide, please. And then coming up next week on May 22nd, that's Monday, the next in series of Breaking with the Law, and opportunity to chat with members of our police department and community members, this one in Midtown at the Palo Alto Cafe on Middlefield Road, and that will be Monday, next Monday, 22nd from 2 to 4 p.m. Next slide, please. And then this is something of a rolling activity really over the course of several days. So beginning on June 1st through the 9th, we will have a muralist working on several works on California Avenue with 3 specific sites. And the public is invited to watch during that entire period. But in addition, the public is invited to participate on shifts between June 5th and the 9th in either morning or afternoon. And as has been shown here, previous painting experience is not necessary. So this should be really interesting. And so we'll hopefully contribute positively to the mural, and again, from June 5th to actually participate. So we've got a webpage here, Murals Festival, cityofpaloalto.org/Murals Festival. There are opportunities to sign up for shifts to participate in this mural project. Next slide, please. Then finally, noting just a few upcoming agendas given the council's recess in the month of July. So next week, we will have your report out from the Finance Committee and opportunity for feedback from the full council. This will be a study session, and also action related to a firearms sales ordinance. The following week, May 29th, is Memorial Day, so there will be no city council meeting that night. Then the week after that, on June 5th, we'll have a pre-screening study session with Valley Water regarding the water purification project, and action items related to the Project Home Key, as well as your sustainability and climate action plan. Then on June 12th, the following week, and again, these are very specific because these are the final meetings of your fiscal year. So June 12th, we have a term sheet with Pets in Need for operation of the Palo Alto Animal Shelter, bless you, and the council's semi-annual discussion with the independent police auditor. So in advance of that session, you'll be receiving the next report from the IPA. Then finally, on your last meeting of June 19th, the main event is the adoption of the budget, but of course there couldn't be a single action. It is a series of actions related to rates, charges, fees, and the budget actions themselves. And we will also expect to have hopefully time, and we'll be able to gauge this more specifically after your meeting next week. But at this point, expecting that you should have time that evening to also have a study session that begins the review of the tree ordinance implementation. So we're planning your June 19th agenda with that hope. And again, we'll know more clearly how complex the budget discussion will be after your meeting next week. And with that, that concludes comments for this evening. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, City Manager. And with that, we go to action items. The first one is it's a public hearing, adoption of a resolution providing that the city will not levy assessments for the Downtown Business Improvement District for fiscal year 2024.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. My name is David Ramberg with the Administrative Services Department. Tonight, council is asked to hold a formal public hearing and adopt a resolution for the suspension of the Downtown Business Improvement District assessment for fiscal year 2024. As a reminder, council approved a resolution of intent to not levy an assessment back on April 24th. And today really is the second step in that process, holding the public hearing this evening. And that's really a short intro, and I'll turn it back to you guys.
Thank you. I'll take questions from council. If there isn't any, we'll go to public comments.
Madam Mayor, I don't have any requests to speak.
We don't have any. Okay, very good. Oh, we have Mr. Winedance.
Yes, we have one public speaker. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Mayor Koo and council members and staff. On behalf of the Palo Alto Chamber of Commerce, I'm speaking tonight to support the staff recommendation to adopt the resolution, providing that the city of Palo Alto will not levy assessments for the Downtown Business Improvement District for the fiscal year 2024. When the Palo Alto Downtown Business Improvement District was first established in 2004, it was an effective way to promote economic revitalization of the downtown businesses. Today, we face a much different economic landscape, and the downtown needs have changed. One of the challenges we faced was the limited and dwindling funds over the time. As such, most assessments went towards administrative services and left very little funds for real improvements and activities downtown. Many of the programs, such as the concert series and banner programs, were made possible only by the group's efforts to raise private funding, and this model is not sustainable. It's important to realize the economic landscape and impacts of COVID-19 are continuing to affect local businesses. The Chamber of Commerce and many former representatives of the bid recognize downtown has serious challenges that require immediate attention. The Chamber, former bid representatives, and the downtown stakeholders have been actively discussing new program options for the future of downtown. In conjunction with the good work done by city staff and Street Sense, we believe Palo Alto has a real opportunity to upgrade the downtown, not just from beautification, cleanliness, and safety, but to activate our public spaces that draw new customers and support our local businesses. We hope the City Council will support our efforts to develop alternative funding sources and continue to make revitalization of downtown a priority. We thank City Manager Shikata and Steve Guagliardo for their support, and thank you, Council, for your consideration in supporting the staff recommendation to adopt the resolution providing that the City of Palo Alto will not levy assessments for the Downtown Business Improvement District in fiscal year 2024. Thank you.
There are no additional speakers on this item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I see Vice Mayor Stone.
If the mayor is accepting motions, I'll move the staff recommendation to adopt a resolution declining to levy assessments for fiscal year 2024 for the Downtown Business Improvement District.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Vice Mayor Stone and a second by Councilmember Vinker. Would you like to speak to your motion, Vice Mayor Stone?
I don't need to speak to it. I think Mr. Winans articulated my views and the reasons why we should not levy assessments for this year.
Councilmember Vinker?
Nor I. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Burt?
Thank you. I support the motion. I just want to add some thoughts on where we stand in really the functions that the bid provided in the past. And it was a lot of promotion of the downtown, the banners, the concerts, and I think as we're looking at how to revitalize and reinvigorate the downtown, those functions remain important and maybe even more important than they did in the past. the council will be seeing in the update from the on the budget from Finance Committee recommendations that staff had proposed and the Finance Committee unanimously supported, as I recall, a position that included a special events manager or coordinator. And it was like half of that position was special events and half was other functions and community services. And we've lacked that position dedicated to that for a long while. So I think that what we'll want to look at when the budget comes forward is whether there needs to be some modest adjust the staff position that we have, but is there some out-of-pocket expense that is also needed? We have this great third Thursday coming up for California Avenue. But California Avenue already has music on almost every night of the week at one location or another. Third Thursday will be different and special, but downtown needs something comparable. And so I think the commitment that we make to that is really important. Lastly, we had in the past the what was it called? The Visitors Bureau promoting hotels.
It was the HBID, I believe, the Hotel Business Improvement District.
And it was something that we initially funded after the first hotel tax increase. It was viewed as valuable and successful, but that San Mateo County Visitors Bureau, they renamed themselves, but they didn't have accountability to other government agencies. It was always to business consortiums. And finally, they kind of said, well, the additional accountability to the city kind of wasn't worth it. But the hotels said, we think it's so good, we'll take it on. And that occurred for several years until just a few years ago. And to my real disappointment, the businesses, and I think with the chamber's support, supported abandoning that investment. I think that was a real mistake. And I think that our city needs to have a return of that program. I know that some of the hotel proprietors supported it and others didn't. I think today we really look at a value to that. And that was really oriented toward how do we fill the 3 days a week that aren't or weren't in business demand. We had almost full occupancy Monday through Thursday. Friday through Sunday was light occupancy. And it really gave our community broad national and even international recognition as a destination. And I think that's connected with this is something that we're also going to want to be considering going forward is how do we rejuvenate that approach as part of a downtown plan, in addition to whatever capital investments we make in the physical infrastructure of the downtown. So those are my thoughts. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Burt. And I appreciate you bringing up what was discussed at Finance with regards to events. One of my concerns is that just because we don't have the assessment that it may impact events. And obviously we know events is what is drawing people to the downtown locations as well as to California Avenue. So it is worthy to have a events coordinator. You know, I oftentimes look at the one that Redwood City has and how their events are really progressive, really fun, and their social media or their marketing on all of these events are pretty super. So I am eager to see that we do have an events coordinator. Although I do want to caution that I do have concerns about the city funding all the events or paying for the events. I think that should be a shared cost. So I do support the motion. I just wanted to make sure. Okay, I just want to make sure I stated that. And Councilmember Burt wanted to add some more.
Sorry, I forgot one thing. And that is, as I look at whether the city should consider financially supporting those events. Given the circumstance of how both the retailers and the property owners are still in a real hardship from the COVID recovery, and that we now have a business tax, and that business tax, 1/3 of it went to public safety restoration. But nevertheless, it has helped our city finances because of that relationship between the business community contributing to the city's general fund and the need and the shortfall that they have in ability to fund these things themselves today. That has made me more supportive of the city supporting these sorts of activities. So that's my thinking. Thanks.
Okay, I don't see any more lights. So let's conduct a vote. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
and Mayor Ku.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. We move to our next agenda item, which is an action item number 13, update and discussion and potential direction regarding state and federal legislation. Good evening.
And we have a team to present and support the council discussion on this evening. So let me ask our Deputy City Manager, Chantel Cotton-Gaines, to lead off.
Yes. Thank you and good evening, everyone. Chantel Cotton-Gaines, Deputy City Manager. I'm joined today by our advocacy firm that's working with the city in Sacramento as well as in Washington, D.C. So we have two representatives from Townsend Public Affairs here today, Mr. Nicolo DeLuca and Carly Shelby. And we also have Ms. Melanie Perrone, who will give part of our presentation. She's hiding in the back a little bit. She's from the League of California Cities to speak about the advocacy efforts that they're doing on behalf of all cities here in the state. So I will kick us off with the presentation just briefly. Next slide, please. So our plan this evening is actually to focus a lot on the state. So Mr. DeLuca and Ms. Shelby both have information as a federal update, and they can touch on any questions that you have. But the last time that we came and spoke to the council, we didn't have as much time to talk about specific state bills. So that's our intention for the evening today. Specifically, we are looking for council action on the bills with recommended action. So we'll go through what those are. There are about 6 of them, as well as giving you information on our monitoring list. In the time between the last time we made a presentation to you and now, we have submitted a few letters related to bills, and they clearly fall within your legislative guidelines. So at the end of this presentation, I'll also do a quick summary of what those are. But one is on seismic safety, one is related to encryption, and there are a few related to mental health. So those are items that the council has clearly given us directions through the legislative guidelines and other council actions you've taken that will support taking positions on those bills. So with that, I will turn it over to Mr. DeLuca, and he will go through some slides.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mayor and council members, Nicolo DeLuca here from Townsend Public Affairs, my coworker, Carlin Shelby. Appreciate your time this evening and appreciate working with all of you and staff. As was mentioned before, we were last year in April, though so much has happened in Sacramento that kind of feels like an eternity ago. So what we're going to do, if you could go to slide 4, please. The next slide. Thank you. I'm going to quickly do an overview of some of these because we've talked about them and just do a refresher. And then Ms. Shelby is going to talk about some specific legislation. And then, excuse me, the presentation from the league. So quick state legislative overview. Next slide, please. So where we stand right now, over 2,600 bills have been introduced in the state capitol. This is the first year of a 2-year session. Really big deadline this Thursday. It's the Appropriations Committee. So both the Senate Appropriations Committee and the Assembly Appropriations Committee will be meeting this Thursday. It's going to be a big choke point for a lot of legislation. Over 75% of those 2,600 bills will be going through this committee. It's something called the suspense file.
So this was also going to impact part of our strategy. By June 2nd, legislation will need to cross over to the second house in order to remain active for this year. Just Friday, the governor introduced his May revised budget, which we're going to talk about, as is the league. And then, of course, the state budget has to be adopted in framework by the 15th, and then signed into law by July 1. And then, of course, the legislature adjourns on September 14th, and then the governor has until the 14th of October to sign or veto bills. Next slide, please. So what we've been doing since February with the entire city team, and we're really appreciative of all the time and effort of the city team, really working on a specific City of Palo Alto advocacy strategy. That includes weekly updates, both to the city council and to the department heads on bills that are relevant, standing check-in calls relating to legislation and grant funding, frequent communication and updates on priority legislation, and of course, effective and focused advocacy trips. Something that we'd like to outline as it relates to priority legislation and monitoring legislation. So priority legislation are bills that are before you today to take a position on. Once you take those positions, Carly and I and the rest of our team, we really go to work very aggressively on those bills, whether it's support or oppose. That can include going to committee hearings, voicing the city's support. That include talking to policy committee staff on the city's position. Of course, that also means talking to the author's office and our delegation so they know where the city stands. The next category is what we're calling monitoring. Not in love with the word monitoring because it seems kind of passive, but it's not. These are all bills that we are talking to the author's office, coalition members, policy committee staff, and others, and we're asking them a lot of questions on the city's behalf. So we're not taking a formal position, and we're making it clear that the city is not taking a formal position. What we're doing is we're flagging, we want to learn a lot more, so then we can make a recommendation as to next steps for the city. So next slide, please. And this is where Carly's going to talk about positions, quickly the positions we've already taken, and then some of the recommendations. So thank you.
Yeah. So good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. Great to be with you all this evening. Carly Shelby from Townsend Public Affairs. So the next few slides are bills that the city has taken formal positions on, and we have communicated those effectively to the legislature. The first one being AB 1505 by Assemblymember Rodriguez. This appropriates $250 million for the purpose of implementing a seismic retrofitting program. This funding was originally incorporated into the 2022 state budget, but was omitted from the January budget proposal, as well as the May revise. This is a pretty massive budget appropriation, so it's more likely to take place in the budget trailer build process rather than this assembly vehicle, but it's great that we expressed our support position nonetheless. Senate Bill 43 and the next slide, Senate Bill 363, are part of Senator Eggman's behavioral health care package. Senate Bill 43 updates the definition of gravely disabled to expand the scope of those that can receive mental health and behavioral health care services. And then Senate Bill 363 would create an internet-based real-time dashboard to collect and aggregate data related to the availability of beds for psychiatric and substance abuse facilities. The city expressed support positions for both of these, as well as Senate Bill 719 by Senator Becker, which requires law enforcement agencies to ensure that non-confidential radio communications are accessible to the public in real time. And then next slide. So then we go into some of our recommended priority legislation, and these are bills that we would like the city to take a position on, and we are recommending a position. So Senate Bill 423 by Senator Wiener, I'm sure you all have heard of it. This eliminates the sunset for SB 35, which was his 2017 streamlining bill. It also makes changes to this SB 35 approval process and revises SB 35 labor standards. My thought with this is that we'll kind of go through these, and then at the end we can have a more robust conversation about what you all would like to take a position on. So we can go to the next slide. Yeah. Assembly Bill 12 by Assemblymember Haney prohibits tenants from having to pay more than 1 month's rent as a security deposit for furnished or unfurnished rental property. This adds another tool in protecting renters against unreasonable housing costs. We feel that this could really benefit low income and student housing tenants within the city, and we're recommending a support position. Assembly Bill 1637 by Assemblymember Irwin requires local governments to ensure that their public-facing internet websites and all email addresses use a .gov or .ca.gov domain name no later than January of 2026. It provides no reimbursement for the associated costs. This could present a long and costly process for the city to comply, and we believe could impact constituents' ability to communicate effectively with the city. So we are recommending an opposed position. And then next slide, please. Assembly Bill 1598 by Assemblymember Berman requires DOJ to prepare a firearm safety certificate study guide for those who are seeking a gun license, and to add additional criteria to the firearm safety certificate test. This could improve public safety related to gun violence. This report also demonstrates a good faith effort in supporting the Assembly member's legislative agenda as a city within his district. So we are recommending a support position. And then Senate Bill 2 by Senator Portantino creates a new issuing process for concealed carry weapons licenses following a pretty consequential Supreme Court ruling in New York. The city supports efforts to address statewide public safety, and the city council adopted a similar version last year. So we are recommending a support position. And then finally, Assembly Constitutional Amendment 1 by Assemblymember Aguiar-Curry lowers the necessary voter threshold from a 2/3 vote supermajority to 55% to approve local general obligation bonds and special taxes for affordable housing and public infrastructure projects. This bill creates another optional tool for infrastructure financing and kind of levels the playing field between cities and school districts, because school districts already enjoy that 55% voter threshold. So we are recommending a support position on this.
Thank you, Carly. And then moving forward, I'll just do a quick overview. So the rest are the monitoring ones. These are bills that we're doing some discussions on behalf of the city's behalf. Would love to get your feedback. So just quickly on this slide, Brown Act open meetings. Next slide, please. Next, there's a handful of bills on energy and utilities. We're having discussions with the various authors on these bills. Next slide, please. And then, of course, housing and land use. Another year of a handful of housing and land use bills. Next slide, please. A few more on housing and land use. And then next slide, please. Continuing on more housing and land use, obviously, it's a very rich policy topic that the legislature is embarking upon. Next slide, please. Homelessness, as last time we were here, the homelessness came up as an issue. So we're talking to the various authors on these bills. Finally, next slide, please. The labor relations and retirement, you all may have heard about AB 1484. So doing a lot of discussions on this bill, and seeing it in the appropriations committee on Thursday will be a telltale sign if it's moving forward or not. Next slide, please. And then finally, on public safety, a police reform bill by Senator Bradford that we're also watching closely. So with that, that wraps up our portion of the presentation. Happy to answer any questions once the time's appropriate, and thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, state budget.
Yeah,
That's actually what occupied us all day on Friday. My bad, sorry about that. So state budget, so the governor put forward his May revise. And looking at a deficit of about 31.5 billion per the Department of Finance in the governor's office. Of course, every year there's a push and pull as to what is the deficit, which is really the big number the legislature and the administration need to land on in order to make what decisions they're going to make. The good thing is the governor's proposed these not really draconian cuts, a lot of delays and shifts to future bonds and stabilization. So the impact on cities is not as dire as it could have been. There's definitely been cautions about using the rainy day fund to maintain the current spending levels. And then what's really of interest, and we're very excited to work on this on behalf of the city, the governor called out 2 specific bonds on Friday, which is not traditional. He doesn't normally talk about bonds, especially when they're talking about a budget, because this is a legislative matter. So the 2 bonds are a climate bond, which is being proposed by Assemblymember Eddie Garcia. He's down from the Coachella Valley area. Right now, it's a very large bond, and there could be some really good funding opportunities for the city. And then the other is the Behavioral Health Care Continuum Bond. So you all remember the Mental Health Services Act, the Millionaire's Tax. The governor in January talked about ways to amend that, about more funding for housing and more funding for beds. We have not yet seen any legislation on this. We are very interested once it comes to see how it could impact the city, how it can impact obviously the region and homelessness. So that's definitely something that we are flagging very closely. And then of course, budget subcommittee hearings are going to start up. We're going to work all the way through May until we get to that June 15 deadline. And then of course, what's going to be of interest is with the personal income tax due in October, realizing we're probably not going to know what those numbers are until November, the budget's going to be in framework more than likely. And we spent a lot of time in the Senate Budget Committee's office and with the Senate Budget Chair herself. What will this look like? Knowing that there's probably going to be triggers based on what the deficit could look like and what the state's actions are going to be. If I had a crystal ball, I would expect that January of next year, there'll be some more formal cleanup on this year, the 23-24 budget, based on what the final numbers are going to be. All that to say is, come June 15th, we'll have an idea, but we're not going to have the most clear of pictures based on personal income tax coming in October.
One last thing I'll add to, and this is about the federal appropriations front. Last time we all saw you, we let you know that we submitted to Congresswoman Eshoo and Senators Feinstein and Padilla a request for the Buena Vista Mobile Home Park rehabilitation, the amount of $2 million. Since then, we know that Senator Feinstein and Congresswoman Eshoo have put forward this project as a priority ask. So that definitely bolsters its likelihood of being incorporated into the final appropriations bill when Congress gets there. So we definitely have a long road ahead, but that is some positive news on the federal appropriations front.
And we'll turn it over now to the league representative, Melanie. Thank you. And Madam Clerk, could you pull the presentation back up, please? Thank you.
I mean, I can do this without slides, but good evening, Council, Mayor. It's great to be with all of you this evening. I'm Melanie Perrin. I'm the Deputy Executive Director of Advocacy for the League of California Cities. Appreciate the opportunity to get out of Sacramento and be with our people. It's great to be spending time with you. Mayor, I especially appreciate the opportunity to have gotten to spend time with you at our events in DC and Sacramento, and look forward to the continuing of that relationship. Congratulations to the newest members on this council as well. I quickly just want to step back and just talk about the league overall. Just a quick overview. I'm sure you've heard it before, but I'd like to give it one more time. We're really a three-legged stool when it comes to our organization. We look at our advocacy, which is our state, federal, and ballot measure components that are at play at any given time. Education, which is our annual conference, our various events, your city personnel that participate in our various departments, they have their own conferences. In fact, your city attorney may or may not be at a conference coming up that is being coordinated by our organization. And then third, but certainly not least, is our legal function as well. So there's various, specifically partial to advocacy for some reason. So I'm here to present on the advocacy side this evening. And just a quick refresher, how Cal City sets our policy is really set through a process through our policy committees that then goes to our board. Our board makes a determination, or the general membership at our annual business meeting can also determine policy that the organization does take. So those are two different routes that are available for policymaking. I encourage any of you to participate in our policy committees or to even try to be on our board. Those are ways to really influence what's happening at the statewide level on behalf of all the cities in the state of California. I appreciate Mr. DeLuca's remarks about the budget, so I'll quickly talk about where we are on behalf of all our cities. If we can go to the next slide, please. Our main focus is a $3 billion ask in the housing and homelessness space. You all have needs, cities across the state have needs. We have doubled down on this. If you were part of our City Leader Summit back in April, we had a press conference specifically about this ask. We got great media attention. We have some legislative champions that are working furiously for us to make sure that we can go and continue to amplify this request of money. You need money, cities need money across the state, and it's happening on your doorsteps. As much as money is going to the counties, you all are experiencing the problems. People aren't calling county officials, they're calling you. So this is our fight. This is what we're focused on. In fact, you'll probably see some communication coming out of our organization within the next day or so, really seeking your continued advocacy as well to go and raise this with your legislators, the continued drumbeat of why dollars are necessary. State mandated, unfunded mandates that the state has owes approximately about $1 billion to local governments. While this is probably not the year that we're going to get that, it doesn't mean we don't stop that advocacy. We're going to continue this drumbeat this year, next year, however long it takes to go ensure that you are all getting the money that the state owes to you for programs you are running that the state is mandating that you do and is not paying you for those efforts. And then I love this, our price list is safeguarding local revenues and supporting local government's fiscal sustainability, which is really important as we look at the 31+ billion deficit the state is experiencing right now. Just again, on a quick high level, next slide, please, what the governor's May revise does and does not do. So that last item I just talked about, the governor's budget largely does not redirect city funds to address the state's budget shortfalls. This is something we're hyper focused on. We're pleased that this round, we are still seeing that cities are being pretty much unscathed, but we still have another fight over the next month to 6 weeks. And then the continuation, what's going to happen in the fall. And I agree with the crystal ball that in January, we will be coming back. The legislature will be coming back. They will be making more determinations on what the state budget looks like and the potential impacts to each of our cities. In the housing space, we see that there's a reduction in deferral of approximately $700 million. Kind of ironic when the state wants cities to be building, yet they're pulling money or delaying money that is really needed to help with key programs in affordable housing. Homelessness, we are seeing the maintaining of the current allocated level for the next fiscal year of approximately over $1 billion. The big thing though is accountability. Accountability is the term of the month, the summer of where we're focusing our budget negotiations on as we're looking at homelessness. The accountability will be a part of whatever gets negotiated, of assuring that those dollars are being expended in appropriate ways and that they're being used for what the determination is. We are at the table for those conversations. This is a daily conversation with legislators and legislative leadership, and the governor's office cannot emphasize this enough that we want to make sure there's appropriate accountability and not too much accountability, because we know what happens when Sacramento starts really playing in the accountability space and really trying to continue to put overarching requirements onto cities. Public safety, something very important for our organization, fentanyl response. I'm sure your community is experiencing fentanyl issues. We certainly are looking to make sure that we're going to be able to go and help support all our communities around the state in addressing this crisis. Infrastructure, we see continued investments in infrastructure, including the broadband investments that are so key that we all fought for. Cal Cities was pleased that we stopped a last minute effort by broadband companies to try to swipe out last mile funding and shift it over to middle mile. We were successful last year. We're going to continue to keep fighting to make sure that those dollars are going where they need to be for each of our jurisdictions. And then again, climate change, we do see that there's going to be a 2024 bond measure most likely. We are supportive amended on the bond measure that was referenced a few minutes ago, with the amendment really being local governments need more money out of that bond. Next slide. So Cal Cities, what's our advocacy priorities for this year? These advocacy priorities are set by our leadership of the organization through our departments, divisions, caucuses, policy committees, our board, and then the board makes a determination and finalizes what they are. And this is not a shock. Homelessness, housing, public safety, and making sure that fiscal revenues are protected. That is where we are focusing our efforts this legislative year. So really quick in that homelessness space, as I talked about our budget ask, we are really involved also on AB 799 by Assemblymember Luz Rivas. This is one of the accountability measures that's in play right now. There's going to be a lot of movement on this and potentially will get swept into the budget negotiation. Additionally, SB 7 by Senator Blakespear, a former councilwoman actually, who is proposing a bill that would actually make it a requirement for housing for homeless within your RENA requirements, what your housing element says. We have significant concerns with this measure. The price tag is probably going to be over $100 billion. If we look at housing every single homeless person and you look at the average cost for a unit, which we're looking at about 600,000, those are substantial numbers. And when we're in a deficit and the expectation of what cities can provide, when you all have resources that you're expending on homelessness and other critical services for your community. So those are things that we're focused on, making sure in the homelessness space that there's appropriate conversations and appropriate funding along with accountability in that. Mental health, we are also engaged. Senator Eggman has 2 mental health bills. These are the continuation of last year's legislative packages. We are in support of those and continue to fight to make sure that those bills do get across the finish line. For public safety, I'm really disappointed to talk about AB 1708. Pleased that we're sponsored by Assemblymember Mayor Suchi. However, this is a bill that would have done modest reforms to Proposition 47. When we look at how Proposition 47 is set up right now and how when there is a person with multiple convictions, what their opportunities are for rehabilitation and such. This was a modest measure that was proposed, but in the public safety space, if you've been paying attention in Sacramento, what's been happening in some of those conversations, it's been actually very discouraging. What we are seeing in the public safety space is, even with our fentanyl legislation that we continue to push, that Sacramento is really tempering those bills being moved forward that can make meaningful changes that impact your city and your residents in your city who want to feel safe. On the fentanyl side, we are supportive of several fentanyl measures. In fact, we are releasing a letter to legislative leadership, the Assembly legislative leadership, either tonight or first thing tomorrow morning, with over 400 signatures of city officials regarding fentanyl response, and that cities need to be at the table. If you're interested in joining the letter, talk to me afterwards. I'm happy to chat with you about that. And also, there's a fentanyl hearing next week, and we want to make sure that cities are represented during that hearing. So this letter will cover both that the legislature should be pushing legislation forward, and also that cities need to be at the table as we have ongoing fentanyl conversations. And then number 4 is really about the budget, which I just covered, in protecting cities' revenues. Next slide. Oh, if we can go back a slide. That side, thank you. Sponsor legislation, I'm pleased that we're sponsoring 9 bills, but I can assure you we've taken positions on dozens upon dozens of bills regarding impacts to cities, ranging from environmental quality to housing to community services. So we have a wide range. Really quick, I do want to highlight, we are sponsoring 2 Brown Act bills. One, unfortunately, is not moving forward. The other is an extension of AB 361 requirements and makes it, it removes the sunset in there. So we're very pleased about that. Other things that we are excited about, we have a resolution that we're carrying for Cities Week. Blanca Pacheco, a former board member of ours, is now an assembly member. She is carrying that. And then we're also doing a lot in the public contracting space. So happy to brief if there's any specific questions, happy to chat with you offline about those. And then if we can go to the next slide. So we have already scored several wins for cities, and I can't emphasize this enough. There's a lot of work that happens behind the scenes that never gets to be seen the light of day. I have 2 slides here of a list of bills that we were directly involved with and directly involved with it being held. A couple of things that I'm sure will be of key interest for this council is by right approvals, AB 1630 and AB 1532. Very involved in those to make sure that those got held because it just did not have the appropriate level of consideration for what you all need to be doing when you're trying to look at how to go and plan in your communities. Another significant issue that we are engaged in, which is more Southern California based, but it will have statewide impacts at some point, is regarding warehouse setback requirements, about how close or how far away a warehouse needs to be from a housing or certain critical infrastructure sectors. Those are ongoing negotiations that will be playing out through the rest of this year. And so you can see here, there is quite a diverse list. And then This Thursday, we are all eagerly waiting the suspense file. We'll be able to score a lot more victories after this week. Our team is furiously working through all of these items. There's several other bills that we are working with appropriation staff and other Senate members to focus our energy on to see if we can get those held due to the cost that it will be involved for implementing. With the May revised budget deficit, we do anticipate probably more bills will get held than probably we thought would get held a couple of weeks ago. So we're pleased about that as well. And just really quick on the federal side, we are very focused on ARPA clawbacks. Very, very, very focused. We have been in coordination with our National League of Cities. This will continue to be a fight. Don't be surprised if we reach out to all of you asking for your assistance and making sure you're connecting with your federal legislators. Absolutely cannot. We fought hard. We fought so hard for over $8 billion to come to the state. We're not going to lose it. We are not going to lose it. I do want to take one moment before I go into the next part of my presentation. Cal Cities is embarked on an effort to update how we handle our annual conference, specifically our General Assembly. We know that that process left some people felt very discouraged and frustrated, as it did for us in the organization. Our board has set forth a governance process. You will see changes this upcoming year for the General Assembly. You'll see different times, different processes around that. I'm happy to provide any information that you may have on that, but I just want you to know we have heard you, we are listening, we are making changes. We are committed to that. Next slide. I feel like I'm taking you on a whiplash adventure right now, so thank you for hanging on for dear life with me. As I talked about in our advocacy efforts, and there's one item I do want to reflect back on really quick on the legal side. SB 9, we are involved in the SB 9 litigation. Last week, we did file an amicus brief with the LA Superior Court. Those efforts continue. We are pleased to continue this fight on all your behalves for charter cities. And we also do have a newsletter article, I believe that's going to be out this week in our newsletter, so feel free to read that or let me know if you don't get that and we'll get you the information. So whiplashing back now to ballot measures. This is also a part of our advocacy efforts. We have multiple fronts of fights and opportunities that we fight for cities every single day. I'm aware that this council has already taken a position of oppose on the California Business Roundtable ballot measure. Just want to give a reminder of what this measure does and where things currently stand. Next slide. And next slide again. So the specific impacts to cities, and specifically when I look at Palo Alto, the impacts, this does apply retroactively to local revenue measures, and I believe your Measure L will fall under this ballot measure. So just that awareness that we have of that your city does have one of the local measures that will be impacted with potential a retroactivity component of the ballot measure that will pull this out of law. What the ballot measure also does is it overturns the Upland decision by now requiring special taxes have to be approved by a 2/3 vote. And then when we think about AC1, what was just discussed, this is going to be in play with AC1 and the change of the threshold to 55% for affordable housing projects. This will be potentially impacted by this, the Business Roundtable measure. It does require a sunset on new or increased taxes. It requires new voter approvals for expanded tax application, and it impacts city charter amendment authority. And what we mean by that is a city charter may not be amended to impose, extend, or increase a tax that may not have the same authority in other charter cities to adopt like a property transfer tax. So just the consideration as a charter city, there's also additional levels of potential components that could be impacting your city specifically. Next slide. So this will restrict the ability to charge adequate fees for products and services. What we mean by that is it's going to really restrict your ability in that the term to be used is the actionable and reasonable cost, which is basically the minimum now necessary for the product fee or for the product or service. So when you think about your planning efforts, when you think about your encroachment permits, when you think about permit parking, all of that plays into what this could potentially encompass. It also jeopardizes franchise fee authority. Historically, franchise fees have been considered a fee. It is likely under this measure to now be shifted to a tax. And so then based off the language of the measure, so you think about the utilities, cable, garbage franchises you may have in the city, that will play into this. 4, changes the process and ability to impose fines and penalties. Fines, it may now require voter approval for when you might have a corporation or property owner that has violated local law. So you think about your nuisance abatement, your SB 1383 requirements for organic waste recycling, or vacant property that's being unkept. And then it prohibits fees and taxes associated with vehicle miles traveled as a condition of property development. Next slide. So the fiscal impact statewide, we're talking about several $billions that are at risk here for local governments. And you think about what you need to run your government, what you need to run your city, the critical services you need to run your city. These are all potentially at jeopardy. You're now going to have sunset on taxes that are going to have to go back to the voters every few years, depending on what time frame you choose. You're going to have a lot of legal challenges and potential. There's going to be not streamlining. We're going to see an expansion of potentially government of the tracking and addressing the legal components that are going to be at play with this measure. So Cal Cities is all in. I cannot say this enough. We are all in on your behalf. When we consider what local control means and the impacts of local control, this is local control attack at its root. So we continue to fight this. This has a long way to go. This is qualified for the number 24 ballot. There's going to be a lot of interesting opportunity and probably some negotiation, I would say, until next June. June is that special sweet spot for us when it comes to a date, because the legislature can make changes. When we look at what something could be added or removed from the ballot, June 30th is typically that spot that we look at. So there's a lot of movement at play, and appreciate again that you all have taken an opposed position as a council on this, and look forward to continuing to work with you and defeating this measure. With that concludes my remarks.
All right, and just to wrap us up, thank you, Mayor and Council, for sitting through all the information. I know it's quite a bit, but we wanted to make sure you had a comprehensive view of what's going on. So just to summarize, the specific action we're asking the Council for this evening is related to that middle bullet point. So bills with recommended action, SB 423, we're asking for Council confirmation if this is a bill that you would like to present an opposed position on. Our staff recommendation, again, is based off of the legislative priority or guidelines, as well as any previous council action. The next bill is AB 12, support position, AB 1637, an opposed position, AB 1598, support, SB 2 support, both of those are firearms related, and ACA 1 is support as well. And you have the subject matters right there as well. I just didn't want to go over it again because I know you've had that information presented to you a few times. So that's the action requested of the council today. And of course, we're here to answer any questions on any of the topics. Thank you.
Well, first I want to say thank you for coming from Sacramento, and it's a pleasure hearing all of this. So I'm going to bring it to council for questions, then we'll go out to the public. Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Koo, and thank you, Deputy City Manager Cotton Gaines, and thank you to our friends from Townsend and the League of Cities for presenting all of this. It is a lot, and I'm sure my colleagues will have lots of comments on this. I just have a couple items I wanted to address, but preliminarily, I wonder if going forward, because this is such a great volume, if it would make sense for it to go to policy and services for digestion and feedback to the council. And some of my colleagues who've been here longer than I may have thoughts on that they wish to express, but I wanted to raise that issue. The first thing I wanted to mention was with respect to that middle bullet, certainly SB2 is something that I feel strongly and passionately about. As we discussed previously at our March 6th meeting, we actually passed a resolution that expressed support for it. In fact, it directed the city's legislative activity team to support SB2. We also instructed staff to draft a resolution to state various things. That then came back to us and we then approved that. And it includes statements such as the city of Palo Alto is deeply concerned for the safety of its residents given the epidemic of gun violence in our county, state, and country. But for recent Supreme Court and other decisions that substantially reduce the city's ability to ban firearms more broadly, the city of Palo Alto would prohibit firearms in a broader range of places. And key to this is Section 3. The city calls on state and federal officials to do all they can to address this issue and broaden the list of sensitive places where firearms may be prohibited. So I believe we've already decided on that one. So yes, please. And my question to you would be, what is it that you would recommend we do to, quote, call on our state officials? Would it be a letter before the appropriations does their, before the suspense date on Thursday? Or what might you recommend we do to live into that ordinance, or that's a resolution, I'm sorry.
If I may, through the mayor to the council member, thank you for your leadership on this topic. As you very well know, this was something that was really close to the finish line last year.
Yes.
Did not make it. A handful of thoughts. One is we could bang out a letter very quickly to make sure Senator Portantino gets it. It's kind of ironic. He's the author of the bill. It's in his committee, the Appropriations Committee. Just really express what the city of Palo Alto is doing locally and offer all of our support. Share that letter, most importantly, with all the members in the assembly, because that's where it's going. And last year, that's where it had a bigger hiccup. It was challenging. There are some other direct actions of which we're always a fan of: personal phone calls, Sacramento advocacy days, working with other regional leaders to get behind not just what you all are doing. And the city attorney let us know that there's other cities considering or working on this, or showing the regional approach is really helpful. And then a couple other ideas that I have that we're happy to speak with you offline about. But it really kind of runs the gamut of how involved the city team wants to be. As we've seen in August, kind of fast forwarding, when there's so many bills on the floor for one house, things get tight. It gets hot in Sacramento. There's a lot going on. So always that personal touch is always helpful, explaining why the city's so passionate about it, why we want to restrict where some of these concealed carry permits allow and what have you. And then the other thing is you all have great regional reach and statewide reach. Another thought is kind of going through your own networks, seeing who you know, maybe you've worked, and some other ideas that come to mind.
Thank you. I would encourage us to take many of those. I hope the mayor may be amenable to that. I don't know the exact process for going through the letter. But with respect to the phone calls, just to make sure I'm understanding you right, are you suggesting that individual council members could do that, or what?
We would coordinate through the city.
Okay.
As to who's the best, most effective person to call, the mayor, the vice mayor, what have you, and work with, the city administration on how we do that. We would draft the speaking points. We would get the phone numbers. We'd get everything ready. We're just go down your sheet and call. And so what's always effective that we've seen is just that personal person-to-person contact. Clearly, COVID is somewhat over in the state legislature. So they're doing in-person meetings. So lobby days are back in full effect, but it's just helpful having any type of reach. And then just the kind of the old school way that Carly and I and Melanie do it. You also then stand by the gate when legislators are going to the floor, and you get them that way too. So a lot of tricks that we're happy to share and coordinate with the city administration and the mayor and everyone on how to do that.
Yeah, it might be helpful if we knew if, the members of the Appropriations Committee, obviously we could look it up if there's any certainly in the region that we might be more likely to know. I see that my time is up, so I'll hold to the next round, but I do want to come back to the climate change bond measure when it's my turn again. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Perron, Ms. Shelby, and Mr. DeLuca. Really appreciate your presentations, and as well to Assistant City Manager Chantel Cotton-Gaines. Thank you for all that goes into this. I'm finding myself just feeling curious about how we go about formulating a majority opinion on any of these things. It'll be interesting to see where this goes, because we're not all like-minded, and some of these issues are quite political, whereas others are not. And so I think in this first round, what I'd like to do is focus, Ms. Perron, on some aspects of your presentation. You mentioned concerns about the Cal Cities General Assembly being so significant that you were overhauling it and you said, we've heard you, we promise. And I'm personally not familiar with whatever the controversy was, so I would like to understand what the concern is and how it's being addressed. And then I'd love to hear you say more about the opposition to SB 9 and why you think that we ought to be in favor of opposing SB 9. And I think last I will ask about SB 423. It's taking a very important law, SB 35, AKA the builder's remedy, and removing a sunset provision. Personally, I'm no fan of the builder's remedy, but I am very much in favor of cities being held accountable to meet their arena and have a compliant housing element and ultimately approve the housing. Nobody here, but leaders in cities near here are holding hearings where people are crying over having to meet their arena, and they're trying to declare themselves a mountain lion sanctuary to get out of building housing for humans. And so I am very interested in why we are being recommended to oppose what at least some of us see as a tool the state has come up with to hold cities accountable to provide housing for humans.
I am happy to start those remarks, and then we'll also have my colleagues at Townsend also respond. In regards to the General Assembly, so through our annual conference, we have our annual business meeting, and there's an opportunity for our general membership to present a resolution, a general resolution or petition resolution through a process. General resolution goes through a more robust review process and analysis internally at the organization, and then is presented at the resolutions committee during the annual conference, and then ultimately could end up on the General Assembly floor where the general membership can vote. The general membership, each city is given one vote to participate in that process. As a council, you all will select your delegate and alternate delegates to participate in that process, probably coming up here in the next couple of months as our annual conference is in September. Last year, we had a petition resolution that was provided to the organization that went through the review at the General Resolutions Committee. A petition resolution happens on site at the annual conference, so there's no staff analysis done. There's no Cal Cities analysis. It's more of we just help facilitate getting it through its process. So our resolutions committee met, it then went to the General Assembly floor. Through that process, there was a concern about the motion to debate. We have different, as a body, a governing body, you understand that we have different bylaws and different procedures, processes that have been implemented through our board and through the general membership over time. And there was a regard about a general debate on the measure that ultimately the vote failed. And then there was an ask for when the vote happened, the full vote happened on the measure. The vote was a voice vote. The presiding officer made a determination that the voice vote carried. And I think it just left some people unsatisfied that there should have been additional consideration, because we go to a vote card vote where you can actually do an actual vote count. So we heard a lot of feedback. I cannot emphasize this enough. Your council has certainly spoken up about this. We've had several other councils, a lot of elected officials reach out, just that it did not feel like a fair process. We took this very much to heart. Our board has set up a governance subcommittee that is reviewing all aspects of the General Assembly and the Resolutions Committee. So one of the big things is the General Assembly happens at the tail end of the annual conference. And there's always that struggle where people may or may not be in the room for consideration. So we are looking that we're going to take that General Assembly, we'll be moving that time, most likely to earlier that day, so that we can still adhere to other processes that are associated around the general business meeting that come from the Resolutions Committee. So that's one thing that's in play. Another thing that the Governance Committee and the board are making final determinations on is when a measure ends up on the consent calendar versus regular calendar, because that also played into what happened last year and the opportunity when debate can occur if it's on a consent item versus if it's a regular item. So those are changes that are currently being finalized, and you will hear a lot of communications about those probably starting in the next month. You're going to start hearing a lot about what we're doing to make enhancements so that the experience is much better for our elected officials who participate in this process.
Thank you, Ms. Perrin. I'm out of time, so I'm going to hold my questions on SB 9 and SB 423 till the next round. Thank you very much.
And Madam Mayor, if I can jump in just to provide a little bit of context of the recommendation for oppose on 423, is that okay? So I'll give it over to Carly, and then I'll just add on a little about process, which was the second part of your question.
Yeah, absolutely. So SB 423 does a few things. It revises some of the approval processes or the processes by which SB 35 provisions can be triggered. So initially, the SB 35 provisions were triggered when a city had not issued enough building permits to meet their RENA numbers at one or multiple income thresholds. SB 423 expands this criteria to now apply to all cities that do not have a compliant housing element. So that's quite a big change. It also incorporates coastal zone parcels. It revises labor standards, but most of all, it eliminates that sunset date. One of the things that is important about 423 is that SB 35 provisions have been cross-referenced into multiple pieces of legislation. That includes SB 6 and AB 2011 from last year. Those bills would allow a developer to come in and build residential units on parcels that are designated commercial and retail under very specified affordability and labor requirements, but still the scope of this bill has grown substantially. And so our recommendation really comes to that sunset removal date. We feel that the legislature should have to revisit these bills every few years, especially given the changing physical landscape of the state too. You know, we have new fire maps that are going to be released soon. We have this incorporation of the coastal zone and, you know, kind of the contention between the Coastal Act and, you know, some of those parcels. So, you know, there really is a lot that's changed within this new measure. But really, I think that it all kind of boils down to that sunset date and really trying to reestablish that and kind of revisit this policy in the future.
And from a process perspective, the last piece as an answer to this question, thank you for the extra time, Madam Mayor. So staff looks at the legislative guidelines that you all adopt at the end of each year, and we use that as a guide map for pieces of legislation of whether we are recommending supporting them or opposing them. And a lot of the legislative guidelines give us enough clearance to be able to just draft a letter. So for example, on the 4 bills where we said we've already done a letter, it was very clear they fit within the legislative guidelines. This particular bill had enough, I think, contention around it that we wanted to make sure that the council had the opportunity to discuss it. Based off your legislative guidelines, there is enough background information of things related to local control that would say that this is a bill that the city council, through your legislative guidelines, have given us direction likely to oppose. But again, because this bill is one of the hotter discussion topics in Sacramento, we wanted to make sure that we still brought it to the city council to get clear direction. And if there are any nuances that you would like us to factor into a position letter when we share that in Sacramento, that we understand what those are. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Great to see the team again. Ms. DeLuca, always love the bow ties. I'm always excited to see which one you're rocking tonight. Going through some of these, first AB 1637, I recommended that we oppose, but I understand the argument behind that bill is that by requiring cities to switch over to a .gov domain makes presumably cybersecurity safer for these organizations. I know cybersecurity is a concern for the city. So can you discuss more about the balance of the financial aspects of that on the city, but balancing that with cybersecurity?
Yeah, absolutely. So this bill was proposed in response to some cybersecurity attacks on cities specifically, some of which actually had a .gov domain. So it kind of invalidates part of the argument. So this bill would require IT departments to recode, establish new email addresses, reprint all business cards, all printable materials. But then, you know, it has no funding mechanism to support this, and then a city would have to do this by 2026. The entity responsible for approving these domains is the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency in the federal government. They approve these domains on a first come, first served basis. So there really is no guarantee that by the time that this needs to be implemented, all 482 cities within the state, everyone subjected to the Brown Act, that includes, community colleges, special districts, everything under the sun, would be able to fully implement this by 2026. So there is that concern. We've been working with the author's office quite a bit on this bill just to see if there's any wiggle room about, the implementation date, whether or not they can pilot this and really determine if a .gov domain shift would, equate additional cybersecurity benefits. So yeah, we're recommending an opposed just because it would be increasingly burdensome for cities to implement this in that time frame.
Okay, and the trade-off to the additional security for .gov compared to .org seems minimal?
If I may, through the mayor, clearly not an IT person, but just from what I've been seeing about recent cyber attacks, not just in local California cities, but across the board. Kind of our thought in this recommendation is if there's a desire to get into your domain or do nefarious activities, it's going to happen. So with this legislation, would it maybe slow things down? Possibly. Would it stop it? No. So that's also kind of another focal point.
Perfect. Appreciate that. Next, AB 1317 requires property owners of new multifamily properties to unbundle their parking. And do we know, would that extend to BMR units? And if that would require tenants who qualify for BMR units to have to pay extra for parking as well?
Let us check that and get back to you on it. That is on the monitoring list. And that's also, we've identified that as it's in the Assembly Appropriations Committee. So curious to see what might happen on Thursday. We're happy to get back on BMR units and work through the administration to get you that answer. But also wondering if this is even still going to keep moving forward.
Okay. Yeah, I think that'd be helpful. I'd be interested in understanding that because the data shows lower income families tend to own cars at higher rates, rely on single occupancy vehicles at higher rates. Just seems like another kind of state-sponsored windfall for developers. It's not actually going to help those who need it the most in the state. So I think a little more information on that would be helpful. And then kind of a bit of a follow-up on just understanding kind of what you just said as far as monitoring. So when will we receive that update? Will we receive it in time? I mean, some bills, AB 1319, AB 1469, AB 1476, just from the brief descriptions, they tend to advance a lot of the city's interests, especially around unhoused services and funding for tenant protections and affordable housing. All seems like bills we might be interested in pursuing, but I'm just concerned about our agendas moving forward and the ability to actually then move from monitoring to support in time to make a difference.
Absolutely. We're working closely with the administration on these bills. So here's what happens in the Appropriations Committee. It's almost like an auction. They read through the list and they'll say held in committee moving forward or with amendments. So we're going to know which bills are moving forward. We're going to know which bills are being held. So that kind of reduces some of the bills that we've been targeting. So it kind of cleans up the list a little bit. The tricky part's on the amendments, and we don't see the amendments right away, bless you. We're probably not going to see the amendments until earlier next week. And a lot of times in the Appropriations Committee, both Senate and Assembly, amendments happen without the author even knowing. So we're going to want to look and see what happens. And then from there, since we do the weekly updates, we can easily move some of these from monitor to suggest support or maybe, recommend opposition. So this is really kind of the first leg of this effort, and then getting through appropriations is part of the next process.
Thank you.
And process-wise on the city side, knowing your agendas are very full through your council break, if there's a bill that you're feeling you really may want to weigh in on it to see what happens, it's fine to give us that direction today. And as we see what happens with the bill, we'll be able to make that discernment pretty well working with the mayor and vice mayor.
Great. Thank you. Same amount of time.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you, and thanks for the presentations. First, I want to ask on the business roundtable measure. Has there been polling yet that we're aware of? Are we planning on doing any polling as the league versus the proponents? And then second related question is, what's the role of the chambers of commerce in support or not supporting this bill, including our local chamber of commerce?
So for the business roundtable, what I will say generally about any ballot measure that our organization or our coalition partners that we're engaged in, when we look at, there will be polling. Whether or not that's been conducted, those are obviously held confidential, as you can imagine. But that does set forth a process of where we see we're in a coalition with the SCIU, the professional firefighters, AFSCME. So politics makes strange bedfellows. So this is one of those we're in a good coalition with really key people. There will certainly be polling done over the course of this ballot measure, so we can understand where messaging is, how the ballot measure is labeled. That will play into where we would have to expend potential resources as a coalition. So certainly there will be polling done early. It's still early in the process when we talk about polling, but it will certainly be done, as any campaign would be doing. And then in regards to the chambers, I will say that the state chamber has put in a modest amount of money, if I remember correctly, about $100,000. Overall, the Business Roundtable has had over $15 million pushed into that campaign account. The statewide chamber is not taking a true proactive role. When you think about the Business Roundtable, these are your Fortune 100 companies. These are your big companies and corporations that are in Palo Alto, serving your main streets. So the chamber does have a small interest in this, but if you also look at what's sitting on the 2024 ballot, there's a lot of other measures that do impact the business community that are also going to be in play that will also impact potentially some of the people who would be participating in this measure otherwise.
Yeah, well, I think we'll want to be looking at who are the participants in the business roundtable and looking at really political accountability for them on this measure. And then you mentioned the unfunded mandates, but one of the biggest unfunded mandates in reality are the affordable housing RHNA mandates, and they aren't quantified as part of the unfunded mandates. Is there a reason that we're not characterizing them that way?
For the purposes of the $1 billion amount we use, and appreciate your clarification there are several hundreds, thousands unfunded mandates that are put onto local governments over the years. Specifically, though, what we look at for what's truly unfunded is what goes to the Commission on State Mandates, goes through a rigorous process of being determined that it is a statewide mandate, that then if it does not get funded, there's impacts in that. I would say that, like, when we look at SB 9, that was considered a matter of statewide concern, and therefore that can sometimes eliminate the need that's a state mandate because it's a matter of statewide concern.
But the affordable housing RHNA mandates dwarf that $1 billion. And that process by which you described whether they're a legally unfunded mandate or not, is the league involved in bringing forward an argument that those allocation or those RHNA allocations may in themselves be unfunded mandates?
We are not. However, I appreciate you raising this because this is something I'm going to take back to my team. We fight several battles in the unfunded mandate space on a lot of different issues. And this is one of those things that we've highlighted that there is additional need for resources. That's why we look at that $3 billion that we're making that ask for, includes both housing and homelessness, and really trying to get to that affordable housing component that we know you all need resources for. So I'm happy to follow up with you on that. Let me go and talk to my team about that.
The last, I wasn't able to do a side-by-side, but we have the league-sponsored legislation and then the priority monitored legislation that Townsend has described. They don't seem to align. They really seem to be different lists. And I'm going to be interested in how we reconcile those two lists going forward.
Absolutely. And through the mayor, vice mayor, absolutely. There are some commonalities. We flagged some of those same bills that they've been working on. We were happy to work with Ms. Perone and her team. I just want to give her a shout out. Worked with her back when she was over at Calsta. It's very helpful. And we also look at this kind of in two parts. There's some larger efforts the league works on, and then there's some more direct, specific to develop efforts that we're working on. But happy to coordinate with the league, with CSAC, and with other associations.
Thank you.
And if I'm able just to follow on that really quick, I will highlight that there are several bills that were mentioned this evening that I did not mention, but we have taken a post position on AB 1637 and on SB 423 as an organization. So there is a lot of overlap, and I'm happy to coordinate with Townsend on that.
Thank you. And I just want to add that also Townsend is also working based on our foundational principles as well. So it will be somewhat different from Cal Cities. Councilmember Tanaka?
Yeah, I just want to thank you guys for coming out. Really appreciate the update. Very, very informative. In general, I agree with a lot of your guys' positions. So all good. But I just want to speak about a few that I think we should reconsider. So first one is the Taxpayer Protection and Government Accountability Act. I think this one is something that we should support. I don't think we should oppose it. I think this one gives voters a voice on all statewide tax increases, which I think is a good thing. We've also seen kind of a flight of companies from this area, which I think is also problematic. And, I think this also gives us better accountability and transparency, which I think we want to do in government. So for those reasons, that's why I support it. And then there's a few others which I think you guys oppose, but I actually support. So first one is 423. So I think this is the Wiener one. So I think this is one that you guys have down as opposed, but I have the opposite opinion, and I think we should support it. And then the other one is AB 12. AB 12 is, trying to find here it is. AB 12 is security deposits. And I think you guys support that one, but I think we should oppose it. And the reason why on 423 and AB 12, I have kind of the opposite opinion of what you guys are recommending here or have here is because I think the way we help the affordability housing issue is actually building housing. And I think both of these things make it so 423 is trying to streamlining housing approvals, multifamily housing developments. And one of the big issues here, for instance, is actually the permitting process and building things is actually very, very tough. And so people just simply don't build. And if you want to help with affordable housing, that's one way to help is actually to build. And same thing with security deposits. I mean, if you take away the landlord incentives to rent out property, I think that's also something that's not going to help with in terms of providing more housing for the area. And then let's see, I think the other one is on ACA 1, which is lowering the threshold to 55%. I think it should be kept the same. I think in general we have some of the highest tax rates in the city, in the state, in the country compared to other states, and I think that we want to make this place more attractive in general. And then last one here is on slide 17, Brown Act open meetings. I don't think you guys have a recommended positions on that, but I think that virtual meetings, teleconferencing, Zoom, et cetera, is the way of the future, and we want to support it. And it's also something that's important to our city, right? We want to reduce our carbon footprint, our greenhouse gas, and one of the biggest ones is actually transportation. Now, a few people actually, let's say, bike these kind of meetings, but most people do not. Most people will drive. And so I think if we can make it easy for people, we save a lot of energy, we save a lot of pollution. So I think we want to keep pushing on having these open meetings. I thank you for your work.
Thank you. So I don't see any lights, so I'd like to say a few things. First, Ms. Perona, I'm very, very encouraged to see Cal City's direction and the change in terms of taking measures to promote local decision-making, as you say in your advocacy page on your website, and also to lobby against policies that erodes local control. And also reestablishing what charter cities are all about, where they have the home rule, et cetera. So thank you. I want to also appreciate President Ali's leadership, as well as Executive Director Coleman for her letter addressing the budget shortfall, and also to homelessness, right? Then I wanted to also bring up that I wanted to ask ACA 1, when it says that it will also, it can enact taxes, special taxes. Let me see here. I'm just getting to my page. That it can actually do a bond or special taxes. Does that mean parcel tax also? Potentially, they could also push forward a parcel tax on both residential and commercial properties in order to fund infrastructure and affordable housing?
So to the mayor, the way we've always read it was for, yes, for bonds. And then another common local measure would be for sales tax. And then also parcel measures, but I can triple check on parcel measures for you.
I'm sorry, the last part.
I said I could triple check on parcel measures for you.
Okay, thank you. I mean, those are taxes that's going to impose another hardship added to the property tax bills of folks that are continuing to hold on to their homes and potentially eliminate the ability for them to pass on to their heirs. So that's something that I'd like to have more clarification on. AB 309 by Lee, that's the Social Housing Act. Did that pass?
That's currently on the appropriation suspense file. It does have a pretty hefty price tag associated with it. We believe that the author has shifted the funding mechanism to general obligation bonds. So we'll see what happens with that on Thursday. But historically, this is the third attempt of him to pass his bill. It's been held under suspense twice. So
okay, yeah, it is a big hefty lift. And then also, you know, in terms of social housing that is developed and authorized by the authority, it would be owned by the authority. So it's one thing if they paid for it, but then also just to authorize it and somebody else pay for it on somebody else's land for them to hold it and owned, it would be rather unreasonable. In terms of AB 1633, Housing Accountability Act, this one here imposes additional duties on local officials, and also the bill would create a state mandated local program, which could also cause more work for cities and our staff, which means more overtime and more work. So I have concerns about that one. I was just wondering, is that also Thursday?
yes, it's my understanding that it is on the appropriation suspense file and will be acted upon Thursday. So yeah, we'll be sure to send updates on those as soon as we know more.
And I do want to thank you for monitoring SB 423 and giving me an update on that. The next one is AB 965 by Carrillo, which is the broadband permit applications. This is actually very unreasonable in terms of even shortening more of their shot clocks for local governments. So these antennas that it's going to also be approved as batches, and I would be concerned about that. And lastly, that it does remove the government's ability to protect health and safety for its community. So I would hope that you'll continue monitoring that, but better if we have a pose on that very clearly. SB 252, Gonzalez. This one here, I have a question. Yes, we want to divest from existing fossil fuel companies, for CalPERS, but I wanted to know what would that do to the investments and the bucket of it, because there is, what if now we have less choices to invest in, then are our investments going to yield less towards the city for its use? So if you can give feedback on that.
Yeah, well, I don't have any really quantifiable metrics about how it would impact the fund. We do know that there is a large portion of the portfolio that's invested in fossil fuels, so it would contribute to the destabilization of the fund. So yeah, we'll closely monitor that as well.
Thank you. SB 405 from Cortese. It's the housing element. Again, it would require posting and more work for the city and for the staff. And also it has something to do with developing a methodology. Again, more work for staff. And I don't know if that's something that each city as a state mandate, that small cities and large cities and medium cities are going to be able to accomplish this. I find it rather unfair, so I hope that that's another thing to keep an eye on. On the AB 12, security deposits, why is it both furnished and unfurnished? I would say unfurnished would be all right with the 1 month, but the property owner is investing in furniture. So I kind of find that rather overreaching if they're investing in placing a furnished rental.
We asked actually the author's office about it, and they felt they wanted to have it be fair across the board about furnished or unfurnished.
Thank you. My time is up and we'll come back to council. I think it would be Council Member Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to say something about local control. I think we use that term and it means different, it has different impacts depending on who's articulating it. Local control is used to restrict a woman's right to choose or protect a woman's right to choose. And it's used to allow open carry of guns and to prevent open carry of guns. And it's used to restrict books on gay people being in a library at a public school and ensure that such books are readable. And here we are talking about it in the context of housing, and we have different perspectives on what local control means. So I think it's dangerous to sort of blanketly be in favor of local control or against it, because it's really just a proxy for us wanting to have the right to do what we may want to do, whether we agree with the state or the nation or not, is what local control is about. So I would like us to hear from Cal Cities on the SB 9 argument, and specifically what argument y'all are making about why SB 9 should be opposed. Second, I would like to know from whomever can tell me, Buena Vista, the $2 million that have been requested in the appropriation cycle, I'd love to know specifically what that $2 million is planned to be allocated for. And that's it for me. Thank you.
I apologize. I'm going to have to crib note this, so bear with me for a moment on SB 9. SB 9 interferes with the home rule that you all are very familiar with. And specifically, what our amicus brief is focused on is that it does not meet the conditions necessary for the state to override charter or city authority. Specifically, the brief focuses on that SB 9 fails to clearly articulate the matter of statewide concern it intends to address. When we talk about that, the bill says that the purpose of SB 9 is to ensure access to affordable housing statewide. SB 9 is not an affordable housing bill at the end of the day. I just want to make that clear. So that's where part of our argument is focused on, is it does not actually meet the intent that is in SB 9. So that is one part of our amicus brief. So that is where we've primarily focused our efforts on. Let me take a look here. And then again, that with the home rule, that the state does not have the ability to override the charter city authority when it comes to home rule in this space. So those are the primary, and I'm happy to go and provide you the amicus brief as well if you would be interested in that.
Thank you. And on Buena Vista, please.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember. We submitted a federal earmark request for Buena Vista for the electrification of the site. So that aligns with the city's goals of our REACH code and encouraging electric utilities as opposed to gas. The gas line there is very dated. It's getting to a point where it may not be even useful. So something needs to happen in replacing the utilities. And just aligning with all of our sustainability goals, our request was to electrify the site. And at the community meetings that the Housing Authority has been having with the residents, they've shared that the future site will be all electric, and they've received some feedback about it, mixed reactions, honestly. But that's what the earmark request is for.
And do we think 2 million will adequately cover 100% electrification for that number of units?
No.
Go ahead.
So it's a portion. Can you give me a sense of what fraction it is?
We do not have information on the full scale associated with the infrastructure project, only to know that it will be significantly more than that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councilmember Lowing.
Yeah, thanks very much. This is just a first-rate bit of research and maybe even a better first-rate presentation of a complex issue and, nice little boxes for us. And then you were able to elaborate on questions that really cleared up a couple of, I think, significant points. With respect to the ones that are here in terms of oppose or not oppose, I would actually be willing to support all of those. And if when we get to the motion tonight, I would add Councilmember Vinker's other one to this list and include that with it. Can't find the number right now, but
I know.
There's just a lot.
SB2, public safety. Particularly, I just want to talk about two of them. I really appreciate your discussion of the SB 35 because it basically says if it wasn't so comprehensive in its overreach, it might be okay. But it's just there's so many vagaries in there, the sunset date and so on. So that was that wasn't in the summary, but that was in your comments. I thought that was really important to talk about. And the other one was, ACA 1. It works for me because it's specific to affordable housing and public infrastructure. If this was on every tax that would be done by the legislature or local community, that would be different. But what we don't want to have happen, and we know that there have been some pockets of resistance to affordable housing. We know the mandate that we have to cover, and we have to raise money in a variety of ways. So this would be one way to raise money for affordable housing. And I think 55% is a clear majority and is a fair way to go on that one. So those are the two that I particularly wanted to call out and support. And then just a minor point, perhaps in the scheme of things, but I do agree with the mayor on the 1 month versus 2 months of security deposit. About a year or so ago, when we did renter protections on the planning commission, we discussed that quite at length. And the concern was that if we went down to 1 month, it might have the effect of preventing the housing going up, at least in our jurisdiction. Now, if it's a state law, our jurisdiction goes away because it's a state law. So that's a little bit more tolerable. But it is an area of concern. And her point is correct that there's more property at risk there in a furnished apartment. So, okay, thanks.
Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you. And thank you again to the team presenting to us tonight. Generally on these bills, in the support or opposed positions that were based on the principles passed by this council, but not this council. It was done right before the first of the year, before 3 of us were seated. So I think that's part of what we're feeling tonight is that there may be some evolved views by the council. So I wonder whether on some of these where there may not be as much consensus as there was before, whether those are ones that we shouldn't particularly take a position on one way or another because it warrants further discussion than we probably can do tonight. So that would just be a general thought. But I did have a question, and I believe this was part of the Cal Cities presentation. I just was wondering if you could elaborate for me a little bit. We talked about the May revise for the governor's budget. And one of the things you mentioned, the last bullet on your first slide there, was about the climate change shift to a 2024 bond measure. And I'm wondering if you could describe that in a little more detail. And then let me just ask my second question so you can just perhaps stay up there and answer both. Because then also a couple slides later under advocacy wins for cities, it talks about AB 698 gas stoves. And I don't think you had a lot in your slides. I think that one perhaps was not described. So if you could describe those two things for me, I'd be grateful.
Sure. I'll start with gas stoves first, and then I'll come back to the May revise. Specifically on AB 698, this bill is not moving forward, but what the bill would have done is it would have prohibited state agencies and local governments from adopting or enforcing a rule or any type of regulation associated with the that would indirectly or directly be the result of not allowing for gas stoves in residential and non-residential buildings. So it would have restricted your ability of making a determination if natural gas could be used or not in a facility.
It would have done that.
Yes, it would have prohibited your ability to say that you would want to do a natural gas ban. Potentially, you're not allowed for gas stoves within a commercial facility here in the city.
Okay, and you did what?
We were involved and walked through the challenges and the considerations that play into this, and especially when you also look at the industry, restaurant industry, some of them actually just need gas stoves to produce the type of food that they prepare for us. So there's different components that were at play, but ultimately it's looking at that city councils. You, again, have the best knowledge of what's happening on the ground here in your city of what makes the best sense for the type of facilities and equipment within those facilities that should be used.
So you were fighting to allow us to do what we thought best on that?
Correct.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you.
Going back to May revise. So I appreciate the clarifying question. So when we had our $100 billion surplus last year, and then we came into January this year and the governor announces a $22.5 billion deficit, one of the big components that he looked at addressing that deficit with was a lot of the climate change dollars that had been allocated in the previous budget. So we started to see billions of dollars being pulled out of the climate change programs. Those numbers have significantly been updated because of the deficit continuing to grow. So where they have focused, the governor and the legislature starting to redirect their attention is in the climate change space specifically, is that rather than trying to figure out how they're going to fund this through the budget, is that should go to a bond measure in November 24. There are 3 bond measures right now pending in the legislature. Eduardo Garcia, as Mr. DeLuca mentioned, is probably the primary climate bond in that space, but already the 3 measures that are in play at the legislature total over $20 billion. So we will see one of those will be the ultimate bond measure that will be in play for next year.
Got it. All right. Thank you very much for that.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple more questions. Back to AB 309, Mayor was asking some questions about it. Does creating the California Housing Authority, would that be an agency that would also be able to provide state funding for actual affordable housing production?
That is part of the goal. I am aware of a handful of municipalities that are interested in this, and that was one of the asks of, okay, will this new entity have a funding opportunity, give out funding, what have you? As you all know, right now, BCSH, Business Consumer Services and Housing, that's the state agency that's working on funding. So if this were to move forward, they would want that funding component. There need to be some addressing going on to that.
Okay. Be curious to continue to monitor that, understand that more, because we've all been feeling that frustration of the lack of funding from the state to actually create the affordable housing. And that brings me to my next question, and it was just kind of really brought up. We had that $100 billion surplus last year, and I remember when you reported to us, I think in the fall, and told us that of the greatest deficit the state's ever had, we gave $1 billion to actual affordable housing production. Now I understand the state is, not only do we have a $31 billion deficit, they're cutting that funding by what, about $700 million. So do you know, under the revised May budget, how much funding the state is proposing for actual affordable housing construction?
Off the top of my head, I do not, and I'm happy to get that. And just remember, so this is what the May revises his proposal back to the legislature. So then they're going to push back on different funding pots. It has been clear from the Senate, and it's been clear from the Assembly, their support on the billion to maintain the billion for homeless services, with just like what Ms. Brown said, with clear accountability. The nice one about that's the word of the day, because they have been clear about accountability. When it relates to funding for bricks and mortar, that's when, yes, last year I was telling you there was such a high surplus, but the amount of funding that went towards affordable housing, not to speak for some affordable housing advocacy groups, but there's a level of, is that it? So the question now is, and this is kind of the overall budget question, this also impacts, because we made on behalf of the city some direct asks to our delegation. The issue is, what's the deficit going to look like? And knowing what it looks like, then where's there wiggle room? Where's there room for some flexibility? Because we submitted to our assembly member and senator a request for funding for Newell Bridge. On one hand, you know, people might be like, oh, you're crazy. Why would you submit a funding request? Well, like Wayne Gretzky said, you miss every shot you never take. We know how important that is to the city. At the same time, for everyone that we've been talking to in committees and in the legislature, like, we're not totally sure what the deficit number is, and there's still a desire for district funding requests. So in a very roundabout way to get to the point of your question, what will remain for affordable housing to be determined? The legislature has said it is something that it is a priority, depending on how much is still available.
Yeah, right. And it was a major priority last year as well, and they gave just pennies on the budget. So just continues to frustrate me. I think where we spend our money reflects our values. I took that mindset into our finance committee discussions, and we'll continue to do so. And so easy for the state to be able to say, we care about it, unfunded mandates, go ahead, do it, cities, but we're not going to actually provide you the funding that's going to create it. So I appreciate it. I support the list as is. I agree, SB2, happy to add that in there as well. And I think just on the issue of local control versus state, I definitely kind of respect the opinion that Councilmember Lithcott-Hames shared as far as the concerns of local control and many instances and where it has been abused. But I think the same thing can be said about when that power is provided to the states. I mean, I think every single day we read things that the Florida legislature is doing that gives me incredible heartburn. And this has been the fight that we've been having since the foundation of the country, of the Federalists versus Anti-Federalists, and who should be in control, and should it be the federal government, states, local governments. I think one thing to be said about local government here in California, we have such a diverse state, and these kind of cookie cutter responses that the legislature does might work for Reading, but not going to work for Los Angeles or Palo Alto or vice versa. And so I think our ability to know what are the problems that we are addressing here in Palo Alto and how best to solve them is one of the reasons why I'm in local government. I think that we can solve a lot of our problems, but in the areas where we need help, we need money. We need money. And we need a lot of money to be able to address that affordable housing. And simply saying, do this or suffer the consequences is not getting that housing done. I'm hoping we can find a better partnership with the state, and hopefully with your advocacy and all of ours as well. We can make that happen. So thank you.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Vice Mayor, for that history lesson. I appreciate it. We're both lawyers, appreciate the reminiscing about the origins of this country. And I think we're all glad we're Californians. What I want to offer by way of process is, as I'm trying to do the math here and also have a small informal bet about what time we'll get out tonight, I think it's clear that we have some differences of opinion, and I would like to propose that if the majority wants to move forward with, say, support or opposition of something, and some are feeling strongly in the other direction, I would propose, for example, on 423, that if it is 4-3 or 5-2 or 6-1, that we state, and if a letter is going to go saying the city of Palo Alto, I would like the vote to be recorded that it was not a unanimous vote, should that be the case. It's a way to have some local control.
Councilmember Vinker.
Just following up on the process point, I think that perhaps we don't have to choose support or oppose on ones where we're split to some significant degree. And when I look at this list, I believe we have near consensus or general support for all but SB 423. And I think that that reflects our city. I think there's a variety of views on SB 423 in our city. And when we write on behalf of the city, under the city letterhead, I think it ought to be more broadly held amongst our constituents as well as those of us on the dais. So what I would propose is that we approve the recommended action on slide, whatever that is, 26 or something, but for SB 423, upon which we do not take a formal position. I could do that in the form of a motion when it's appropriate time to entertain that.
I'd support that.
Okay, Councilmember Burt.
Well, just on that last topic, SB 35 itself was contentious. SB 423 appears to be not only a life extension of SB 35, but SB 35 on steroids. And I think it appears to be very problematic, and I'm going to support, endorse opposing SB 423. So when we get to that point, I think we'll want to vote on that.
Thank you, Councilmember Burt. Councilmember Tanaka.
Sorry.
Yeah, on this topic, I think that the suggestion of having the vote recorded, I support that, because I think our lawmakers should know how we think, because sometimes we are unanimous, sometimes we're not. So I think that would be good. Or I think the other suggestion, which I also like, that we, for the ones that there's opposition on, we just don't put down. That might be better as well. Sometimes less is more.
Councilmember Lowing.
Yeah, I just thought we would ask our experts, what is your usual approach on these things? Do you only want things to go that in our case is 7-0, or is it 6-1, or is it 4-3, or do you usually not identify it if it's a vote of?
It's really up to the will of the council.
Okay, so in terms of effectiveness, I'm basically asking your expertise. That doesn't matter.
It's on the direction of the council.
Okay.
And usually once an action is taken, it's expressed what that action is.
Okay, so I still have some more. SB 450, which is an Atkins bill pertaining to SB 9, while it says that it's a cleanup bill, it appears to even extend the egregiousness of taking away local control even more. So I would like for you to keep an eye on that. Then there is also, I would like to add to the recommended action list, SB 634, which is by Becker. And that is a bill that is going to address homelessness, and it creates a new type of low barrier navigation center called Opportunity Housing. And I would like to add to the list as a support. Then there is, to add to the monitor list, I'd like to add SB 4, which is a Wiener bill, SB 341, which is a Becker bill, SB 393, which is a Glazier bill, SB 440, which is a Skinner bill, SB 532, another Wiener bill, and AB 965. Actually, I'm sorry. I would like to add AB 965 onto our list of recommended action and to oppose. And I appreciate the proposals. Certainly, we can, my idea is to vote on the ones that we believe that we have consensus. And correct me if I'm wrong, that would be AB 1637. So I'm looking at the list that with the recommendations, right, from the staff presentation.
Is this packet page 125?
It's actually in the presentation. Sorry for the confusion. We inadvertently left SB2 off of our staff report list for action. So it's actually in that report, but it's monitoring there. So it's best to use the presentation as a guide. And this is on slide 38. Thank you.
I just noticed, did I say SB4?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So once you get to the slide, these are the middle section, bills with recommended action. I think we have consensus on AB 1637, AB 1598, SB 2. Correct? Slide 38, it's very faint. It's the page.
Madam Clerk, could you possibly bring up slide 38? Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's the last 38 on the presentation. It's the last slide, the last slide.
Thank you. And it's also on your screen right now. It's the middle bullet point with that list of bills.
And we have consensus, if I understand correctly, AB 1637, AB 1598, SB 2. And if we do have consensus on those, we can vote as a whole, and somebody can make the motion. Only 3 right now that we have consensus on, I believe. Did you want to make the motion?
Yes, but I have a preliminary question. Should we vote to support something we've already voted to support? I mean, we specifically passed a motion and then a resolution to support SB2 previously.
So this one we can just do the letter on because you've had previous council action. We just wanted to make sure that you saw that we accidentally left it off and that we'll take action on it. So to your question of the specific motion, you can say affirm or you can just tell us to make sure we do the letter. Either way is
I just
absolutely
don't
fine
want
for
to
us.
undermine any of the specific detail we had previously. I'm happy to include it.
Yeah, it's sort of like belt and suspenders at this point.
Okay. Well, then I would. Are you looking for a motion on those 3? Okay, I'd be happy to move that we follow the recommendations of oppose 1637, support AB 1598, and support SB 2.
Second. Thank you. That was Councilmember Lithcott-Hames who supported this motion, and the maker is Councilmember Vinker. Would you like to speak to it, Councilmember Vinker?
No, thank you. I think we've covered it. Thank you.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
No, thank you.
All right. Will you conduct the vote, please, Madam Clerk?
Yes, ma'am. Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames,
Yes.
and Councilmember Vinker.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Yes, thank you.
All right, we can go to the next, and I think that we can separate out the remainder ones since we don't have consensus on those. So I'd like to make a motion to oppose SB 423. Thank you. I don't need to speak to it. I think our representative from Cal Cities and our consultants have talked enough about it. Councilmember Burt? Okay, shall we conduct the vote? Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Tanaka?
Yes, I'd like to make a substitute vote that we don't vote on 423. We stay silent on it.
I would, does one second that? How does that work? Okay, I'll second that.
All right, so we have a substitute motion. Councilmember Tanaka, you want to speak on it?
No, I think Councilmember Vinker already did. Thank you.
Councilmember Vinker?
Yeah, I'll just stand by my former comments that I think we're a split community, and to the extent this is a very important bill, I would actually like more information on it. So I think at this point, it's better to not take a position.
Very good. Let's vote, conduct the vote for the substitute.
Actually, maybe we should just change the substitute motion to say no position, rather than not to vote. No position on SB 420. That'll be clearer.
It's no position, Madam Clerk.
Ah, thank you. No position. Yes. Okay, good. All right. Mayor Ku,
No.
Councilmember Lowing,
No.
Councilmember Lithcott Ames,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
No.
Vice Mayor Stone,
No.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
and Councilmember Vinker.
Yes.
Motion fails 3-4.
And with that, let's return to our main motion.
I'd like to make a substitute motion.
Sure.
My motion is that if there is not unanimous opinion on a legislative item, that the vote be recorded in whatever letter is generated as a matter of lobbying.
I'll second that.
Not necessarily.
Could you please repeat that? I just want to make sure I captured it correctly. I think I missed the end. There's not a unanimous position on a legislative item, then the vote be recorded as.
Be recorded on, what I'm trying to say is whatever letter is generated as a result of this vote, I would like the vote count to be stated in the letter. I would not want anyone receiving this letter to think this is a unanimous opinion of our city council.
Thank you.
Yes, Madam Attorney.
Madam Mayor, I think this is best characterized as an amendment. It's in
Right.
addition to the earlier.
I was looking at that and I was thinking it was an amendment.
But it's an amendment because it doesn't completely replace, it adds to or changes the prior.
I just want to make sure the language is very clear. That I mean, I think that it should be, well, I can talk to it later. But I just want to make sure it's clear. Do we have a second?
Madam Mayor, it may actually be a standalone motion.
Oh, wait.
Because it may be that you're recommending that as a general principle, not specifically. So it's a new motion. Did we vote on the prior motion?
Not
We did
yet.
not.
No.
Okay.
So maybe you can hold that.
Withdraw
and-
the motion?
Yes, and then come back to it as soon
Okay.
as the prior one is
Happy to do that. Thank you for the guidance.
So that it doesn't, right now, if we do it this way, it only applies to SB 423 and not to everything, not to our general, okay, very good, thank you. All right, let's return to our main motion, our original motion.
The original motion, Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Ames,
No.
Councilmember Vinker,
No.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
No.
and Councilmember Burt.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, motion carries 4-3.
Councilmember Lithcott Ames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to move that to the extent the council's vote on a legislative matter is reported out as a matter of lobbying, and the matter did not receive a unanimous vote, that the letter contain a record of what the vote was, both the number of votes in favor of and against, and the names of the people who made each vote.
I'll second that.
Feel free to clean it up. I'm not feeling very
I was going to say,
coherent.
Madam Attorney, if you would take a look at that and make sure that the intent is correct with the language.
I think that's enough for the staff to understand what you're asking. Yes? Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Burton, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk.
Yeah, I would be okay with not with listing the where it's not a unanimous vote, but listing individual council members I don't believe precedented, and I don't think it's appropriate, so I'm not going to support this.
What did you say? Not?
Maybe the maker of the motion can clarify. Are you intending a number here or a list of names?
I was actually picturing our minutes, which just does include our names. When there is not a unanimous vote, it's clear who was behind the no's or the yeses, whichever didn't win. So I was simply picturing that whatever the minutes would reflect would actually go forward into the letter. That said, I'm more interested in the concept than I am in our names being recorded. So if there isn't support for the names, I'm happy to withdraw that piece and just have the numerical vote be reflected in whatever letter is taken forward.
Councilmember Lowing.
I think Councilmember Burt actually raises a good point, because the recipient of this letter doesn't really care about who said what, I don't think. I think it's just the number. 4-3 is going to mean something different to them than 7-0. And I don't think too many folks are going to do, nomenclature around which name it is. So perhaps you could revise your motion and then we could proceed.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I was trying to signal in my last comment. So I'm happy to remove the, to amend my language so that the vote be recorded on any resulting letter to contain both the supporting and opposing vote. It actually does state what I think. Vote counts.
You could say the number of supporting and opposing votes.
Okay, the number of supporting and opposing votes, please. Thank you.
Anything else?
I think we need to remove the word both.
No, I thought both would be the number. Okay. Madam Attorney, is this okay?
Would it be better to say to contain the vote count instead of the number of supporting and opposing votes?
That would work as well.
Councilmember Vinker?
My comment's moot now, thank you.
Okay. All right, no more lights. Yes, please, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
and Councilmember Lithcott Haynes.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right. We can move to AB 12. Would somebody like to make a motion?
I'll move we support AB 12.
Seconded, okay, thank you. Do you have any comments? Would you like to speak to it?
I think it's critical to protect renters across the state, and here in the city of Palo Alto, this doesn't provide an undue burden on landlords. It can provide a really critical safety net for renters who are trying to enter the rental market.
Agreed.
Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka?
Yeah, well, I still oppose it. And I think the other reason that I think the mayor mentioned, which I also agree with, is especially for furnished apartments, it makes no sense. So at least for that, I think this is a no.
I would like to make a substitute motion for AB 12 to monitor, to put it into the monitor bucket.
I'll support that.
As I said earlier, there's still a concern about the furnished part of it. And I think that we should continue speaking to the author for their consideration, and then to bring it back. Councilmember Tanaka?
No, you said it well. Thank you.
All right. Shall we vote on the substitute motion?
Councilmember Vinker,
No.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
No.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames,
No.
Councilmember Lowing.
No.
That's a substitute motion.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I misunderstood. So I meant to vote no on the substitute motion.
Okay, did anyone else want to change?
Yes, you can change. Thank you.
Okay, motion fails 2-5.
Very good. Let's go back to the original motion.
Sorry, give me a second. Oh, I spelled your name wrong. I apologize. Okay, and the original motion, Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
No.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
and Mayor Ku.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1.
Now we move to ACA 1. Anyone would like to make a motion? That's to reduce the vote threshold to 55%.
I move to support.
All right.
Second.
Madam Clerk, I don't see any lights.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
No.
Mayor Ku,
No.
and Councilmember Burt.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-2.
Okay, I would like to add Senator Becker's SB 634 as a support. So this is the opportunity to create low barrier navigation centers called Opportunity Housing so I'll move that.
I'm sorry, what was the?
634, SB 634. And it's on packet page 129 of the staff report.
Second.
Oh, thank you.
I never want to pass up an opportunity to agree with you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, so I don't see any lights. Do you want to speak on it?
I appreciate Senator Becker's efforts generally around supporting unhoused people. And I am excited by what this seems to portend.
Thank you. I don't see any lights. Madam Clerk, we can take a vote.
Yes, ma'am. Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
and Councilmember Lowing.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. I have another two, AB 965, which has to do with, oh my gosh, where's my notes? Actually, it's by Carrillo, and it's about broadband permit applications. It creates unreasonable permitting shot clocks, and also it deems all permits approved in a batch. If local government doesn't act in 90 days, it removes local government's ability to protect the public health and safety. And it has no limit batching process. Oh, I'm sorry, it implements a no limit batching process. And the League of Cities actually has an opposed position on this also. It's AB 965.
Is it in our packet?
And unfortunately, I don't believe this is in our packet, right?
Correct. This is not been
So
on the
maybe we
list.
can. Monitor.
That was, if I may, to the mayor and the council, that was not one that we've identified for the packet. Happy to do more research on that.
Okay.
But that was not one that we included.
All right, in that case, I'm going to move it later on to the monitor list. So I'll withdraw this motion for opposed vote.
May I ask a procedural motion?
Mhm.
Are we going to go through all these monitoring ones as well? And
Do
see
you
if we
want
want to? Well, we didn't get sort of full presentations or an endorsement from them to endorse or not to endorse. So I thought that was sort of the point, is that we wanted to get more information as we go along rather than vote on it tonight.
Yeah, on the monitor list, I think the staff recommendation is just to confirm that list, that they continue monitoring it, and if there's any additions or changes to make note of it now.
Yeah, but I'm just saying there's, I don't know, 14, 21, 20, like 25, and I just didn't know we were going to actually move on those tonight, so.
And through the mayor, the staff's intent was to make sure that you knew that we had these bills on our radar.
Yeah.
And that we were doing the conversations, et cetera, with Townsend at the state. And so the only ask that we had related to the monitor list was if you know another bill that's missing off that list, to let us know, we can add it, and or if there was a bill on that list that you wanted to elevate and take action on today. But our intention was not to go through each of them unless that was the council's desire.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I would like to move that we add SB 450, SB 4, AB 965 to the monitor list.
And we do not need a motion on the monitor list, by the way. So
I'm sorry?
we do not need a motion. If there's a bill you want to add to the monitor list, we can just take note of that. I'll just add one small caveat is we do try to look at the bills in relation to Palo Alto specifically. So we will have Townsend do some additional analysis and also work with our team of different department directors, et cetera, and share that information. So if bills are on that list but don't have a Palo Alto impact, it will probably be bumped further down and or off. But just wanted to share that as one of the lenses as well. So we want to make sure that it is something that impacts our community in some kind of way and not just that we're monitoring all the bills happening in Sacramento.
So I don't need to make a motion.
Correct. So
Oh,
if you give
okay.
us those
Thank you.
numbers clearly, we will just add them to the list and do our evaluation as I just stated. Sorry, you and I are blocked by the water temperature.
That's why I'm doing that.
Thank you for doing a dance to see
Yeah,
me.
but
So if you could just repeat those numbers, we'll get it on our list, please.
Okay. SB 4, SB 450, AB 965. Thank you. SB 450. Oh, I said that already. Lastly, on state legislation, on the national front, federal, is there anything that we need to be concerned about the ARPA funds? Do we need to write a letter? In
Honorable
order to,
Mayor, speaking to the city team this morning about the concern. So from our DC team, which with all due respect, love them, would love them to be in front of you, but it's a little late for them right now. So we asked about clawing back the ARPA funding, and Ben Goldie, our federal manager, also added a caveat of any COVID-related funding. And he said, it is a proposal from the House Republicans as part of the debt ceiling discussions. So it's nothing that's out there right now in a formal bill. He said, if the city's obligated their funding, you're in a good spot. Something that we like to do to make sure, you all are in good standing with your congresswoman and both senators is, we could work with the city administration, is share with them any recent reports, printouts, or what have you as to obligating and drawing down those funds. So they know that Palo Alto has been a good actor with these funds. So that's where we're on the federal side. We're also advocating, we continue to advocate and push for the 2 million for Buena Vista.
Thank you.
And we will keep you updated as it goes through that appropriations process.
Super, thank you so much. Also for lobbying day, next time can we know a little bit earlier so we can mark our calendars in order to do that? Appreciate that.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. We had lots of lofty aspirations for this year. We're going to do what we can to get them in play for next year. We'd love for more opportunities for our council to interact with our delegation, particularly in Sacramento. So we'll get some prospective dates out a little sooner in planning for next year so that we can make sure that those opportunities can actually take place.
Thank you. All right, I don't see any more lights. I think we conclude this agenda item. And I just want to say thank you to Ms. Perron and to Carly and Nicolo for being here today. And safe drive home.
Thank you.
All right, it is 9:47 p.m. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, thank you.
No, I've been out of town. I'd like to call you.
Yes, it's very kind of you. Thank you.
All right, now we move to our action item number 14, which is a public hearing legislative. And it's to adopt an ordinance that changes the Palo Alto Municipal Code, chapters 18.04, 18.09, 18.10, 18.12, and 1840 related to ADUs and accessory structures. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Jonathan Late, Director for Planning and Development Services. We have Garrett Sauls, our planner with our department and resident expert on ADUs, going to give this presentation. Mr. Sauls.
Good evening, council members. As Director Late had introduced, my name is Garrett Sauls. I'm the planner reviewing the ADU ordinance update. And we'll just be talking about a number of items related to the staff report that we provided to you today. Next slide. So just kind of bringing in a brief overview of, what has happened over the last couple of years. We're going to talk a little bit about initial city council direction from 2020 related to ADUs, and then discuss about the PTC and city council timelines that bring up a bit of additional information about how many meetings we've gone to the PTC to talk about a number of these items, as well as HCD letters we've received regarding our existing ADU ordinance, the responses we provided, and again, highlighting the topics that are being discussed tonight. Next slide. So back in 2020, when the City Council adopted its current ADU ordinance, the Council had included 2 additional motions as a part of that decision, which were to continue working with the community and design professionals that are interested in ADU development through the PTC process to consider additional regulations that might further incentivize ADU development. And the city council also directed staff with the PTC to try to establish a deed restricted affordable ADU program. Next slide. As a result of this discussion, staff met with the PTC in 2021 3 times, as well as 2022 3 times, to discuss these overarching policies, which were initially raised by the local design professionals as potential regulations for encouraging and incentivizing development of ADUs in the city. During that time, at the end of 2021, we also received our first letter from HCD providing us feedback about how our ordinance complied with state law. At the end of 2022, council had adopted on December 12th additional state law changes related to laws that were coming into effect at the beginning of this year. And about a week or so after that, the city received its second response letter to its initial letter, where we ended up needing to go back to the PTC to discuss some additional changes by the state that they were recommending, as well as some local changes in February and March of this year. Next slide. These letters, as I mentioned before, the first one we were provided by HCD was on December 23rd of 2021. We provided our initial response to them in February of 2022. This first letter included 12 items that HCD felt the city's ordinance needed to be modified in order to be brought into compliance with state law. And in staff's response, we had identified a number of issues that we felt still met what HCD wanted to have in our ordinance, as well as what ways we could make some changes to our code. In the letter that we received last year on December 21st, there were only 5 items from that initial 12 that still remained, which staff brought back to the PTC back in February and March of this year to provide for additional changes to the ordinance to bring those in conformance with HCD's comments. And staff believes that these items address those remaining items. The ordinance today addresses those remaining items. Next slide. So to give some general purpose to the discussion that we're having tonight, the point is to not only just respond to HCD's feedback on the city's ordinances, but also to further establish policies that will help encourage, clarify, and resolve any potential conflicts or hopeful conflicts as it relates to development for ADUs in Palo Alto. And these topics that are shown on the screen follow the same structure as shown in the staff report, which first discuss the HCD comments. The second item talks about regulatory changes for junior and accessory dwelling units. The third talks about corner lot incentives. Fourth being incentives, discussing the affordable ADU program. And the last talking about code modifications to the definitions, sanitation facilities, and accessory structures that are not specific to accessory dwelling units, but are relevant in the conversation about them. Next slide. And so these items that are highlighted under the first item about HCD comments, these are reflected in the staff report again, following the same structure, so it's easier to follow. The first discusses daylight planes for Table 2 units, how HCD identifies that the city isn't able to apply daylight planes to detached accessory dwelling units. The second is about clarifying how floor area and lot coverage for accessory dwelling units should be calculated, as well as discussing sort of with noise producing equipment location standards, setback requirements for junior ADUs and how that should or shouldn't be applied. The fourth being discussing entryways and how the city has a policy currently about for attached units, them needing to follow a certain direction or face a certain direction separate from the primary dwelling's entrance. And lastly, talking about how attached parking to ADUs cannot contribute towards the ADU's total square footage. Next slide. The second topic discusses these items that are specific to JADU and ADU development. This focuses on basement provisions, additional relaxation of noise producing equipment standards. The third item discussing, mirroring the issue about HCD's comments about reducing or eliminating a standard about having attached parking count towards an ADU's maximum size, introducing some additional privacy policies to consider. Fifth one being potentially retracting deed restrictions that the city has previously established on properties. Next slide. Considering allowing for non-conforming structures to be expanded when they're converted into an accessory dwelling unit. removing a potential two-step process as it relates to existing garages and whether or not you can replace that parking on site as uncovered space or not have to replace that parking on site. Talking about how converted and relocated structures need to meet certain setback standards. And lastly, within this topic, discussing the alignment of the ADU ordinance with the tree ordinance. Next slide. The third topic in the staff report discusses corner lot incentives, which focuses primarily on what benefits the city could potentially provide to the primary home in order to encourage an individual to possibly develop an ADU at a greater setback than what would typically be allowed on a street side yard. Next slide. The fourth item in the staff report discusses the incentives for an affordable ADU program that the city had contemplated, the PTC and staff had contemplated and researched extensively. Eventually, the PTC came to a decision on a potential policy, which was to allow deed restricted ADUs for up to 8 years and create a pot basically of about $400,000 that people can pull into when their unit, based on the size requirements, would need to pay impact fees for. Ultimately, the PTC didn't decide to include additional other policies to that initial recommendation. But these two items that you see at the bottom, the reconstruction of expansion of walls or removing existing garage requirement, were policies that the PTC felt were appropriate to apply for all types of units. In general, relative to a lot of the additional housing projects and affordable housing projects the city has, as well as relative to a lot of the challenges of educating homeowners about fair housing laws and the challenges of implementing an affordable program that has a much shorter time frame than was typically expected, staff ultimately recommended to the PTC to not pursue a program, and their recommendation from their meeting in February follows that recommendation from staff. Next slide. Lastly, as I mentioned before, the following items on this slide identify changes to the other sections of the city's code that are relevant to the conversation about ADUs, but not specifically about them entirely. And this is about how floor area is calculated for attached second units, relocating second units through demolition or reconstruction, clarifying for JDU construction how JDUs can be built on site, as well as where their sanitation facilities would need to be located, specifying how floor area could be calculated for all types of projects, providing clarifications on accessory buildings with covered porches or patios when they would otherwise not be counted towards floor area or lot coverage, being very clear about that distinction in the code that's not there today, and being more specific or clear about what types of fixtures are allowed in accessory structures. Next slide. Staff's recommendation at this point is to adopt the ordinance that's attachment A, which modifies the city's Title 18 zoning code for accessory dwelling units, accessory structures, and also provides responses to HCD's direction. And that concludes our presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Sauls. And then I'd just also like to acknowledge that we have Bryna Chang from the PTC online if there's any questions of her.
Thank you. I was going to ask if Vice Chair Chang would like to say anything about what PTC decided. Or you can just take questions, yeah.
I think that, first of all, I'd just like to say that Mr. Sauls did a phenomenal job, and I actually counted, I think this showed up at 8 meetings. I think that the one thing that I'd like to emphasize is that the item that where the PTC decided not to continue to pursue the affordable ADU item was a disappointment to us all, but also in the many meetings that we struggled over that item, I believe almost every single commissioner had doubts about whether that program would be effective for various reasons, either because it wasn't enough of an incentive for homeowners or because it would be difficult for the tenants. And it turns out that did bear out once staff talked to the experts. And so as disappointing as it is, it just didn't seem like the right use of resources. And so I wanted to make sure I highlighted that because I know that was done kind of at council's request. The rest of it, I concur with everything that Mr. Saul said. Thanks.
Thank you, Vice Chair Chang. Okay, let's go to public comments.
Our first speaker is John Kelly.
Before I start speaking, I just want to confirm that you have a copy of the executive summary that I sent to you last night.
Will you please speak into the mic? I can't hear you.
I'm not speaking yet. I'd prefer not to start the clock. I just want to.
We're not going to start the clock if you have a question.
I just want to make sure you've got the piece of paper that the city clerk is kind of distributing. I sent this to you last night, but it'll save this all. It'll save me much of my 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 1 minute. How much do I get?
3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mayor.
And your time haven't started yet.
Great, thank you. This clock's, thank you, you've reset it. Mayor Koo, Vice Mayor Stone, council members, I've spoken to you on at least 2 and perhaps 3 prior occasions, and I've certainly communicated with members of the staff about the most important issue which I want to talk about tonight, and that's the question of 2-story ADUs here in Palo Alto. But Director Late was kind enough to speak to me this afternoon, and I'd just like to note that it was a useful conversation, and I think Director Late and I don't know if we have a complete meeting of the minds, but I think we have greater awareness on the part of the staff of some of the concerns that I've expressed regarding both the way that ADUs are sometimes being asked to pay marginal electrical distribution upgrade costs, and also the advisability of allowing ADUs or JADUs to have at the homeowner's option both separate sewer services and separate utility services. So those are numbers 4 and 5 on this list. I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about them. I do also want to bring your attention to 2 points that relate to the presentation Mr. Sauls just gave. The first is that when I hear someone talk about the alignment between the ADU ordinance and the tree ordinance, I just think that's tremendously mistaken because there's a fundamental misconception here. The state law regulating ADUs calls for ministerial review of permit applications. There's no world in which the Palo Alto tree ordinance that was enacted last year constitutes a form of ministerial review. The staff has interpreted the problem as being whether or not it's a certified arborist or it's a homeowner who gets to sign one of several forms. That's not the issue. The city's trying to apply the tree ordinance to what are called state exemption ADUs is simply mistaken. And it would take nothing other than a phone call, probably from Mr. Sauls or Mr. Late, to instruct the project coordinators to cease doing that. I find it dumbfounding that that has not occurred already. I would urge the council to give appropriate direction to staff in that regard. The other thing that I would say among these other topics, I could talk at length about what's really necessary to provide financial incentives to stimulate ADU production. That'll be beyond my remaining 80 seconds or so. So I'll save that. I would ask that you direct that back to the PTC because I don't think we should give up on that effort. I do think that it's a bad look for the council to have passed a housing element that levies what's in effect, in certain cases, a $90 per square foot tax on new ADUs. I think the staff has already acknowledged that the way we currently charge ADUs, maybe they haven't acknowledged it, but I think they've implied that the way we do it now is going to cause problems with the HCD, at least by implication. That's what I took away from the comments of the last councilman. So lastly, in my remaining 30 seconds, I would urge you to do the same thing that the city council did in enacting the major reform locally to the state statute that the prior council did in 2020. Have a single standard for 2-story ADUs, detached 2-story ADUs throughout the city. Don't get into the business of drawing this half-mile line And in particular, if you're going to draw the line at all, use the HCD tool, which is now available, which the PTC has not considered, and which is not being applied by the staff currently. Thank you.
Our only request to speak.
Thank you. Okay, back to council. Okay, I think we're shy again.
Madam Mayor, how are we going to process this? Is it issue by issue or all of our comments by council members, or we're going to go with the clock, or?
I was just gonna go A first and then B. And then C, D, E. From the staff report. From the staff report. Councilmember Lithcott Hughes.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I just have a technical question before we get going into the substance here on ADUs and JDUs. Could staff remind us when we are expecting some kind of thank you, analysis of how our tree ordinance is faring? We had discussed that some weeks or months ago.
Yes, we're expecting to bring a study session for you on June 19th, your last meeting of this fiscal year.
Thank you.
Councilmember Burt.
Yes, I have a question on the issue of noise producing equipment locations. And I don't see any decibel-based threshold for noise-producing equipment. And as we're moving into heat pumps, there are, I don't recall the range of decibels among the different suppliers, but I think we, in the SCAP discussions, had begun consideration of whether there should be a threshold based upon the manufacturer's certified decibel level, and maybe we would have some mechanism whereby that would have to be verified. Are we just saying any equipment that produces noise falls under this standard, regardless of whether it's de minimis noise or more significant?
Yeah, so thank you for the question. The policy that's considered tonight would be relative to the city's existing noise ordinance, which for most residential properties has a limit of 66 decibels at the property, measured at the property line. And in a lot of the applications that we've seen submitted for ADUs and JDUs, the type of mini split systems that are used to facilitate, hot and cold air within those spaces oftentimes have a noise level between 50 and 60. So they, to a degree, already inherently comply with that noise ordinance requirement at the unit itself.
Okay, that's helpful. So when we say noise producing equipment, have we actually elsewhere defined noise producing equipment being above that, would you say 65 decibels?
66.
66? Yeah. Is that the case?
Yes, so that's that provision, I believe, is set forth in the noise ordinance, those standards, is that right? Yes. Okay. And so I think, so noise ordinance is not being changed tonight. All we're saying is that noise producing equipment can be located within as set forth in the ordinance. I want to note to your comment about heat pumps, and because this is just with ADUs and JADUs, we plan on returning to the council or coming to the council in August with an ordinance that would address the broader site location of this type of equipment, heat pumps, on a property for a principal building. And we've had some initial conversations with a noise consultant. I don't know that we are going to be able to fully achieve our interest in relaxing the standards because of the noise decibel ratings and how heat pumps work. And I know we're not agendized for this tonight, but just to add a little more color to it. But we do think it's appropriate to, it doesn't matter if it's, an 8-foot setback, a 6-foot setback, or a 4-foot setback. The noise issue is going to be the same. It either is going to comply with the decibel rating or it's not. What we're trying to do is get to a place of presumed compliance where we don't have to do noise studies. And what we're finding out is that you need to really be a certain distance away from a property line and a certain dB level. And so that's what we're going to come back with in August.
Well, just on that theme, the equipment, whenever we have decibel readings, they're based upon a certain distance from the piece of equipment. So those two things have to be linked. And then we may have pieces of equipment that without any partial enclosures that absorb noise would have a certain decibel level, but with those partial enclosures that would still allow the air circulation that those pieces of equipment require, it would be a lower decibel level. So are we looking at establishing a standard that would really try or maybe give the homeowner an option of doing a verification of noise if they choose to mitigate the impact?
Yeah, I think that's the bottom line, is that we would have, again, from 2 feet to 4 feet, our noise consultants, it's not going to determine much, but it could be helpful to a homeowner trying to install such equipment. We would, at the end of the day, ask, for continued compliance with our noise ordinance, and that might be through a combination of, as you noted, sound mitigating, barricades or something to that effect, but also that allow for the ventilation.
And then just the way we have the wording here, it references, well, let's see, we have both the HCD response, then in bold our response. But I just want to make sure that if a property owner who wants to put in an ADU looks at our new ordinance, that they understand that it's not a blanket prohibition, and make sure that they see where in the code they go to get the clarification. I appreciate you wouldn't want to put that clarification every place, because then when we do the update, you got to go back and revise all those locations. But to refer the applicant to the right place with simplicity and clarity is what I'm trying to make sure we have in our language.
Yeah, understood. And I'll say it's, I think, well-known. Oh, is it referenced in there? Oh, it is referenced actually in on page 6 of the ordinance. There is a reference back to the noise ordinance, which Amy tells me is item I on that page 6. So we do have that reference back to the noise ordinance. Yeah.
Clear enough then. Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I only have one question from the HCD letter regarding the entryway for ADUs and JADUs. So the HCD letter recommended adding "when feasible" to the language. I understand staff is recommending that we just remove that language altogether because it creates an unenforceable standard. But I guess, with over 500 applications where that standard had not been an issue, it seems like most scenarios it would be feasible. So is this creating, I guess my concern is would that then be creating a subjective standard for staff to review on a case-by-case basis? And are those subjective standards still allowed under state law for these ADUs?
Yeah, they can be. I think the biggest challenge that we tried to highlight to the PTC is that, feasibility is not defined, right? So as you were mentioning, it can be a bit more subjective in that sense, though we haven't had a whole lot of issues with this specific policy. HCD was noting it as, one of concern related to whether or not they would say that our ordinance was complying with the state law. so to one extent, having it in there, as I think Commissioner Heckman had made in his motion, it was to still provide that opportunity to say it's encouraged, but not necessarily required to do. So it still provides that option for a homeowner. So there's kind of those two to consider.
So I guess I don't understand why we're concerned about the feasibility language, because we have also in here, though, for egress windows and skylights, it looks like we've included language regarding feasibility and infeasibility.
Yeah, I think with as it relates at least to like egress, that's a little bit more better understood from a building code context as like something that, based on the design of the building or other sort of constraints by the property, there is that case by case basis where we'd say, we really can't go anywhere else. So with that, including where feasible in this policy would be kind of a planning approach to that same concept.
Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Sauls. I'll just echo what Mr. Sauls indicated. The distinction is on the building code piece that has some technical standards that we either comply with or we don't comply with. On the practicality of a entrance, we're never really going to be able to get into a conversation with an applicant about the feasibility, or we could, but then we're going to be asking for a lot of information to demonstrate it. And we can do that, but it's also going to, take us away from some other work that we could be doing. And at the end of the day, HCD would argue, if the applicant is asserting that it's, makes it impractical for them, they would probably stand on that point. So, again, we have no evidence that it is impractical, but we also are, not feeling like this is the hill to die on. What Mr. Sauls noted about, noting a preference, I mean, we could certainly do that instead of striking it altogether if that were the council's interest. But we'd rather not get into a conversation of feasibility with an applicant on this development standard.
Yeah, and I get that, but I mean, it seems like with the 500 applications where this hasn't been an issue, I'm just worried if we then remove it and just say it's our preference, then we're not going to have as much of what our preference truly is. I see that Vice Chair Chang has her hand up. Do you want to add to this?
Yes. So you have eagle eyes. Vice Mayor, I should have chimed in about this earlier. So the staff recommendation actually didn't incorporate the PTC's recommendation, but the ordinance language actually does include the PTC's recommendation. So I think it might just be like a vestigial copy paste kind of thing in the staff report. So the PTC's recommendation was actually to remove the fees the PTC was sympathetic to the staff concern about the feasibility language because we really didn't want to burn up staff time on an issue like this. We want to make it as easy as possible for staff, especially on this kind of an issue. But we did want to kind of honor what we thought was the intent of the ordinance to begin with. And as a result, and given that we've had so many applications and there hasn't been an issue, the suggestion of Commissioner Heckman, and that was supported by it was a 4-1 support for this motion, was to suggest that we, let's see, what was the language? That it's essentially preferred that we do this in the code. I don't have the ordinance there. I don't know if Mr. Sauls can put the.
Yeah, let me put it on the screen real quick.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I should have written that out.
Which page was it? Which slide? Sorry.
Yeah, I have it on a different page.
Here.
Oh, here we go. I did write it down. So the suggestion was to say that it shall be encouraged but not required that the unit not have an entranceway, which is the same thing that saying where feasible. And in general, our thought was that that property owners would want to do what is more aesthetically attractive anyway. And so that was our compromise.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I see it as compromise. I just feel like this has completely, there's no enforcement there if I was an applicant, I would read that and it would be up to me if I like that or not. So, okay, I appreciate it.
Councilmember Lowen?
Yeah, where I was going to jump in on this A is exactly in the same point that the vice mayor was just discussing, and talk about a few of them together, because on the one that was just being discussed, basically we're trying to get rid of that feasibility, but the language that we just heard from vice chair of the commission means it's meaningless anyway. And yet on, for example, item number small letter 2 and small letter 3, staff is agreeing not to do anything that the HCD is requesting there. So it was odd to me that we sort of stood our ground on those two, but on something that to me is quite obvious for the person, for the homeowner that has the ADU in the backyard, it should be required. And the HCD comment was, well, if there are houses all around, then you can't do that because that is going to open to a neighbor's yard. Well, but I didn't think that was the point. The point was for the homeowner to put it up, to encourage the homeowner to put up. We would try to give them some privacy. So basically my question is, it seems like you kind of gave in on that one, but in my judgment, appropriately, held back on 2 and 3 and said, we don't agree with that, so we're going to go forward. And I agree with the vice mayor as well. 500 applications is pretty good data, with zero problems. I mean, was it just a nuance of judgment of we better give in on this one?
So I think HCD was, the language in their letter talks about how this entry requirement may be unduly restrictive. If the council would like us to push back on that, we could do that, but we have a letter from HCD on this particular point. And so we just didn't think it was, again, an area where it was substantively important to, stay on that point.
It doesn't seem to raise the cost of the ADU.
There could be a scenario where, because of the lot, dimensions or access, it's hard for me to defend this position because we do not see it as a constraint, but HCD's position on it was strong in their letter and in our, verbal communications with them, that we walked away from the conversation as, okay, this let's not, push this one.
Well,
on the other one though, and I remember one of the two, I might need to be reminded on the other one. There was the reason we're not suggesting a change on the ADU or the JADU language in the setbacks is because that is more of just we need to take another pass at explaining that to HCD, because the local standard, and they recognize this too, far and exceeds the state standard.
Yeah, you noted that.
Which has resulted in substantially more JADUs being produced in Palo Alto than in most jurisdictions in the, certainly on the peninsula.
Right.
And so that's just an area where we need to reiterate that. That's more of a terminology issue.
But you also noted it on the that we don't believe additional modifications to the ordinance are necessary on the noise ordinance. And then just to couple the complexity here, going to a fourth item, which is actually the first one listed in this, which is the daylight planes. That seems like the most murky of all, because you kind of explain your perspective and their perspective, and it doesn't seem to square. Requiring a daylight plane did not prohibit units from achieving the 16-foot height limit. That's the city's stance. And they said, well, that could not apply daylight planes to detached units because it will prohibit them from achieving the minimum height standards. I mean, that sounds pretty quantitative.
Here again, I think HCD was pretty unambiguous that this standard did not comply with state law.
Yeah, I'm just saying the way it's written is ambiguous. So I'm basically here saying that it seems like you're taking the liberty of saying we're not going to change all these things. And so I was just questioning why in this section those two were and the other two aren't. So
Yeah.
I understand that there's fine lines and ambiguity.
Yeah, and I guess I would suggest we're not being that subjective about it, where we have decided not to, or we're making an argument that we don't want to make a change. It's because we've got a lot of information to substantiate our position on it. I don't have any information, empirical data about entryways. We can get it. We can spend our time and we can study it and we can make some findings, but it's up to the council if that's where you want us to spend our energy.
Okay, that's all in this section. Thanks.
Councilmember Vinker?
Yes, I can be brief, because on section A, I'll just chime in on this last point about the when feasible. Since that's what they asked for, could we not put it in? They'll be happy, and you can honor it in the breach if you want. I mean, in other words, it would be there, so it would encourage people more than the current language to try to comply. And if they don't want to, you can not have a very rigorous review of that particular thing. It might just get it through, but get us to a result that we tend to like more. That would be my suggestion.
But no concerns about that approach.
Thank you. That's all I have on A.
I just have a question on the calculating floor area for ADUs and JADUs. The bonus floor area and lot coverage exemption for ADUs, I understand why it's done, but does that give them more floor area than what is allowed in our code? Say, for example, I think the coverage of the lot, the calculation for the square footage is 45% times the first 5,000, then 35 times the remaining. Does that go beyond that calculation?
Yes, so the bonus would basically have that normal calculation for the site based on its size. And then there would be the option for a homeowner to say, I want to build an 800 square foot ADU on top of that number, or a 500 square foot JDU on top of that number.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and Mr. Sells, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong. The reason I believe the council previously had implemented that policy is because the way the statute is set up, somebody could two-step the process, build the home, and then decide that they want to add their ADU, which we'd have to approve anyways. And so this language sort of recognizes that and eliminates the need for somebody to have to go through that step.
Thank you. And then with regard to the 4-foot setback, equipment that juts out from the side of the house, such as heating units or that sort of thing, is there a distance limit so that it doesn't impede emergency response and so forth?
Yeah, so in general, the commission, the PTC also asked the same question. And in general, when we spoke with the fire department, what the fire department noted is that as it relates to that sort of emergency ingress and egress to a unit, the location of the HVAC system or the AC unit is solvable in terms of, how those can kind of impact each other, right? The AC unit doesn't have to have a fixed location. It can be put in a different area that would otherwise allow for that ingress and egress to occur.
Even on the roof, right?
It could be, yes.
Yeah, okay. Vice Mayor Stone asked the question that I also wanted to inquire. Okay, I think that's it for A. I don't see any more lights. Oh, you have one last thing, Councilmember Lowing.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I forgot one thing. I see where you're shifting under the current issue of the tree ordinance, taking that away from having it, that it must be done by an arborist, which obviously saves costs and so on. I presume the analogy is that, the IRS says you can do your own taxes. You don't need to have an accountant sign off on it, but they can still check your returns. So I presume that there's going to be an audit function or a spot audit function or something like that, just to keep people honest.
So again, Mr. Sauls can correct me if I get this wrong, but the way the ordinance is set up is there are two tables in the ordinance. Table 1 is the by right standards, and we can't do anything about that.
Right.
So for table 2, Mr. Sauls, are we also saying the applicant can do that?
Yes.
Okay. And we would review that, our urban forestry team would review that, and they get a copy of the plans. They look at the information that they have on their canopy inventory. They do a Google, street view. They'll go out to the site if they have any concerns, and we can flag that at that
Okay,
time.
great. Just checking. Thanks.
Councilmember Byrd.
Yeah, I just couldn't find where in our discussion framework of A through E, the issues around independent utility metering would fall.
Yeah, I don't believe that is in our zoning ordinance, but rather in the city utilities policies and procedures and rules. The state preempts us from requiring additional meters. And as I understand it, if an applicant wants to install a separate meter, we allow that for electricity and water, but we don't currently allow that for sewer. And the reason for that, and give me a little bit of grace here because it's not my area of technical knowledge, but connecting from the city's sewer line to the property is the city's maintenance and expense. And that's why we're not looking to create those additional
Electricity and water are the ones I'm more concerned about. So that's already allowed.
If somebody wants to have a separate service meter, they can.
Okay, thanks.
So tonight, you also want us to go through B, C, D, E?
I believe those represent all of the changes in the ordinance. It's up to you if you want to, how you want to go through that, but that's what's in the ordinance.
Okay. So I would say perhaps we should just make a motion to approve A first and get that over and done with. Wait, let me see if Madam Attorney is okay with that. Okay, so yeah, so we can move A first. Get that done and out of the way.
So move.
Thank you. Second.
So as is, that has the entryway language as we've discussed. Did you want us to add the where feasible language back into the ordinance?
Sure. Oh, what would you say, Maker?
Yes.
Yes. I seconded you.
I'm sorry, who seconded it?
Councilmember Lowing moved, seconded by Vice, no, I am Mayor Pu.
I'm sorry, who seconded it? You seconded it?
I seconded it,
Yes, ma'am.
yes, thank you.
Okay. Section, to approve section A. Okay, thank you. Okay, that's easy. Okay, we good?
I think Councilmember Venker.
I need a button to turn off my light because I was going to raise what Director Late raised, so I withdraw my light.
Okay. In that case, I don't see any more lights. If you conduct the votes, please, Madam Clerk. Oh,
Councilmember Binker? Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. Just so that you're not having to rely on my memory in the future, we should say, Mr. Sauls, can you help us with the where feasible language, where that would go?
Yes, so the additional language in the motion would basically add in section 18.09.040 K in parentheses, number 1 in parentheses, to basically change or include, add at the beginning, actually at the beginning of it, to say, except on corner lots where feasible, would substitute the language that's currently in the draft ordinance that says it shall be encouraged but not required. That. And I know exactly where I would put it. So if you feel like you want to wordsmith it, that's fine, but I think I know the answer in general.
Okay, so I think that works for us, if that's okay with the council.
I mean, does that read correctly?
That's correct.
Okay.
so it says here to approve section A and to accept on corner lots where feasible.
So I would say to
Is
approve,
accept,
right, to approve section A and modify language. And then maybe in section and then have the section number reference next to it. And then you can just type parentheses, parentheses, capital E, except on corner lots where feasible, will be underlined. Sorry, quotation marks, excuse me, not parentheses. And then
you said this.
Yes, that's what I mean.
I don't need, okay.
okay, staff gives the thumbs up. Okay with you, Maker? All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Mr. Saul. Okay, we can conduct the vote.
Yep. Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Mayor Coop,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Ames,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
and Councilmember Binker.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, let's open B for discussion. I think we can go through B, C, D, and E if you have comments and questions. Since I don't see lights yet, can you further describe or explain B7, VII? Removing the existing garage carport requirements for conversion, so.
Certainly. Yeah, so basically, what was occurring as we continue to talk with applicants about ADUs and their applications, the specific issue that was brought up, and I will share my screen to show the example image that we have in the staff report as well. That way it'll be a little bit easier to see and understand what we're talking about. So in particular, on the left-hand side, you see an example of a existing garage. An individual had come out that's highlighted in this light blue color or purple color. The individual who reached out to us had asked about building an ADU, which you see as the layout in the right-hand side image here. And what they have currently as their existing parking requirement is one covered space and then one uncovered space next to it. Now, what the state and the city provide for is that if you convert your garage to an ADU, you don't have to replace those parking spaces, those covered parking stalls on site. However, state law and city law doesn't capture or discuss what happens with uncovered parking spaces, specifically what would be this parking space in this area that my cursor is moving around. What our suggested language would be to effectively allow for this uncovered space that might be displaced by this lighter blue addition for the ADU, allow this uncovered space to be replaced in the front yard setback in the driveway area, which would be right in front of this area right here. And it would mirror what we have as a rule for a garage being converted to a junior ADU currently, which basically allows for that covered parking space to be replaced as an uncovered space in the driveway of the property.
Thank you. That was very clear. I appreciate that. So is there anything in here that speaks about a new construction and instead of having to build the garage and then come back later on and do the two-step of changing the garage to a ADU, or is it JADU? Is there anything in here that addresses a new construction?
Yes, that's actually the item just above this one. It would be Roman numeral 7, VII.
Oh, so that is VII.
VII is a slightly different policy, but approaches kind of the same concept as the one I was just discussing.
Okay, but what you said that allows for new construction to not have to go through the two-step process.
Correct. So in essence, someone could submit an application to us if this rule were adopted and allowed. They could submit a new single-family home with an ADU and not have to show parking, for example, for that primary home. Or, excuse me, they wouldn't have to show covered parking on site. They could show uncovered parking spaces in the driveway, for example.
Okay, thank you. And can you clarify can you go through E little I?
Yes. And let me share my screen again. I actually have a better image than the one that I presented in the staff report. So hopefully this one will be a little bit clearer. So the way that we calculate floor area currently in our zoning code for single family homes is based on how we measure the square footage to the exterior stud wall of the building. What you see in this red line represents on the left-hand side of the image, the primary home, and on the right-hand side of the image, the second unit, the junior ADU in this case. How we calculate floor area, imagining that this junior ADU isn't proposed, we would be calculating floor area effectively to the outside stud wall of this shared wall between the structures. And what the language that we have in our ordinance proposes is to do the same thing, but be that more explicit related to when you have these attached units. Effectively, what it would be is we would treat it as if this structure, taken out, the square footage would be counted from the inside toward the area inside and toward the unit rather than counting this wall here towards the size of the unit. Initially it seems as though it can be a marginal amount of square footage, but it can actually produce a significant amount depending on the length and the size and design of the structure. I've seen a couple of examples where it ranged between 10 square feet to a second unit and 50 square feet to a second unit in size, which can be pretty meaningful for a lot of people.
Thank you, Mr. Saul. Let's go to Councilmember Tanaka.
I have some questions on slide 8, BI basements. I'm looking at also at packet page 143 and 144. So I just want to try to understand this. So basically, from my read, basements are allowed under ADUs now. Is that right?
They are allowed under table 1 units in the scenario when there's no other option to develop on the site above ground.
Sorry, they are
And
allowed?
they're allowed under ADUs that have that are built within the buildable area of the property. Currently, we don't allow for basements underneath ADUs that encroach into the setbacks for the main house, which are typically a 20-foot rear yard setback and a 6 or an 8-foot side setback.
Okay, and what was the rationale for that?
For the existing rule or the new rule?
To not, because basements, whenever I think about, ordinances, I try to think about how is it a win-win for everyone. And basements are one of those things where it, it doesn't increase the mass of the property. It's more expensive for the person that wants it, of course, but it doesn't increase the mass of the property, so the neighbors aren't really affected. But the people who want to have a bigger place can. And so to me, it's a very elegant solution. So I just want to understand why do we not want to allow this for, let's say, backyard units?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so this specific policy, what exists today is a carryover from the language that we had in the ordinance before 2020. So to that extent, my knowledge is limited to, we weren't as permissive for those types of units and that type of development. And we don't currently allow the primary home to build within that, to have a basement within that setback area, except a certain small portion of it. So I think it was kind of pulling or playing a bit from what the main house could otherwise do. And at the time, suggesting that we weren't entirely supportive of it then.
Okay, because it just seems like if you're going to build a building there, whether there's a basement there or not, has no real big effect on the neighbors. So why not allow it then? Because it allows more housing for our city, and it has no real negative impacts. So I don't know. I guess for me, I think I would be more supportive of allowing basements also under, basically any structure, because you're gonna have a foundation anyways, and it's not really increasing the building envelope. Unless I'm missing something here.
So that's separate from ADUs, you're saying, you'd allow basements for accessory structures like a storage shed or something. Is that what you're talking about there?
I think accessory structures, there's no real foundation for them, right? They're like portable. You're talking like a Rubbermaid?
Some can. It will just kind of depend on what but yeah.
Okay, but I mean, yeah, why not? Because if you dig a hole, you could dig a hole anyways, right? Why would your neighbor care? Right? Unless you called your neighbor to cave in or something, that's a different story. But if it's structurally sound, why would it matter?
Mm-hmm.
Unless it's I think you have something on tree roots, right? Unless it's intruding on tree roots or something like that, then that's a different story. But okay, anyways, so that's where I'm on that. And then in terms of, and I was just trying to understand this. So what's the policy on counting it towards floor area ratio?
So the policy there is that overall the city has a specific, and the state have a specific square footage limitation for these units. And where we would otherwise for the primary home have a different rule about exempting the square footage, state law has and the city has very specific square footage sizes on how big these units can be. And so the way to properly capture that limitation would be to also include that square footage, the habitable space of a basement towards that square footage.
Okay. But I mean, here's the thing that also is like, why not be consistent to our current rules where it doesn't count towards your floor area ratio? Because again, basements are one of those things which doesn't impact your neighbors. So to me, it just seems like we should be permissive in that area as well, right? So to allow basements under structures that you have in your backyard, as well as not counting towards a floor area ratio because it's not impacting neighbors. There's more cost for the homeowner who wants to do it, but that's their business, right?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, that's something that if you were wanting to do that, it's something that could be changed.
Okay, anyway, so that's where I'm at. And then what about parking? Because one of the big pushback we got on ADUs in general is that it takes, especially ones that, are garage conversions or takes away on off-street parking. And I think historically, the city's been very, especially for single-family areas, resistant to allowing parking underground, right? Even though there's a bunch of these, I'm not sure if you've seen it, but they have a bunch of these parking lifts now where you could go, it's like a little elevator that takes a car underground. So why not? I think this is not changing that, but I think my question is why not? Because this would also help relieve off-street parking as well.
So I'll weigh in here because this is a topic that comes up from time to time, and if that's the policy that the council wants to implement, we could certainly do that. That's not the item that's before you tonight, but if you wanted to give us direction to come back with another at another meeting to talk about a code change to allow parking in basements, we could do that, but that's not part of the proposal this evening.
Okay, that's fine. Anyway, so that's where I'm at on that, just because it's one of those things that to me seems like a win-win solution. Okay, great. Thank you.
Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Koo, and thank you, Director Late, for all the work on this and for being highly responsive to all the HCD comments. I can see throughout this that there's a real effort to do that. I noted the sort of collective disappointment about the affordability programs, and I want to ask some questions about that. Before I do, I did want to just ask a question. Because I remember a few months ago when we were doing something with ADUs, and I asked about the issue that Mr. Kelly raised earlier about the two-story ADUs and where that could be. That I believe the answer was if we incorporated it tonight, that would have slowed down you bringing this to us tonight. So I did not anticipate seeing that tonight, but I believe we discussed that there would be some work toward that later on. So I'm just wondering if there's a status update on progress in considering that.
On extending two-story ADUs through other parts of the city. Well, that is that is, and I'll look to city attorney to correct me if I'm wrong about that. So we don't have any language tonight in the ordinance about that.
Yeah.
And we don't have any initiative underway to extend two-story, the rest of it to 2 stories. If that was something that the council was interested in, we would need that direction to pursue that change. And perhaps that direction, this is a question, could be provided if the council wanted to explore. I don't know if that's another agendized meeting where that would have to happen.
Yeah, I think that would need to be direction that would come back because it is potentially an item that the public would want to know is being discussed tonight.
Right. My recollection was that we had talked about that coming back and it was more just a timing thing. I was hoping for an update, but perhaps I'm not recollecting it as others do.
I don't have that same recollection, but that doesn't mean I'm right and you're wrong. It's probably,
all right. Well,
but I can tell you this, it's not currently a part of our work plan to extend the 2-story height limit for ADUs beyond what the state has established.
Okay, so I thought it was something we should consider and debate, but all right. I would suggest that we take a look at that, but I know it's not agendized for tonight, but however one does that, I would ask that we consider that. What I did want to ask about was on pages 151 to 152 of the packet is where there's the feedback from Alta Housing, for which I have great respect, about the concerns about the affordability program, but I was hoping you could shed some light on these issues because there was the 8-year period being shorter than the typical length that affordable housing tenants remain there, and I was hoping there might have been appetite for a longer period, or quite a longer period if people are willing to do this. And then they had the issue about tenants who might then exceed the income threshold having to move because they're not in a large project, a large, there aren't alternative units for higher income people when you have just one ADU, but they would know that coming in and would make their own choice about it. I'm just wondering if you could elaborate on a little of this, because I'm hoping that there might be some path forward, and I am interested in perhaps having PTC reconsider it. But so anyway, if you could just tell us a little more about the affordability concerns.
Sure. Yeah, and I think what you were just raising is kind of, and Commissioner Vice Chair Chang can certainly maybe reiterate it, is kind of the same issues that we discussed a lot at PTC. The kind of ebbing and flowing of, well, is this a good decision? Is this the right length of time for affordability? Those were all items that we discussed, I'll say casually in a 6-hour meeting about just affordable units and how to try to make this program possible. Which bled into 2 or 3 other meetings as well. And there was this constant kind of struggle in the conversation about, should it be 5 years? Should it be 10 years? Should it be 15? People in general, the consensus in those meetings was not, 30, 55, 99 years, which are maybe a bit more typical with an affordable unit in general. And as you mentioned, those other sort of programs will typically have kind of this lead in for other people who kind of graduate outside of those ranges of affordability to be able to move into. In addition to that, Alta Housing was noting that there's a lot of education challenges that come with, a homeowner to a renter sort of interaction, specifically as it relates to these affordable units. Alta Housing would only do the income certification. They don't do any sort of background check or anything else. And, that kind of, that can lead to some sort of, issues relates to kind of fair housing laws and how that does properly or does not get properly implemented. And it provides, a greater extent of liability to the homeowner, who can be exposed to that. So I think there was a lot of concerns, on Alta Housing's standpoint as to like how that can diminish the concept overall or make it not as a strong enough incentive. And especially at the end of the day, I think in general, there were between initially 8 to 10 different policies that the PTC had considered to be a part of this whole program, and ended up kind of pulling out a number, most of them, because they didn't feel that collectively altogether it really was going to solve, the issue, which is that we want to have this type of, really deeper levels of affordable units available. The other thing being that from the market data that we could find, which was very limited, the rents that we were able to try and find for ADUs were comparable to kind of the market rates units that we were finding, in the traditional market system for rentals and apartments. So the kind of targeted, 80% to 100% affordable AMI range that we were thinking initially for these was partially already being met by the market at the time. And in order for it to be, I guess maybe what some people might think is a more affordable unit, it would have to be at a lower level of income. And that can be challenging for someone who paid a lot of money to build the ADU and are hoping to recoup that cost sooner.
Yeah, I guess just on that last point, I would hope that we would consider even subsidizing that if people were willing to enter into deed restrictions, perhaps for 50 years. And I guess I'm just concerned that we're more concerned about lower income renters' backgrounds than others. That kind of troubles me at a philosophical level. And I, again, just believe that it's up to the renter if they move into a place and they realize they have to move out if their income increases. I would just hope that, I understand it's difficult, and if it underperforms, but I would really hope that we could continue to try to find a way to have an affordability program.
So
that's all I have. Thank you.
If I could just add one other sort of comment to that. As part of the housing element that the council adopted last week, we have a program that would help us gain some additional information about ADUs by doing surveys every other year or every 2 or 3 years. I forget what the policy says. And that might help us begin to collect data about how many units are rented at below market and for what purposes too. Because I think the circumstances by which somebody may build an ADU initially, an aging parent or, a child who's going to move out eventually, may not be the same conditions why they have an ADU 10 or 15 years down the road. And so economically, maybe, it's worth running out at market rate conditions. But this is an area where I think we can collect some more information, and we have that set forth in the housing element.
I see Vice Chair Chang has her hand up. Would you like to add to this?
Sure, thank you. I can sympathize with Councilmember Vinker's desire to want to make something work, but we ran, a number of back of the envelope, sort of about the amount of incentive that would need to be provided for one unit of housing, and it is a lot because it's different from a situation where there is an entire apartment building, with different tax incentives provided by and different financing than a single homeowner can access. And in addition to that, one of the things that makes an ADU really different from a larger development is that the homeowner is living there. And so in general, as we were looking at fair housing ordinances as well, and comparing fair housing ordinances, looking at fair housing ordinances in a number of other cities, you see very rapidly that when the landlord lives on the property, that there's a lot more power kind of given to the landlord to make choices about who their tenant is. And the third bullet highlighted under D is one of the biggest stumbling blocks, I think, that Alta highlighted, and that a number of commissioners, in fact, I think all the commissioners were concerned about, where it would be hard, if it's a managed building, the property manager to some extent doesn't care who lives there. They could be noisy, they could have children, they could not have children. They could come and go at all hours of the night. It doesn't matter to the property manager, but to somebody who actually lives right there next to the tenant, it is very different. And that all of those things are not things that that you can discriminate on if it's an affordable housing unit. So I think that was one of the big stumbling blocks.
Why is that relevant to income? I mean, I'm not getting the connection between affordable.
It's not relevant. It's not relevant to income, but the way that affordable housing works is that there's a wait list, and then assuming that Alta okays the next person in line on the wait list and says that, okay, you're eligible, then yes, that tenant gets to choose if they take that unit. The landlord doesn't get to make that choice. And so for somebody to say, on top of deed restricting this to be affordable and accept less rent, I also have to accept whatever tenant I want to. That is the big stumbling block when the landlord is going to be the tenant's neighbor. So that's the issue.
I think I follow you. I just wasn't under the impression one could discriminate in other circumstances on that basis. But perhaps I'm wrong.
I don't think you can say no pets, for example, right? You can say things, and you can maybe not. I mean, discrimination does happen, right? But in this situation, there's literally no choice, and I think that you can't also choose not to rent it. So what do you do if it's deed restricted and you say, well, actually, right now, I don't want to rent it. I want it to be for grandma, or my situation has changed and now I don't want to have a loud neighbor. So I think that, and if there's a longer term, it becomes a bigger stumbling block. So there's lots of issues there that we struggled over for quite a while. And then on top of that, when we ran the back of the envelope, sort of about, how much money would we be losing would a potential landlord be losing by having to reduce the amount of rent that they would be taking, and then what subsidy would that require, and how much does it cost to build an ADU? It was just pretty difficult.
I think I understand you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, Vice Chair Chang, Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and appreciate the questions and the exchange that Councilmember Vinker has been having. I was so excited when I got to that point in the staff report on the affordability, and then started excited and got to the very end and was upset by that. I understand the concerns that the PTC raised. And I've been doing a lot of research about what other cities are doing to try to address this affordability issue. And it seems like it's a problem that everyone is struggling with. I think part of the joy of, and going back to kind of like the local control, is that we can kind of experiment with different things and see what works. And so I don't know if I'm quite ready to abandon it, because hey, it's a pilot program. If we can make it work, we can be a model for others. So I'm not quite ready to just drop it. But I think there's another problem that's similar here, which is also simply we have this stumbling block of being able to require the deed restricted affordability component. We also have, I think, the initial problem of we can't force people to, if they build an ADU, to actually then use it for housing. And I'm curious, did staff or the PTC look into incentives to be able to do that as well? I mean, that almost seems like step one, make sure the ADU is being used for housing. Then maybe step two, to have that affordability component.
Mr. Sauls, did that discussion take place?
Yeah, well, I think I guess as it relates to kind of the overarching conversation, this is always the question about ADUs, whether it's restricted to be affordable or not, right? Is it actually being used for housing, or is it something else? And we don't have the capability to kind of constantly monitor that, maybe on a more regular basis or not. And in the model that we did kind of establish, the monitoring that would be happening is mostly related to monitoring on whether or not the tenant will be able to still qualify for the income category that that we would be setting. So that's in general, with like a multifamily project, that's usually a little less typical, just because, again, people are expected to kind of be within that space, and the model and the framework work a lot better there. With a single family home, if it is grandma and she does qualify for, the affordable ratio, we assume that they're going to live there. But what if they go, on a vacation for a month? Does that disqualify them from this criteria? Do they have to live there for, they can't leave for, 2 or 3 days or something like that? I mean, that is a part of this whole conversation that can be challenging to implement.
I think it's a challenge, but doesn't mean we should shy away from it. I see ways we might be able to structure the incentive programs that the PTC looked at for affordability. To maybe there was kind of step one, you get $25,000 development impact fee waves if you agree to that you're actually going to use the unit for housing, and then a complete waiver if it's going to then be an additional affordability piece. So I think all that is worth looking into. And Director Lake, glad you brought up the studies we're going to do on this, because I think this is something that's always bothered me, that the conversation around ADUs has always been the assumption that it's all going to be used for housing, when we all know that is not true. And we have no clue what the ballpark is for what percentage is going to be, even though HCD likes to bury their head in the sand and pretend that it will be, and a particular percentage will be used for affordable housing. It's just not going to happen unless we're being proactive like this. So I'm glad we're going to do that. Good plug for, similar to the rental registry, critical that we have that rental registry. Like, glad that's going to be coming back to us this year, because just the data is so important. Okay, then another question to the ADU basements. are there any, my concern is more kind of like dewatering of that. Did staff anticipate any maybe additional dewatering requirements that would go along with that?
Yeah, so we did talk about dewatering a bit in the conversations with the PTC. In particular, the city has a dewatering process through the Public Works Department that kind of manages and monitors that. But there aren't any additional rules proposed related to, how that might affect the water table in general in an area.
Okay.
And then just to your other question, this slide here just shows the additional items that we discussed about creating additional incentives for affordable ADUs and JDUs. So there was a number of things. These all unfortunately didn't, I'd say make the cut per se in terms of incentives that the PTC wanted to support or considered as a part of that program. Some of them mirrored from other programs like the city of San Diego, who has an affordable program where you can provide, in certain locations, more ADUs on a property if you deed restrict them to be affordable. So those were things that we did discuss as well.
Okay, thank you. I see I'm out of time, so I'll just say I don't think this would be really relevant for tonight, but maybe in the future, there are several companies that allow for that create prefabricated ADUs. I think a lot of cities are creating streamlining processes for that. I think that's something for us to consider in the future. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Liscott Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to continue this thread. I really appreciate, well, first of all, to staff, thank you so much for all your tremendous work on this. And, to come out of the housing element conversation and to know that ADUs and JDUs play an important role in helping us meet our RENA obligations, and this confounding issue of how do you get the right types of inhabitants of these smaller dwellings that we're hoping really make a dent in the housing crisis. And I want to thank Vice Chair Chang as well. To what my colleagues, Councilmember Vinker and Vice Mayor Stone are talking about, I join you in being very curious and hungry really to figure out the right carrots to incentivize people to develop these units and rent them to folks who are in desperate need of housing. And I'm not a behavioral economist, but I would like to consult somebody about what is it that we would have to offer. Is it a waiver of impact fees? Is it actual cash in hand? They get some kind of bonus for agreeing to take people off the Alta housing wait list and rent them. I don't know, but I think I am interested in us continuing to pursue that conversation. What I wanted to talk about are going back to what Councilmember, I'm sorry, I'm so tired. I've been up for close to 22 hours now, so I'm just on fumes a little bit. Forgive me. Councilmember Vinker talking about the 2 stories, the detached 2-story ADUs. I, like you, remember the hearing some time ago when members of the public were telling us how disingenuous it felt or incongruous or silly that you could be on this side of the street and be allowed to build one because you were within that half mile of good transit radius. But if you're on this side of the street, you couldn't. And they spoke to the imperative of uniformity through the city for these units. And so I join you in wanting that issue to come back to us at some point. I want to talk about the tree ordinance. There are cynics in our community who say that the tree ordinance was implemented in part to make it harder to build housing. I am not saying that. However, I don't want the tree ordinance to get in the way of us building ADUs. I want us to be really smart about that. So that's why I asked, when is the review of how the tree ordinance is working coming? And I'm going to be really interested in evidence of, is it preventing people from, putting some kind of second dwelling in place in their backyard? That I would find that highly problematic, and would like to see the tree ordinance not enforced against the creation of ADUs and JDUs. In terms of the impact fees, I'm really struck by this letter from the Palo Alto ADU Task Force. It's in our packet starting at page 174. Individuals whose work as professionals entails ADU development. And I really appreciated the chart that they provided that showed the impact fees of an ADU whose main house is larger versus whose main house is smaller. An ADU whose main house is smaller ends up paying a hugely more expensive impact fee, and it just doesn't, I don't get that. So I want to better understand what that is. It feels unfair. And so I really encourage us to take a closer look at that. And that's it for me. Thank you.
I don't see any more lights, so we could take a motion on this. And if there's no objection, we can take a motion on addressing item B, C, D, and E.
I'll move the staff recommendation, the staff and PTC recommendation. If staff has language on that. And I want to add to refer back to the PTC, further refinement of an affordability language here of exempting affordable units from impact fees and plan review fees.
Sorry.
Plan review fees.
Oh, thank you.
As well as developing incentives for ADUs to be used for housing. And I think it needs to say that, to those two would be referred to the PTC. Maybe for further refinement and discussion. Thank you. Sorry, my ability to wordsmith is not great right now.
That's great.
Yes. Great. Seconded by Councilmember Burt.
Would you like to speak to it, Vice Mayor Stone?
No, appreciate the work staff and the PTC has done to refine this. I think there's more to be done, but on the affordability and the housing piece, as we discussed tonight.
Councilmember Burt, would you like?
The only thing I would ask is whether under the first bullet, we necessarily want this exemption, I think the way it's worded means full exemption. Do we want to have it a little more broad that would be exempt or discount or reduce?
That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the spirit of it is really meant for the PTC to work with. I think Director Late just showed kind of a list of, as well as other incentives. So
say exempt or reduce affordable, reduce impact fees from affordable units.
And do you have idea to extend that to make it even more broad, to point out not just fees, but maybe other incentives as well?
Can you just start with great incentives, including?
Sure. Does that work? Create incentives, including?
Yes.
Good. Thank you.
I believe you wanted a reduced with an E.
You wonder what?
Councilmember Lowing.
I'd like to point out that bullet point 1 there is asking PTC to repeat everything they've done on this in the last 15 months. I was part of that for about 12 of those months, and it was an exhaustive process. Of all of the things that we worked on then and since, we probably put more hours in on that particular thing, and just everything we tried, to use the vernacular, did not pencil for what we were trying to do, was to get lower income people into affordable units. Because for one thing, they already start semi-affordable because they're lower square footage and the secondary unit. So you're basically asking PTC to repeat the whole process and come up with a different answer as I read the direction there. Bullet point 2 is fine. Not sure if that is in the PTC's domain relative to staff to develop some way to do audits of what's happening in those units. So I'm concerned about this redirection of something that's already been analyzed.
Can I ask a clarification here? So I guess if I missed it, what did the PTC propose in terms of exemptions or reductions on the impact fees and plan review fees?
Yeah, so I can answer that question. So basically what the PTC said is that they create, they would, with a pilot program, they would create a bucket of $400,000, which, effectively would be if a unit triggers impact fees, meaning they're already 750 square feet or greater, or larger in size, right? That a certain amount, if I remember, and correct me if I'm wrong, Vice Chair Chang, I believe it was up to $50,000 in impact fees per unit could be exempt from that $400,000 bucket. So if a unit used $40,000, then that would be, for the next person, $360,000 is left in the bucket, right? And within that year timeframe, if people used it or tried to pull from that bucket, whatever ended up kind of being left over is what they could use. And if it came out to a unit that needed impact fees greater than 50,000, we would only exempt up to that 50,000 amount, and say they had to pay 5,000 more, they'd still have to pay that.
So that sounds like it's first come, first serve, up to a certain threshold, as opposed to, for instance, a percentage of the fees. And a percentage of the fees, to me, strikes me as more equitable. But I think, it doesn't sound to me like the proposal that the PTC had come up with was exhaustive. And then also, we don't have that really presented before us tonight. And so what we want to do is have it return, and if at that time PTC made the same proposal, that would be streamlined. They wouldn't have to repeat it all because they'd already have that proposal. If there's a different approach, then they might consider that. So I'm good with this language, I think.
And also, just to add, I kind of also see it almost as just an additional, if we can find an incentive that works for ADUs to actually be used for housing, maybe a few more incentives than to be able to add the affordability restriction on there. So I'm happy to keep it.
Councilmember, go ahead.
Well, okay, so thank you, Mayor. Just maybe a couple things. Just to that last conversation with Councilmember Burton and the reduction of impact fees and incentives also has to be considered in the context of the other part of that motion, which is the affordable housing units. And so how do we manage the affordable housing units is the other piece that we've articulated as challenging, at least as expressed from our affordable housing provider who works with the city on these issues. I do think that it is challenging to go back to the commission and ask, as Councilmember Lowing has said, without maybe some more specifics about things to explore, that's different than what they had contemplated before. And maybe you don't feel like you have all that information available to you, and we can perhaps draft an information report to expand upon that as needed. I will note the second bullet on here is not something that we have pursued and is interesting. We do have some policies in our housing element that you just adopted that, again, deals with ADUs, including waivers of development impact fees for ADUs larger than 750 square feet. That's irrespective of the affordability level. And an ongoing sort of interest in trying to facilitate more ADUs and feasibility studies to develop pre-approved models and so forth. So we have a lot of work to do relative to ADUs from the housing element. And this new assignment, or at least as expressed in this motion, is certainly one that we could pursue. I want to acknowledge that it's not part of the work plan that the council adopted earlier, several months ago now. And so finding where this gets slotted in with that work plan and all the work that is coming our way with the housing element, it'd be helpful to have some expectations on when we're doing all this. So, Mayor, that's all I wanted to offer.
I'll just say on that last point, we're in this for the long haul, and I don't think it has to be month by month. So I'd be good with you working into the work plan.
And I'd like to add that maybe it's not going back to PTC, but it's to these folks who are calling themselves the Palo Alto ADU Task Force, 20 plus people who are professionals in the field who are trying to build and incentivize people to build and then live in these dwelling units. I just wonder if there's, with tremendous respect to the PTC has had this issue and has done its best. Maybe there's a different type of inquiry to be had with folks whose sole responsibility and interest is in furthering, the construction and the use of ADUs.
So I think that whether it be staff or the PTC or both, being receptive to input from that task force would be appropriate. I'm not in favor of creating a new body for this, but I think it would be entirely appropriate to see if there are creative ideas that they can offer that either staff would take to the PTC or otherwise. That's fine.
Okay, Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Koo. I originally put my light on because I was going to ask if we could broaden out bullet 1, but that happened some time ago. And so now I've listened to you, I have something else to say. And that is, first of all, I just want to acknowledge some of the frustration that I hear because this task has been explored deeply, clearly. And Vice Chair Chang, thank you for explaining all the work. And I know staff has done it. And Councilmember Lowing, I'm very empathetic to that. And I'm appreciative because clearly a whole lot of thought has gone into this because you explained a lot of things to me. I think I still hold out hope because you take a problem, you turn it around a few times, you set it down, you come back to it, you turn it around a few times more, and sometimes the solutions do come to light. I think in this instance, there are things that, I don't know, maybe it doesn't make sense to explore, but it occurs to me that, we talked about sewer, gas, electric, water hookups, and those can be quite expensive. I don't know if there's things the cities can do to discount them if they're going to be for affordable units. Maybe that's crazy, but it's a different, perhaps creative thing. We can The vice mayor talked about looking at what other cities are doing. Maybe you've done that, but maybe they've figured out something new. I just think this is important enough that we do try to find a way to do it. I don't know if there are other bodies instead of just the PTC, but I just continue to have hope here because I think it's something that's an important piece of this puzzle that we're trying to solve, this crisis that we're trying to solve. And I just, so I would support this motion because of that. Thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, in general, I think this motion's heading in the right direction. I kind of hear what you guys said about the first bullet, and I understand the issue. For me, I think we should just look at reducing impact fees for all ADUs, whether it's affordable or not, because as several people have mentioned before, it could be crazy expensive given our impact fees per square foot to build anything, even ADUs. So anyways, that's where I'm at on the first bullet. So yeah, so I don't know whether the maker or seconder would be open to exploring that idea.
No, I think we need to use every tool in our toolbox to be able to incentivize affordability and housing. And I'm not interested in giving anything away for somebody who's going to build an ADU just to use it as a home gym or an office.
Okay, the second thing I wanted to propose, hopefully as a friendly amendment, is what I discussed about basements and basically trying to align the basement FAR to what we do with the primary unit, which is not counting the FAR. So I'm hoping to add a third bullet, which is align basement FAR to the primary FAR, or maybe staff could recommend a better way of saying it. I don't know whether that's something that would be acceptable.
No.
Okay. Okay, I'd like to make it as an unfriendly amendment then.
I'll second that.
Do you want to speak to it?
Sure.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Yeah, I mean, I think when we're trying to solve this housing crisis, I think we should use all of the tools. And then tools I really like are ones that don't cause big neighborhood impacts. And basements are one of those where you get more housing without having the same kind of massing or visual impact that bigger structures or more structures have above ground. So I think this is an important tool that we should use in our community. And so I hope my fellow colleagues will support me on this.
Before I have Councilmember Lifcott speak to a second, let's help Madam Clerk finish the motion.
Thank you.
Sorry. Yeah, it basically to align the basement FAR with the primary dwelling, or I'm trying to think of a better way of saying it.
And Mr. Sauls, correct me if I'm wrong, but basically exempt basement floor area from ADUs
Correct.
and JADUs.
Yeah.
What should it say?
Moved to exempt basement floor area from ADUs and looking at Councilmember Tanaka and JADUs as well.
Yeah, just make it uniform what we do with the primary dwelling.
Okay, Councilmember Lifcott Haynes, would you like to speak to your second?
I agree with what Councilmember Tanaka has said. Thank you.
So does this mean that to exempt basement floor area, potentially the basement of an ADU can go the full extent of the house on top? So if the house was 6,000 square foot, if the house was a reasonable number, 1,300 square feet on the top, it could potentially go 1,300 under?
So this is just, this would be just for ADUs and JDUs, and in the code, as well as the city code, as well as the state law, they have very specific size limitations. So the size limit for an ADU is if you have 2 bedrooms is 1,000 square feet. And for JADUs, it's 500 square feet.
But what this substitute motion by Councilmember Tanaka and Councilmember Lithcott-Hames is saying that the basement of that 2-bedroom or the JADU can be larger than the above ground.
Actually, sorry, I didn't realize it said substitute. I meant to say
unfriendly.
So yes, Mayor, it basically doubles the amount of usable floor area. So in the examples that Mr. Sauls mentioned, for a JADU of 500 square feet, you could have a JADU of 1,000 square feet. For an ADU of 1,000 square feet, you could have habitable floor area up to 2,000 square feet.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not supporting this because I think one of the talking points we often hear from Councilmember Tanaka is that smaller units are inherently less expensive. We're trying to address an affordability issue here. This motion basically doubles the size of these units, making the units larger, and under that same logic is going to make these units more expensive. So if we're trying to address an affordability piece, this is going in the opposite direction.
Councilmember Burt.
Just following on to that, basements are inherently more expensive to construct than above ground, so it makes it even more expensive per square foot. But on top of that, remember, the ADUs are exempt essentially from our parking requirements. So we're talking about now building a 2,000 square foot home on an existing lot and no parking requirement for that. So what we're really getting into is not ADUs at all. We're getting into expensive second homes with no parking on the same lot. That's what this motion would do.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, just to kind of rebut that. So I think in our community, what we need is more housing of all types. And so I agree, basement housing is more expensive, there's no question about that, but it also frees up other space for other people. And I think the other thing to think about is that, so for my house, I have a basement, and we have offices on below and bedrooms, and so it doesn't have to be one gigantic space. It can also be smaller spaces that can be rented out and make more housing for other people. So I think we have to think about this more creatively than thinking of it as it's just going to be one gigantic room. It's going to probably be partitioned so that other people can live there as well. And I think if we want to be a welcoming community and try to make more housing available for more people, what we need to look at is housing for everyone, more housing for everyone. And this is kind of doing our part. And it's one which it's an option of the homeowner. If they don't want to, they don't have to do it, but it's an option. And I mean, this is also why I was also saying that we should allow parking underground, because that would also free up parking on the street. So I think this kind of aligns with that. And in general, I think we always want to look at solutions that are win-win. And this is one of them, because a basement doesn't impact the neighbors. It's not visible. And most other solutions of building above ground, it impacts the neighbors, right? This also has potential of perhaps, if we go this direction one night, reducing the impact of parking on the street. And so this is why I think we should support it. Thanks.
Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to make sure I'm keeping up, is the idea with this motion that the basement could extend under parts of the property that do not have a building on top of it, or?
I wasn't thinking of that. I was just trying to be consistent. Like, so if you build a basement under your fire dwelling, it doesn't count. And same thing should be for the ADU. I think if someone actually starts building between them, I think that's going to be, I don't know, building wise, I think that would be crazy expensive to do. But I wasn't necessarily thinking about this, thinking about under the building envelope of the building. But that's what it is right now with the current primary dwelling.
Yeah, so just to clarify that, typically right now for basements, as Councilmember Tanaka was noting, it's based on the existing footprint of the structure. So if you have a 20 by 20 structure, above ground, it's a 20 by 20 basement, below ground minus a light well, right, to get out.
That's what it is now, you're saying?
Correct.
And so what is the change? I'm sorry, I'm not keeping up.
ADU right now is different than the primary dwelling. So we're counting the ADU differently than we are the primary dwelling. And I'm just saying we should be consistent between the two, especially since it has no visual or massing impacts on the neighborhood.
Okay, so you want to treat the ADUs and JADUs the same way we treat the primary structure with respect to basements. And then my question is there any CEQA impact of this that we have to deal with? Because I know between, aquifers and cement and I just want to make sure before we go further.
No, these projects are reviewed ministerially, so they're exempt from CEQA.
Okay, all right. Those are my, there's a lot of pros and cons to this. It's,
So, yeah, I'm sorry, if I can just respond. So Mr. Sauls is right. ADUs are ministerially processed, but the enacting legislation would be subject to CEQA. But as I think through that, I'm quite certain it would be exempt. It wouldn't rise to the level of a mitigated negative declaration or an EIR for this type of policy. I don't have the specific exemption language in front of me. But beyond that, I saw Mr. Shikata had his light lit.
Thank you, if I might, Mayor. Just reading the room, I would just note that I think we're reaching the point of exhaustion. And as such, that more detailed discussion is less and less likely to be fruitful.
Yeah. One last point, just as a part of this conversation, as it relates to at least impact fees, right? And I apologize. I know exhaustion is what it is, but it's important to be well-rounded in this conversation. So if we're going to exempt impact fees, basement from square footage or floor area, it's important just to keep in mind that if we have a 400 square foot ADU and it has a 400 square foot basement, and we're saying that it's exempt from floor area, we just need to keep in mind that we would be exempting that 800 square foot ADU from impact fees too, where the threshold would be 750 square feet normally.
I see. Okay, that actually is an interesting point. For me, this is something I'm quite interested in, but I guess I would like more thought to go into it. And if we're going to be coming back with some of the other things at some point, whenever it is that the other ADU things, I guess I would like for us to consider this as part of that would be my preference. Thank you.
All right, let's go and let's conduct the vote. I don't see any more lights for the unfriendly.
So for the amendment to the motion, you just said, Councilmember Lowing,
No.
Councilmember Vinker,
No.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
No.
Councilmember Burt,
No.
and Mayor Ku.
No.
Motion fails 2-5.
Thank you, and we'll return to the original motion. And let's conduct the vote.
If I may, I did want to ask one quick question.
Yes,
Just looking
please.
and reading through the motion right now, it recommends B, C, D, and E to go back to the PTC for discussion. And I believe the specific motion, and correct me if I'm wrong, Vice Mayor Stone, I think you just wanted D to go back to the PTC to discuss.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
The affordability piece.
D is the incentives for affordable ADUs.
Yep, exactly.
All right, so voting on the original motion, Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
and Councilmember Lowing.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
I just want to say thank you to staff, especially Mr. Sol, for your very clear explanation and presentation. And with that, we're adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.